IEBC had indicated that they would be issuing or declaring the presidential election results at 3 p.m. We see that the ceremony is ongoing there, choirs singing patriotic songs. We see many stakeholders are already seated. Leaders from various political parties are on location there at the Bomas of Kenya. And we also saw that the UDA presidential candidate, William Ruto, is already at the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, remembering that all the presidential contenders were invited for the announcement that will be made any moment from now, arriving there with their families. And at this moment, Raila Odinga, who is the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate, has yet to make it to the Bomas of Kenya. So that hasn't happened yet. So we are still waiting to see what that if he's coming, what that means, and what will happen going forth. And of course, it's important to remember that all this that we are seeing, this entire procedure is stipulated in law, how the returning officer of the presidential election, that is the IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, is to declare the winner this afternoon. Of course, we've seen for the last 6 days what has been happening, the verification of forms 34B that have been coming physically from the 290 constituencies around the country. The verification of these forms together with the agents of the various presidential candidates. There were 4 of them. We saw earlier on Sunday, Mwaure Waihiga of the Agano party already having conceded defeat, and at that same point also threw his weight behind the UDA presidential candidate William Ruto, and Professor Wajakoya is also in the building. So let's connect now with Ken Mijungu, who is at the heart of all this action, to tell us exactly what is happening at this point. Good afternoon, Ken. What can you tell us?
Good afternoon to you. Of course, the news is coming in that it's been pushed by another 1 hour. It's supposed to happen at 3 p.m. Now the IEBC says they are coming at around 4. We've already seen 3 of the presidential candidates, Sharon, coming. Now we're waiting for Raila Odinga, also a leading presidential candidate. Mauro is just sitting behind me here. I have also seen Professor Jakoya. William Ruto is not yet at the auditorium, but we've seen him arrive because we're inside. We see the pictures also from outside. And of course, nothing has changed here. The mood is still tense. Everyone perhaps is whispering, and there's a lot of also half information flying around. So everyone is just getting set on how this could turn out. And those people are thinking about runoff. There are those people who are saying Deputy President as well. There are those people who say Raila Odinga. So the bigger picture is 4 p.m. That's when we expect the action here to begin. We haven't even seen the commissioners. However, I have to say that around 2:30, there was an announcement at the auditorium, the floor of the auditorium, that the chief agent for the 4 presidential candidates was supposed to move up to where the commissioners are going to sit. So we suspect that they were meant to sign the final form that they'll be using in the declaration of this result. So that's where we are. No one has spoken about it, and no one knows what's happening. But I'll tell you from where I sit, all the teams from all these political parties and all these presidential campaigns are already seated. They're just waiting for that grand announcement. There was earlier on a little bit of celebration next to Bomas, but that has been pushed a little bit further away. You're familiar with the current grounds, and it's been pushed to Galleria near the mall, where there's a roundabout. So they've been taken a little further. Security has been built, serious security here, and of course, national and international journalists, everyone waiting, everyone, I must say, is anxious and debating, especially for the different campaigns, who will they win this race. So that's what we're doing here now, just seated. Occasionally we get entertainment, but even then they can't sing more than they have done, Sharon. We've had choirs sing, they've gone quiet. We get sometimes the DJ playing music, patriotic songs, I must say, songs that encourage gospel songs. That's what we hear here. But then sometimes it just goes very quiet, you know. So it's interesting what's happening here, but the truth is there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of anticipation. As I said earlier, Secretary has to deliver this baby, and everyone is hoping this will be a legitimate baby. So that's the bigger picture here, Sharon. unless you have a question for me.
Right, that's clear, Ken. Of course, we can only wait, right? We can only wait at this point. 4 p.m. is the revised time by the IEBC, saying that it is at 4 p.m. that now this announcement will be made. That's just about 22 minutes from now. And of course, if in case of any happenings, Ken will be letting us know what is happening there. But important to know that this is the last lap of this electoral, particularly the presidential election at this particular point before the announcement of the winner. And what has been happening is that after the collation and the verification of the Forms 34B, that then the presidential election returning officer, Wafula Chebukati, would then prepare Form 34C, which is the collation of all Forms 34B from the constituencies, that is the 290 of them, including one extra one, that is the diaspora vote. And after collating all the numbers from the Forms 34B and collecting them in the Form 34C, there's only one Form 34C, then this is given to the agents of the presidential candidates for verification and signing, just making sure that all the agents are on the same page, are in agreement with what has been written on that document. And once that has happened, that the preparation and the signing and verification and signing of Form 34C by Wafula Chebukati, then he would prepare Form 34D, which is the certificate of declaration of the president-elect. And we are hoping at this point, believing actually, that this is already done, because now all eyes are trained on the announcement of the presidential election results. And of course, there are various scenarios, as we have been hearing from our panel earlier on, that there could be a clear win, a first round win, if the two, particularly at this point, we are looking at the top two presidential contenders, that is UDA's William Ruto and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya's candidate Raila Odinga, that a clear win would mean that either of these candidates, whoever has one, would have to have garnered 50% and an extra one, just so that, that is proper and sealed. So 50% plus one, and also garnering 25% of half of the Kenyan counties, for each of half of Kenyan counties. And for these two, they already attained that county vote, that is 25% of 24 counties. And important to note, if then we have a clear winner, if there is a president-elect and there's no instance that occasions a runoff, and if there is a runoff, first of all, then this has to happen 30 days from today. Constitutionally, a runoff would have to be conducted, a re-election would have to happen 30 days from the declaration of presidential results that is stipulated in the Kenyan Constitution of 2010. But if there is a clear winner, then what happens next is the process of transfer of power and assumption of office. And this process is also, stipulated in the Constitution. There is a committee under the Assumption of Office of the President Act that is mandated with overseeing that transition process, and their job is not limited to overseeing the transitional issues, and of course they're also mandated with planning and organizing the swearing-in ceremony if there is a president-elect, and if this is not contested by way of a petition. So if there is a president-elect and there is no petition, then the plans of swearing in the president as has been elected would kick into place, and this particular mandate is on the committee of the assumption of the office of the president, and their duty includes also arranging security for the president-elect and his deputy as well. And they are also expected to brief the president on matters of the office, what they're supposed to know from the office. So what this means is that they would organize that the president-elect gets briefing from state officials as is required, that they get to understand what is in their entry, and of course also preparing for the inauguration. And constitutionally, an inauguration day would be a public holiday. I'll be telling you more about then what happens after today, so stay with me. But at this moment, I want us to cross over to Kibra constituency. My colleague Sophia Wanuna is on standby there to tell us what is happening, even as Kenyans and of course residents of Kibra anticipate the announcement of the presidential election results. Sophia, what can you tell us from where you are?
Hey Sharon, good to see you again. So the anticipation and expectation high here in Kibra constituency. I'm inside the KTC, that's Kibra Town Center, and as you can see, dozens have gathered in this room waiting for that coverage, for that announcement by Wafula Chebukati. It was to happen at 3 p.m. It has been pushed to 4 p.m. But as you can see, folks here quietly waiting, filled up to the stairs and watching the coverage of this as the entire country is focusing on Bomas of Kenya, awaiting that decision, that announcement. We have seen the arrival of the Deputy President at the Bomas of Kenya. We have been training our cameras as well at the home of the former Prime Minister. He's yet to leave. But here in Kibra, they're keeping hope alive, and their eyes are on KTN News. It's the screen and channel of choice. Their KTN News channel election today as they follow the proceedings here. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, some context that for Raila Odinga, this is in fact his fifth stop at the presidency. And for the people here, they're saying they have provided a leader who has served as prime minister in the past, has held several ministerial positions. He was member of parliament for this region. Remember, before Kibra constituency came into being in 2013, it was under Langata constituency that he represented since 1993 to 2013. Now, one of the things when we're talking to some of the individuals here, they were saying in the past, when there's some of these events happening, you will find a lot of security deployment anticipating fracas or chaos. However, this time around, we have gone round the constituency, and so far, zero presence of police, of security here. However, it's a party outside. I want to show you. Just come with me. Asanteni sana kwa kuitikia tuongee hapa. So just come with me. We'll step out and you'll be able to see that outside this venue where everybody's standing by and watching, sorry sir, outside how it's looking. Again, folks are saying get on with it and announce the results. So this is Kamukunji, when you get out of that center. And these are the scenes here. A few people still outside as well, watching and monitoring. But down there you can see dozens, almost 100+ people that are gathered here. Earlier on when we spoke to them, they were saying they are waiting for that result. They've been marching to the Bomas of Kenya, although that is a no-go zone, the National Tallying Center. But they were saying they are waiting for that result to be called in their favor. And many of them saying they expect nothing less than that to be the case. However, their moods have not been dampened by the fact that the former Prime Minister is yet to arrive at the Bomas of Kenya, where that result, the presidential election result, is set to be announced. They are saying their expectation is that they will be successful. However, several others still going on with their business. You'll see omena there being sold. There's a lady here with some njugu, but majority of the youth are standing by. Even on the main road, Kasarani, most of the business they are shut down, but they say a whole country, and in fact many parts of the world, training their eyes on how this election is unfolding and the results. But important to note, because we've seen that in the past, even in other elections, you'd find heavy security deployment ahead of these kind of scenarios or situations, just in case. It could go either way. We don't know. It has been a neck-and-neck contest, a very tight race. And so, however, we've gone round and it's all peaceful, it's all good. So we'll keep vigil, we'll keep and stay put here and bring you updates from what residents residents here say is Raila Odinga's bedroom, that they've supported him over the years to the man in as far as the ballot and vote is concerned. And this fifth time round, they will be hoping he can be successful. And for his competitor, William Ruto, remember, he has won every election he has vied in and participated in. This is his first time running for president. So the stakes are high. They've also been witnessing the images and coming from different parts of the country, whether it's Kisumu or Eldoret. Every side still holds up until now that they are winning. But the beauty is that at some point, once Wafula Chebukati takes to the podium, a decision will be rendered. And the call across board is that that decision is accepted. And of course, if there's a contestation, then due process, which is clearly articulated in our laws, a presidential election petition, then becomes a route in which those who are aggrieved by the result pursue, as opposed to any other forms of violence. But for now, all good here. Excitement. Oh, and remember, maybe I could show you the railway. I don't know if it's too much of a walk. When we saw those scenes that was uprooted in the last election, and they were saying they hope never to have those scenes repeat. And we are right here next to that. Our picture may be a little bit shaky, but bear with us. This is live television. And so this is it, from this end all the way up to the other. And when those chaotic scenes then were witnessed, this is what we saw. However, today they are saying they are peaceful, they are hopeful, and that is a great place to begin, Sharon.
Cycle of what happens after election results are announced. And of course, we've seen this in Kibra, we've seen it in Kisumu, we've seen it in Rift Valley, where our reporters are with the citizens, of course, excited and hoping that their preferred candidate gets to clinch the winner of that presidential election, but also committed to not engage in any sort of violence. Also, of course, important to remember is that the international election observers have really given this poll a thumbs up in terms of how it has been conducted, and of course also in terms of how peaceful it has been, with only isolated cases of violence and malpractices reported. Let's go back to Bomas now. David Mudhoka is on standby to tell us more from a different corner of the Bomas of Kenya, to tell us exactly what is happening right there. And very good afternoon to you, David. Where exactly are you at the Bomas, and what is happening?
Well, good afternoon, Sharon, and I'm right outside the pavilion at the Bomas of Kenya, where presidential candidate number 3 to arrive at the Bomas of Kenya, and that is Deputy President William Ruto of the UDA party, walked into just a few minutes ago, and he was accompanied by his entire Kenya Kwanza entourage, just to mention but a few, the leaders who have accompanied him right here at the Bomas of Kenya ahead of that declaration of a winner. And a number of them include Nairobi Governor-elect, that is Johnson Sakaja. We have also seen Kapseret MP-elect Oscar Sudi. We have also spotted former Machakos gubernatorial candidate Johnston Muthama. We also saw Elgeyo Marakwet Senator-elect Kipchumba Murkomen, and a host of other leaders that are affiliated to the Kenya Kwanza coalition. We've also spotted Senator-elect Bungoma Moses Wetangula, and other Kenya Kwanza principals, including former Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua, who have accompanied DP William Ruto right here at the Bomas of Kenya. And not just the leaders alone have accompanied the DP. We have also spotted members of his family, actually close relatives, including his children, Charlene Ruto, Nick Ruto, including his mother as well, who are actually here. But the children have already left and have been directed to enter the auditorium that is just a stone throw distance from here, and where actually the entire action is taking place, and where actually we are set to see IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati, who is the returning officer for the presidential election, declare a winner in the race to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta. And just to paint to you the picture as it is right here at the pavilion, as you can see, there are security officers who have manned this pavilion where DP William Ruto and the leaders and his family members entered minutes ago. And as you can see, a number are already donned in security uniform, just here ensuring that there is security, and as well there are members or part of his protocol that are here. We tried to access the pavilion, maybe just to see closely and firsthand the reactions and the interactions right inside the pavilion, but of course we've been told to hold our horses right out here. But of course the Deputy President is here. Of course he arrived with such pomp and color, with the very we have seen in his campaigns, alongside his vehicle, his official vehicle that he goes on for official purposes and official duties, was the beast, the yellow green painted yellow beast that he has been hitting the campaign trail with. And so definitely that has been the pomp that has accompanied the DP William Ruto's arrival right here at the Bomas of Kenya. And so as you can see, we were expecting to see the IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati make the announcement at around 3 p.m. But of course, understandably, that particular declaration is set to be made from 4 p.m., which is just minutes away from now. And so definitely in no time, the DP will be expected to leave the pavilion when he is asked to leave here to head into the auditorium, where the IEBC is not only expected to declare a winner, but also declare and announce results from the remaining 28 constituencies that have so far not seen their results announced. But there is some activity here. We are seeing a number of vehicles actually accessing this particular pavilion. Of course, we'll be trying to find out what exactly is happening right here. And of course, definitely just to show our viewers what is actually taking place. Definitely, this is where the DP is holed up, accompanied by, we've also seen his wife, Rachel Ruto, who arrived right here alongside him. And definitely with beaming faces, smiles on their faces, and maybe hoping that the outcome of this presidential election will be into their favor. But of course, that is an answer that lies with IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, who has for some hours, we haven't even seen him away apart from the various IEBC commissioners who have been around here. We were able to spot Commissioner Justus Nyang'aya. We were also able to spot Commissioner Irene Masit, but Chebukati has not been around. And definitely a Solomonic moment awaits him, even as a bittersweet moment on the other side awaits the presidential candidates who are here and are waiting to know their fate in the presidential election. And definitely just earlier on, we were able to see the two other presidential candidates who arrived here before the DP, and that includes Agano Party leader David Mworia Wahiga, who just yesterday conceded defeat, and we were also able to spot that is Roots Party leader George Wajakoya, who arrived here, and they even went on to display a show of unity, shaking hands and lifting each other's hands in the full glare of the cameras, just definitely showing that they respect the pending outcome of this presidential election. And so we have our eyes here, we have our eyeballs trained here, and the camera lenses trained at this particular pavilion, where we do anticipate DP William Ruto to make his way out, head to the auditorium, signaling the start of the event in which IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati is set to announce the presidential election results.
Right. Thank you very much, David Mudoka, just painting to us the pictures and the feelings at the Bomas of Kenya as the entire country and indeed beyond awaits this very much anticipated announcement of the presidential election results. He has told us the people who are at the Bomas of Kenya at this point, of course, waiting for the arrival of the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya candidate Raila Odinga, unless he communicates otherwise. But any moment from now, 4 p.m. is just 3 minutes away. All eyes set on the Bomas of Kenya, awaiting that grand announcement this afternoon. And of course, Important to note that there is a lot of interest in this election beyond our borders, Kenya being a key hub, economic hub in the East African region, and we have the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi being the largest in Africa, and of course placed very conveniently in terms of geopolitics. So very important what happens today and the leadership that comes after here, particularly what the conduct of the country will be like from the political class and the wananchi as well. So it's great to see that Kenyans are saying that, you know what, this is our country, we can't ban it because we have nowhere else to go. So what everyone is waiting for right now is that election to be made, and then we know what is the way forward. And legally, constitutionally, what is the way forward? The way forward constitutionally is if we have a president-elect, clear winner of the presidential election, meaning that they've attained the 50% plus one vote, including the 25% vote in 24 counties. That makes up for over half of the counties in the country. Then that is a clear win. And of course, if this is contested, any candidate or citizen of this country can petition the results. And this must happen within 7 days after the declaration of the presidential election results. And if it is not contested, if there is no petition against what will be declared today, assuming that what is declared today is a clear win and not one that calls us to go for a re-election in the presidential poll, then what sets into space is that transitional process of handing over power to the next president. And there is a committee that is tasked with this role in the Constitution. That is the Assumption of the Office of the President Committee. And we saw that they already addressed the country last week with the head of public service, Joseph Kinyua, saying just on the day of election, actually, if I'm not wrong, that they are on standby to kickstart the transition process once the election results is declared by the IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati. And what will be their role then if we have a clear president elected this afternoon? Other than overseeing transitional issues and planning the swearing-in ceremony. And first of all, important to note that if we have a president-elect, then the inauguration date is deemed to be on the 14th day after the day of the declaration of the results, and it has to be on a Tuesday. So the Tuesday, 2 weeks after the declaration of the results. And of course, there's also a constitutional procedure of that, how this would be conducted. It would be a public holiday overseen by the Chief of Justice, and there are certain instruments of power that then would have to be transferred during this ceremony. And also there is a very particular time within which this has to happen, being 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. The time is set strictly between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. for the inauguration ceremony. So a lot that is really clearly stipulated in the Elections Act in terms of handover of power and having a new president take office, how that would happen. So we'll be looking at that. Of course, at this point, we can't say what scenario will come into play. There's various prescribed ways in which the country would have to take, depending on what the man of the hour, Wafula Chebukati, announces in any minute from now.
Natumaini najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso kwa vilio na huzuni. Tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani, hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Got one heart, you've only got one life to live. No matter who you are, you can go the whole world over. Every city has its dawn, but everybody living has one place where he was born. Mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You'll always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart. Got one childhood, and the memory that springs when you see your house, the tree you climbed, and all those precious things. The faces of the friends I had, the images that fall. When I close my eyes in the land I love, the land where I was born. My land is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You'll always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart.
Ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu. Pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Right, how incredible it is to listen to those patriotic songs at this point. Daima mimi Mkenya, just amazing. And right now I want to cross you over to our city studios. Fred Indibuli is on standby to continue with our broadcast.
Thank you, Sharon. And now more than 70 plus minutes after the initial announcement that was to be made at 3 p.m. Later postponed to 4 p.m. Now 11-12 minutes past that hour. We're still waiting for that big announcement. All Kenyans are eagerly waiting for that announcement to be made by the IEBC chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, declaring the results of the presidential election of August the 9th. Everything appears set. The Deputy President, William Ruto, is already at the Bomas of Kenya. We are still yet to establish the whereabouts of Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya presidential flag bearer, Raila Odinga. A lot of activity happening at the Bomas of Kenya. I'm still in studio with my panel, Ismas Mukua, Kevin Osido, Hesbon Willa, and Rafael Obonyo. And the anxiety is palpable. You can actually feel everywhere, watching on screen. The streets are clear. We're just waiting for that announcement. And surely this is not how elections should be. We should have a clear winner, Raphael.
Yeah.
So that people are still celebrating, both sides are celebrating.
Yeah.
That means even now, even past the hour when the announcement was to be made initially, we still are not sure where it is going.
Which makes it, quite tragic in the sense that if it's about arithmetics, by now we should have known what are the numbers and what are the numbers telling us in terms of who has won and who has lost. But remember also this is a political process, and so I'm sure political players need to be convinced or persuaded that the process was actually free, fair and credible. And by the process is not just voting. I think the issue of tallying, which perhaps is something they're trying to see. They're trying to agree if it did meet the threshold that had been sort of recommended by the Supreme Court ruling of 2017. But for sure, I think we shouldn't take Kenyans through this kind of anxiety, pain, and waiting. I think we've tested their patience too much. So if there's a way we can fast track, but also make sure that the declaration is made as soon as possible, I think it's extremely important.
But even blinking has become tedious. You don't want to miss anything. I was glued on the screens just to make sure you get every beat of the action. But surely, as Raphael says, should an election be this way? The wait for the declaration, hours and hours on end.
Well, I think this tension is not healthy. It's not healthy for our democracy. It's not healthy for Kenyans. Whether you are at Bomas, watching from home, or inside the studio like this, it doesn't look like it's healthy. The only interesting thing is that the folks at Bomas seem to be very indifferent. You read the emotions and you can't tell who is celebrating and who is not celebrating. I don't know whether that is good or bad, but it basically tells you that there's only one person who has an answer to this. And that stretches the limits of, how predictable are our processes, And does that unpredictable outcome have to come the way it's gonna come? We know ultimately there's only one winner. And I think guys outside there want either to celebrate or mask their wins.
And the sooner that happens,
the better. Because at the end of the day, we need closure to the whole process. The healing starts for the guys who shall have lost. And the pressing, all and sundry starts for the guys who win. And we move on as a country.
But now, Kevin, the issue of these results and the fact that Chebukati made the announcement that he would make the declaration at 3 p.m. That's the initial invitation, even to the media.
Correct.
Definitely for him to do that, he knew he had an announcement ready to be made.
Correct.
He postponed it to 4 p.m. What do you think this kind of tension really portends for our election going forward? Because so far the process has been quite transparent, and when you say, because he has said before that he will make the announcement during daytime.
Yeah.
Yes, but then now he's giving us promises, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. What should we expect next?
Fred, borrowing from 2017, because I was physically at Bomas when Raila Amolo Odinga came and when the then president-elect showed up at Bomas. When the limits are stretched to this extent, the clear indicator is that there could be a standoff. The only challenge is that as we even see the people who are seated there inside Bomas, it becomes quite difficult to tell what that particular standoff could be. But if you look at even the elections that took place at the county and the constituency level, the manner in which the winners and the losers were prepared, even up to the extent of their agents accepting to sign or not to sign, and what the IEBC, the ramifications of that with regards to acceptance of results until we submit the forms or give the form to the person who's been elected. Borrowing that and bringing it up to the level of the National Tallying Center and keeping Kenyans waiting this much, I dare say that probably there could be something seriously wrong. And takes me to what you are asking, which is purely about the preparedness within IEBC itself. I'm sure that by the time they were preparing the statements and also sharing information for people to come to Bomas, a lot of conversations could or should or may, one of those three, have taken place between the agents of the presidential candidates, because they've been camping at Bomas all this while, verifying and also having conversations. To the extent that we now have 3 presidential candidates at Bomas, because we are told that Professor Wajakoya is there, Bishop Mwaure is already there, and the deputy president who walked in style. 1 hour plus, I think, is quite unfortunate. And if you look at the streets of Nairobi today, and I guess maybe other cities and other towns as well, they are vacant. They have vacated. Offices have actually closed because today is a working day. In my view, and it takes me back to what I proposed, because in this election, we are going to have more than 14,218 losers out of the 16,100 candidates who are cleared by the IEBC. Of course, at the presidential level, there are going to be 3 losers. So Kenyans, beyond just getting prepared to wait for within the 7 days, because this was also a very tight race. There are elections where by the time you walk into a section and you walk out, you already know who is winning that particular election. But for Kenya elections 22, the kind of race that we have seen, right from the party primaries level to the campaigns, and now up to the point where we are expecting a president-elect, and insofar as either sides have already done their tallies, the Constitution declares that it is only the chair, and the returning officer of the National Tallying Center, who can be able to make that announcement. It leaves Kenyans wondering, what sort of election is this? What sort of democracy are we building? And that's why, for me, the proposal earlier on was digitize these processes. And with the digitization, even if it is upon the president, the chair of the IEBC to make that ultimate announcement, it becomes easy for people to know. Because this is a case where we even have disputes already. People are saying we have found people with the ballots that have been ticked, There are lots of challenges, and even up to now, it becomes quite difficult for us to be able to tell how the tallies are going. Of course, word is out there. Well, let me not say word is out there, but we can easily guess who probably would be carrying on this. So that particular aspect of leaving, we are guessing Raphael, because it's the chair of the commission that has to make that announcement. But leaving Kenyans or getting Kenyans up to the level of, closing down businesses, that nothing is happening. And you see, Fred, if we're not very careful with the kind of history that we have had in our elections, it becomes very challenging, because in the event that a candidate is declared and a certain part of the country is not happy, or certain people who voted for them are not happy, that wait still continues.
My understanding is that most Kenyans have left their offices or places of work because they're curious to follow the proceedings at the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya. But communication is key, and the IEBC has been blamed or accused of being poor in communicating, that probably even in civic education they did not do well. Is this a failure in terms of communication? Because even such a wait for such a huge announcement to be made is actually causing anxiety to the country. Someone should come out and say, yes, we'll wait a little bit longer because this and this is happening, don't you think?
I think what IEBC has done is a failure to manage expectations. When they sent out the alert that Mr. Chebukati is going to make the declaration at 3, one would have expected that they worked backwards, and they knew for a fact that is going to happen at 3 o'clock. And if there is a standoff, as Kevin seems to suggest, or if there is an issue as to why Chebukati cannot keep time, maybe he's waiting for a cup of coffee, or maybe he was having lunch, or he's just waiting for Raila Odinga to come, the lady in charge of public communications at IEBC should come and tell us that the chairman was to make a declaration at 3 o'clock for some unavoidable reasons, or even for avoidable reasons. Is not going to keep time. It's coming at 6 o'clock, so that we manage the tension or the anxiety. But just letting Kenyans stare at their TV sets or glued to the radio or online, I think is an act of contempt. That is an act of disrespect. They're disrespecting Kenyans, because they know everybody's waiting. I think the only people probably who are happy with this people who run hospitality facilities where clients are enjoying drinks and having more food as they wait. But I think IBC is treating Kenyans with the highest level of contempt.
Yes, because even the kind of celebrations we saw earlier, the singing and dancing at the Bomas of Kenya, it appears to have actually stopped or rather gone down. Why do you think this is? Because even them, they're getting tired.
Yeah, because the main item on the agenda, the program for the day, was the declaration of the winner. That's why people are there. The other things are good to keep people entertained, but I think the reason why people are there is just to for the purpose of declaration of the winner. And I think we've seen Kenya, for example, see that Chebukati should declare the winner, and then the choir can sing for so many days if they want. And so they're trying to say that let's prioritize what is important first. And I don't think it's helping Kenyans to delay the announcement of the winner, especially if the process has been to a large extent right. So I think IEBC should have kept to their promise that they are going to announce the winner at a particular time. But in the event that there are issues, I think Kenyans deserve some explanation, and so I think IEBC needs to come out through the chair or any other official to at least explain to Kenyans that what is happening, because that is also a way of enhancing, building confidence among Kenyans. Because when Kenyans are not sure what is happening, that is how tensions start building up. So there's need for communication also to Kenyans, so that they know how much longer should they wait, or why are they supposed to be to wait in the first place.
A few moments ago, we showed you a picture of journalists and their cameras with their lenses trained on the entrance into the Bomas of Kenya compound, perhaps indicative of expectation that someone or something will be arriving. And probably that's the delay that we do expect. Do you think that the expectation is that the other candidate, Raila Odinga, who's the only presidential candidate who's yet to make his way to the Bomas of Kenya, that he could be still be expected to arrive there?
Yeah, I guess the way the cameras are positioned, I think all Kenyans, are asking where is Baba, and at what point will he show up at Bomas of Kenya. So that expectation, I think the moment we see Baba arriving at Bomas, probably won't need anyone to communicate to us that the standoff has been sorted. But as you can see, it's a bit obvious that there has to be something that is happening that probably we don't understand. And I agree with Dismas that there's a sense in which communication has to be managed. Maybe what IEBC is doing is that they're managing it by keeping quiet. And our expectation is by the time they emerge to speak, they should be having a way forward. Because I can tell you where it has reached. I don't think it's easy to manage expectation by coming to tell us something that would still keep us waiting. But I think having said that, there's one thing we probably need to celebrate, yeah? Kenyans from all parts of this country seem to be very calm and collected. I mean, from the footages that we've seen in the media, everyone is worried because they're waiting for that declaration. But I think there's a sense in which we are seeing some maturity in the way people are waiting. There is no distraction, there is no unnecessary celebration. So there is that belief that IEBC and Wafula Chebukati is the ultimate authority. And our prayer is that even after the declaration, we'll see the same situation prevail. People will be celebrating, will celebrate in a way that is mature enough to demonstrate that they trust the process. But it is also important to note that this is not healthy. I mean, having all Kenyans glued on national TV for all these hours and still waiting, and we have no idea for how long we're going to wait, is not very interesting.
Yeah, but Kevin, if you look at social media, even up till now, the two teams are still convinced that each of them has separately won this election, which is also worrying to some extent. The fact that the IEBC opened up the portal and allowed access to any Kenyan who's able and has the resources to download and to tally the results. What does it say? Because Surely, if at all it is that clear and transparent, then whoever has been counting should know whether or not they truly won. But the fact that they seem convinced that both teams have won, there's a problem somewhere.
Precisely, and that's really part of the challenge with some of the reforms that are happening within IEBC. And they are indeed part of the lessons that we are learning. Because as we said earlier on, the IEBC was put to task to open up the servers of the results of 2017 elections. And that became a huge task. And so what mitigative measure IEBC, in my view, decided to put forward was to open up that server by putting Kenyans through the toil of going through a portal. So it would not be right to probably condemn whichever side as to their celebrations having been convinced that they have won, because the forms are there. Of course, it's such a tedious thing to do because we have tried.
Someone is definitely getting the numbers wrong.
Exactly, somebody. And you see, part of that is also what the presidential agents were supposed to be doing on the floor of Bomas. And remember that at some point 2 days ago, one of the chief presidential agents actually walked over a security breach to the microphone and announced to the nation that I wish to think, without paraphrasing, I wish to announce to the nation that Bomas of Kenya is now a crime scene. And by the time you get to that level, as a chief presidential agent, it means that there are serious concerns that are going on. At the level of the clerks and also the agents really have to do with the forms and communication to, with, and by the commissioners and indeed IEBC. So maybe you're also doing your tallies, but some of the errors that you are being informed about at Bomas, you are not taking them into account. Remember, Fred, that it is on the same floor that we also saw a gentleman being dragged by some of those politicians who are there. And within a very short time, Bomas was declared, a no-go zone for certain people. And the commission, I think, had to be very clear around who needs to be at Bomas. So in as much as the tallies have been done, it is only the commission, and unfortunately, it is the chair of the commission. The event that somebody walked in, God forbid, and I'm saying this with a lot of respect, and shot the chair of the commission, or just cut his hand, erroneously by a mistake or peradventure, accidentally, he probably slips off one of the staircases of Bomas, and what would that mean? So as much as Kenyans have tallied their own results, the constitution gives the commission chair as the returning officer of the National Talent Center that mandate. But in my view, we have to get to the level where life can still go on without necessarily putting Kenyans to this level. But remember again that politicians invest in what we are going through right now. There are people who are paid to pass the messages. There are people who are paid to download those forms. They were sitting on computers in some place, Those are resources that political parties and candidates are investing in the process. What therefore would be the reversal in terms of Kenyans walk up, they respected the privilege and the opportunity to go and vote. Why must we take them through this level? Must we also begin to ask ourselves, what amount of investment should we put in processes that therefore don't get Kenyans into this kind of thing?
I'm talking about processes because we can actually draw blocks onto the kind of processes from the handling of pre-election information, the handling of ballot material, the printing of ballot papers, the declaration of nominees, and all that before the election, come election day, and all that there has been criticism. There has also been applause towards the IEBC in its handling of those processes, including the transmission. But when it comes to this very final process, which is verification and tallying, and now the announcement, is where we're seeing the IEBC is dropping the ball. Do you agree?
Yes, there's a marketing concept called under-promise and over-deliver. So IEBC has failed on that because the communication has been like a pendulum, left, right. At some stage they get it right, they hit the high notes, and at some stage they don't even hit a single note. This is what is happening today. There needs to be consistency. It means that IEBC doesn't have best practices in total, that they keep on fluctuating. But going to the main issue is, why would IEBC tell us that it's all systems at 3 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock, the silence is too loud? you said there were people who had been dancing, their energy levels have gone low. Even maybe the performers, they are told to do 2 songs, they get paid for 2 songs and they take a walk. So probably everybody is tired. So in my view,
they've exhausted their songs list.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Or even maybe they need some energy drinks. Because they've been dancing from 11 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And there's a majority of the guys at Bomas. Now I'm beginning to wonder whether maybe even they have access to bathroom facilities, whether they have access to coffees and teas, because that all seemed to have serious challenges. In my view, as a matter of urgency, is for a responsible officer from IEBC to come and tell us what is happening. Mm-hmm. Now, if they create an information vacuum, mm-hmm. then the bloggers you've been talking about will start filling that vacuum with propaganda.
Okay. We now want to take you back to the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, for a briefing that's about to take place. Let's listen in.
Please. I am the National Chief Agent for Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, together with Martha Karua, Senior Counsel, and therefore I am the National Chief Agent for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. As you know, we had received an invitation that the announcement by the chairman of the IEBC of the results of the presidential results will come out today at 3 p.m. We have been waiting for that announcement, but before the announcement can be made, we as agents had been assured that we will be supplied with the Form 34C, which bears the results of that election. The chairman has been very evasive the whole day. He has been avoiding to meet us as agents. He has deliberately held himself incommunicado. We do not know where he is. We have every reason to believe that this is an extension of the irregularities that all Kenyans have witnessed in these elections. These have been the most mismanaged election, perhaps in our country's history. We have, as we speak right now, we do not know what the chairman is doing with those results. We have had concerns, particularly about the integrity of the IEBC technology and server. We have intelligence and reports that their system was penetrated and hacked, and that some of the IEBC officials actually committed electoral offenses, and some of them ought to have been arrested if they were not arrested. I think you will remember that I had earlier stated that Bomas of Kenya was a crime scene, and that was way before the results of this election came out. The reason that I said Bomas of Kenya was a crime scene is because as Kenyans were busy
ndege wako na mahali pa kuenda jioni, wanyama wa porini jua likitua pangoni, samaki wa majini wana makao baharini, wako mpangoni, na kuna Mkenya hana nyumba mahali na zile ziko hawezi kumudu, bei ghali analilia serikali.
There's a lot of activity happening at the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, and we can still continue to await that announcement. Of course, a lot is happening, but talking about the process, because should this really be dependent on the candidates at this point, that the IEBC towards the very end of this process, they're just waiting to make an announcement that it's still dependent on the candidates?
I think it should still be dependent on the candidates, because the tallying and the verification of the results has three key aspects. One is the administrative, which is largely IEBC looking at whether the Forms 34As that were transmitted tally with Forms 34As, physical copies that have been submitted, and just to ensure that their staff, the clerks, did a good job and that there are no errors. That is one bit. But there's also the political part of it, where IEBC needs to assure the political players that if you've won fairly. I mean, if you've lost fairly. If you've won fairly. So that political bit is extremely important, because you need these politicians, candidates actually, to assure the support bases that the process was free and
politicians
fair and
rarely agree on anything, let alone the results of an election.
And I think they need to be assured that truly the process was free and fair. And how do you do that? By, I mean, they had party agents who are part of the process. So throughout, you need to make sure that everything is open, get them involved at every stage of the process, listen to their concerns, and see ways of addressing their concerns, so that you build that confidence amongst them, but that also sort of translates to confidence amongst their supporters, because it just takes a political player saying that the process was not free and fair for things to turn another way. But then there's also the legal aspect, where this process has to meet constitutional requirements, other statutories that are in place, but most importantly, the 2017 Supreme Court ruling. But engaging the political players is just as much and just as important as ensuring that the process is right. Because if the political players who are involved feel like the process was unfair, then that can cause a lot of anxiety, but it can also translate into other negative incidences around.
For a process of this magnitude, of course, you can't miss one or two murmurs of dissatisfaction. So definitely it looks like, yes, a petition is in the offing, and definitely this process will still have to go through the legal process as well. But what do you think will be the basis of this? Because up until now, the parties have been using the same process to actually claim victory.
Well, I think it's much of a bigger problem than just this election and the process. I think from where I sit, you know, we can barely talk about the emotions of whatever happens. You go to the Supreme Court, then there is litigation, and then the next process. For me, I think the germane issue is, how do we ensure that in the next election we don't experience something like this? We don't have an anxious nation. We don't have, you know, a contested tallying process that is termed as a crime scene. We don't have a situation where information is flying all over social media from all quarters. You know, how do we make it less contestable? You know, that should be the germane question going forward. I know even after the 2017 general election, the ruling was very clear. But did we see anything done in our electoral process? I think there's a big gap in our electoral justice system. And that still comes back to the question of, in our democracy, is it the people who tally the votes who matter, or the voter? Mm-hmm. And I think the biggest problem with the fact that it may not necessarily be about the voter is that that is not an election issue. That is a service delivery issue. Because in a democracy, as it were, power is given by the led. So if the public is giving power, and there is perception by all and sundry, including those who are given power, that unless you get the will from the people through universal suffrage, then there is no other way of getting to power. What that does is it puts pressure on the people who are given power to deliver on the people. Because it is only through delivering on the people that the people will give you more power. And therefore, if you're not delivering, then the other political party that is outside power would work so hard to help the public understand that this is the political party you gave power. This is what they are doing or not doing that is in your interests. So that the public gets to understand what is going on. And in the next election, they vote for the right people. You know, without that clarity that the people giving power are the voters, I think anyone who wins in this kind of an environment where there is a lot of secrecy, where there's a lot of claims of irregularity, they don't have to do much because they know they can manipulate the system. So it is an electoral justice system that would guarantee the person who is voting as the ultimate authority on who becomes the governor.
Okay, yet the election process is one of those things that we really hoped to change or to improve or to perfect when we were working on a new constitution. There's so much legislation around the electoral process, up to the election date, how much time you can wait before you declare, at what point does the Supreme Court come in, what happens after this, and don't you think that we have over-legislated around the election, yet we are yet to resolve the problem, that we are still back at the same anxiety and we are still not sure what will happen after this?
That's correct, Fred. In fact, if you look at the kind of trajectory that you are giving us, that pathway, it is based on our experience. Remember that initially, it is only the president who knew the date of an election. It is the president who would prorogue parliament. It is the president who would appoint commissioners, including even the chair of the commission. And we remember the late Mr. Samuel Kivuitu of Electoral Commission of Kenya, who at some point, a point like this, actually told us, I do not know who won the election, and sent this country into some bits of history that I don't think any Kenyan wants to really be reminded of because of an election, and that's partly why we are here. And it moved over to the constitutional change processes, where then Kenyans said, for us to be able to have a definite date, let us legislate. Let's put a law that says that this is when we are going to have elections. And there are so many laws, including the IEBC Act, the Elections Act, the Constitution itself, from Articles 124 all the way to almost Article 140 to 147 of the Constitution that talks purely about governance and leadership, particularly issues revolving around elections. And there's a commitment by the Commission and the commissioners that you will actually serve on behalf of the people because they swore. They take an oath that then guides and directs how they engage. And IEBC has told us that for us, we are going to ensure that the elections are transparent, they are accountable, they are efficient, they are effective, and that they are also credible and verifiable. Now, when it gets to a point where Kenyans are being taken through a level where it becomes so difficult just to make an announcement, then it means that the preparatory stages, the steps that led us to even the levels of legislating elections have not properly been, that threshold has not been met. And to the extent that it has not been met, then Kenyans need to begin to ask the question, what is the value of an election? Because now we are concentrating on the national level because of the president-elect that we are hoping, but there are still pending issues. There are people who probably were declared and are pending petitions, where people are saying, I know you were declared, but I have issues. Some of them have already conceded and they've moved on. But then to get to a level where we legislate almost everything without necessarily looking at the lessons that we are learning. And sadly to say, so this particular commission, of course, Mr. Chebukati's term is also coming to a close end. Remember that they've faced in their term 2 petitions at the presidential level, 2013. What lessons did we learn at that level to strengthen gaps and issues that were challenges that were then raised? We moved on to 2017. What are the lessons that we learned? And the Elections Act requires the Commission also to undertake an audit of an election once one election ends and before they get into the next electoral cycle. in between there are audits that the commission actually undertakes. What kind of verdict has this particular commission gotten from the audit reports? And is there anything that we can be able to pick up even as we seek to build our systems and our processes?
Yet we cannot really dismiss the laws as ineffective, because to some extent the laws around the electoral process have really helped to iron out some of the issues that bedeviled the process before. But do you think that more laws, more legislation would remedy some of the things, some of the loopholes that we see now? Like, for example, what we're experiencing now, a wait with no end for a declaration?
Well, you know, as when you study leadership, they tell you two things in context. That systems are as good as people who manage the systems. So there's a very high chance that following the 2017 presidential petition, that IEBC has set up very good systems. But if the people managing the systems are not as good, then one of those variables is going to drop, and then you'll get into this kind of a crisis. The second thing is around stakeholder engagement and remaining alive to their sensitivities, so that every stakeholder feels that he or she is part of this process from A to Z, and they understand everything that is taking place. So when you're running this kind of a big event, you must be sure that every key personality understands those systems, so that there is clarity and there is no fog. It seems to me that on the last day, the road has been very clear, but now there's a bit of fog coming in, which is why we expect a responsible officer from IEBC to come and tell Kenyans what is happening. If there's a delay because Mr. Chebukati needs to have a cup of tea, or they need to sign on some dotted lines, they need to come and give us that information. As we said earlier on, their failure to give us information, to keep us posted of what is happening, is going to create a fertile ground, a fertile room for propaganda from bloggers from either of the two coalitions. So right now, I suspect they're doing press-ups and they want to fill that vacuum created by IEBC. So that's why, as a matter of urgency, IEBC must come out and offer clarity. And you see, if they don't do that, then in fact they're going to be a threat to our national stability. Because there are people, there are mischievous people, I suspect, who are just waiting for some level of tension, and then they engage in mischief. Yeah. So they must come up and do that immediately without any delay.
Okay, do you think, for example, that if we had legislation around the declaration of the presidential election result up to the minute, that it would, because we have such legislation when it comes to the swearing in of the president, for example, or the president-elect, that he has to be sworn in between 10 and 2 p.m., I think, on a certain date. Do you think that probably we should consider the same for the declaration of the election result? Because now we have the deadline of 7 days. If we should legislate around that declaration, people can go about their business and wait. We know it will be on Tuesday at 10 a.m.
It's on the 7th day after election at 10 o'clock.
I don't know to what extent we can legislate some of these things. I mean, of course, if we did not have a clear provision that states that results need to be announced, or the winner needs to be declared at least 7 days after the voting day, it's possible that this process could have even stretched much longer. But because there's a constitutional requirement, it's a constitutional requirement, and there's a constitutional provision that we need to declare the winner by the 7th day after voting, then that's why you see IEBC making every effort, or running left, right, and center to make sure that that is done before we get into the constitutional crisis. So there's a good, because we've become a country that perhaps we do not trust each other, and so we need to put everything on paper. But other than that, if it weren't for that, then some of these things will just be good practice, will just be a good habit, will just be something that we need to do because it has to be done. So but I'm not sure legislation would really solve many of these problems. Actually, we lock ourselves in every time we legislate everything.
Because the ideal situation would be that we expect that every Kenyan is of good manners, that we will have expectations and have those rational expectations met. But in the absence of these good manners, legislation does work.
Well, I think, the only thing about a good intention is that when you legislate it, then you can enforce. You see? So that's the thing. That's the farthest legislation can go, that you legislate so that you enforce. And to a large extent, you realize that Kenyans are learning. And I think good manners is inculcated slowly but surely. We've reached a point where legislation has brought us this far. Because there are things that are enforceable. Like, an electoral offense is a crime that is punishable through a judicial process. Has it deterred people from engaging in electoral malpractices? No. So people know that there is legislation to deal with us if we are involved in mischief. But they still do that. And I think it's a learning experience. And even from this election, I think one thing that I've kept saying is that we need to see in the public domain that any other person who was involved in anything that was untoward in the electoral process is dealt with and is seen to have been dealt with decisively to deter any instances of the same things happening in subsequent elections. But one thing Kenyans have to learn is that when you're given responsibility, there is a lot that you're called to do. And we must see that the people who are given responsibility are going out of their way to serve the interests of Kenyans. And if they are not, they should be punished. But I can tell you, the steps that we are making are very progressive and very encouraging. If you look at the trajectory that we've taken since the 2007-2008 post-election violence, Kenyans are becoming a lot more cautious of politicians who foment violence, politicians who deceive them, politicians who take advantage of the support that Kenyans are giving these politicians. Even after this election, there's a learning experience. There's a learning experience that Kenyans will pick from this. And I want to believe that that experience will be used to punish politicians who are involved in some of this mischief.
Yes, it is now 5 minutes to 5 p.m., close to 2 hours after the announcement was to be made. But on this discussion of whether good intentions are enough, definitely good intentions are not enough in this. Good manners are also not adequate. Do you agree that probably legislation would work in such instance?
I agree. The only challenge is that you really cannot legislate good manners. If somebody decides to do good, you do good without the necessity of a law. And if you decide to do bad, you want to do that bad, of course, with expectations that there are going to be consequences. And in this case, the commissioners and the chair of the commission knows that in the event that the processes are not properly done for the good of the people of the Republic of Kenya, there are going to be consequences. Unfortunately, Fred, we have failed to strengthen the accountability mechanisms to be able to deal with the consequences. Because if you look at this commission again and the manner in which they have engaged in elections in 2013 and also in 2017, it's more or less, it's easier to say that we accept and move on than ask the difficult questions, which we are not asking. Even most Kenyans, even those who blog and those who are now bothering us with statistics and probably trying to imagine what could be happening. Once the president-elect is announced, we more or less move on. We will not go back into asking, oh, by the way, there are 2 counties that have not had elections. Oh, by the way, there are 9 areas where they will be having by-elections in August 23rd. And the reasons as to why those processes were breached or those particular issues happened the way they were, the way they happened. So laws are there to, in my view, deter, and a lot of times also to be able to prevent certain things from happening. And this is a lesson that in the event that, if you look at, for instance, assumption of office, the committee, there is a law that prescribes its coming into force, the swearing in of governors. Even at the county level, there is a particular law that says this is when it is happening, between this time and this time. And that's how it's been happening since at least the second generation of county governments. And even 2013. And the judiciary even prepares a judge to be able to preside over that. And now they've also tabled and announced the judges that are going to preside over. And it's working positively. But if we get to to this level as a country where the chair of the commission has to be pushed by a law, I think it's a best practice, because if you look at some of the observation reports, and sadly, most of the international observers have already left the country. I wish they stayed to even look at what is happening and what Kenyans are being taken through. And they gave the commission a positive verdict, a green light, a positive element that you did the elections properly. The election was free, fair, transparent, of course, despite a few issues. Had they stayed to see what Kenyans are going through as we speak right now, I think they would have also provided proper recommendations. And one of them, I think, in my view as a Kenyan, because this has not happened before. In 2017, at least, it's happened up to late, around 8 p.m. in the evening. But this is a commission that issued a statement and said at 3 o'clock we are going to do it. It's almost 6 hours since that statement was done. Why are Kenyans being taken through this? So, Fred, if a law will be able to legislate how and when this is supposed to happen, why not? And I agonize with the candidates. I agonize particularly with Kenyans. But I think this depends from the candidates' perspective. We should now be probably seeing them trying to bring peace and calm by the handshakes that, of course, have given us a history as a country. Okay. But the place of those handshakes, I think this is where we probably want to push that Kenyans should not be taken through this kind of. Even the headline has changed from the president-elect is to the long way continues.
Definitely for now we wait.
The choir is back.
At least, yes, the choir at the Bomas of Kenya has been reactivated, at least for some entertainment relief, even as we continue waiting, because that kind of silence from that end was not very good. But Dismas, as Bonosido says, it appears it is time to reopen that conversation about constitution reform, to go and have a relook at the laws and the legislation that we have currently, because what we set out to remedy, we did not remedy completely, 100%. That's why we still have these problems. Do you think, as a country, that it's a bit too soon? 13 years after promulgating a new constitution, we need to go back and relook?
No, it's not so soon. You can promulgate a constitution today, and then you review it tomorrow, because the constitution is supposed to serve the citizens and not the converse. But it is a question about whether or not we need to legislate good manners. But I think we should consider legislating best practices. So maybe for the presidential elections, we can say that on the 7th day at 11 o'clock in a public place, the chairman of IEBC shall declare the results. So that he knows at a particular time is going to declare the results. And then it's accompanied by criminal penalties and the pecuniary penalties. That if you don't do this declaration, you'll go behind bars maybe for 2 years and you pay a fine equivalent to 5 years' salary that we've been earning at the commission. You know, something like that. So that there is a predictability. And this comes from that theory in the West they call the good chap theory. People used to assume that when you occupy a position of honor like this, high office, you will embrace best practices and ensure that everything you do is aligned to national and public interest, and you treat stakeholders with disrespect. It's now, sorry, with respect. It's now obvious that the chairman is treating Kenyans with disrespect. And not just Kenyans, because I understand in that auditorium there are many ambassadors, the diplomats, the high commissioners, folks from the international agencies who have been sitting from 10 o'clock in the morning. So they just seated there, they're yawning. I don't know whether the room has got sufficient ventilation. I don't know whether they've got access to bathroom facilities. Given the security, you know, you can move out of the auditorium, but you don't find your way back. No, these are very serious issues. Yeah, you may move out, but you don't find your way back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know whether they've been given energy drinks.
No, but let's get an update from Bomas of Kenya. Ken Mijungu is there. Ken, kindly update us on what is happening there, even as we continue with this very long wait. Ken, kindly update us on what is happening. Ken Mijungu, good evening. We need an update from the Bomas of Kenya on what exactly is happening there. We are all glued to the screens. Kindly update us.
Right now what's happening, there's a lot of singing and dancing. The mood of the people just being right now, again, being lightened a bit. Because there's been sort of a stalemate here from what we understand. Now that it's not been officially communicated, we can only report what we hear from sources, Fred. And what we hear from sources is earlier on around 2:30 when an announcement was made at the plenary for the agents of the four presidential candidates to report to a private room just behind where the commissioners will sit. We are told they were mandated to sign the Form 34C, which makes it a legal document. That's the only time it becomes a legal document, and that's the only time it can be used to declare the election. So, Fred, we understand that the agents declined to sign Form 34C, although there's been a press conference where I have also heard to the contrary from Azimio that perhaps they have not seen the Form 34C. So, from the outset, Frontman likes this to report that what we're saying is what we're hearing as grapevine here, but it's right, so it gives a little credence to the fact that it could be true. So after refusing to sign the Form 34C, then the IEBC cannot move forward and declare this result, because the only time it becomes a legal document that can be used to declare results is when it has been ratified by the agents in this election. That's the form. Chief agent for Professor Wajakoya, Dr. Maure, and of course Mr. Maure, and of course Raila Odinga and William Ruto. That's the time it becomes legal document that can be used to declare the results of the presidential election. Without that, Fred, it's impossible to sign it. So a few minutes ago, so Ledama Olekina, the sitting senator in Narok County, moved to the podium, picked the microphone, in just sort of he wanted to make an announcement. But again, this is a controlled environment now because all those public speaking items have been switched off. So he was not able to say whatever he wanted to say. Right now, we also see the section where Azimio have been sitting is blank, which means most of the Azimio elected leaders and party leaders have left for a meeting. So that's essentially what we can see from where we're standing, Fred. And of course, now it's just about the choirs and people trying to lighten their mood and get back to probably celebratory mood. But essentially, I think Kenyans are still anxious. As much as the anxiety outside there is palpable, in here it's even greater because this crowd is made up of elected leaders, Fred, and they're obviously anxious to know who is winning. So as I mentioned earlier on about an hour ago, the opinions in here are divided also, Fred. We have several people who are saying the election has been won by the Kenya Kwanza side, others who are saying it's been won by the Azimio side, others who are saying it's a stalemate and it's a runoff, and Article 138 of the Constitution, specifically Section 5 of it, will apply. So there's a lot of things here that are being said, Fred. Until the first lady thinks, we don't know. But we don't even know where that lady is. So we don't know where the first lady is. In this circumstance, the chairman of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. So the fact remains until he comes and makes a formal announcement, it's impossible to know how this election turned out. We don't know the numbers. Basically, we don't know anything. We also understand William Ruto is still within the building, within the premises, but Raila Odinga is yet to come here. Wajakoya is here, and Maure is also here. So, Fred, basically, we are watazamaji, wapenzi watazamaji. We are just watching also and waiting. You might think because we are at the Bomas, we have the vantage. No. What is happening outside, unless you see it on the screens, we can't even know what's happening outside. So, Fred, that's where we are with this. Earlier on, that meeting, Ledama Olekina grabbing a mic, trying to speak. But apart from that, it's the mood is essentially anxious, and there's a lot of passion, there's a lot of emotions also. Both teams are eager, you can see, it's palpable, you can feel it. And everyone is asking questions, you wonder who knows what. So, Fred, yes, that's where we are with this from Bowman.
Tushangilie, eko jamhuri, eko jamhuri.
Thank you, Ken. Ken Mijungu there updating us from the Bomas of Kenya National Tiling Center on what exactly is happening there. And according to reports, the issue appears to be with that Form 34C that according to sources, the agents representing the political parties have declined to sign. Well, that is still yet to be clarified, to be verified. So yet we cannot really confirm if that is what is happening there, but definitely a lot is happening. Party leaders who are present there walking up and about, some of them have already left the auditorium. The singing and dancing continues meanwhile, and even as we do that, Kenyans continue waiting. So the issue of, and I remember I asked you this question before, Raphael, whether or not it really should be left to political parties and their agents to determine whether or not a declaration of an election result can be made. Should that be the way?
Remember, Chebukati is the returning officer of the National Tiling Center, and for those results to not necessarily be declared, but agents have a role. Agents have to sign in and say, look, whatever has been indicated on these papers, on these forms are actually, we agree with whatever have been generated or indicated in the papers. But obviously, just like it is at the polling station and also at the constituency level, it is the declaration of does not necessarily require that an agent sign. The returning officer can take note that an agent has refused to sign, but he will still declare the result. So that if you have any issues with the result, then that will be a matter that can be contested, not at the commission's level, but be addressed maybe through the courts of law. But I think obviously what Chebukati has to do is to assure both parties and to ensure that both parties are satisfied with the result, and assure the parties that the process was free and fair, and that the results that are being declared has to be agreed by both parties. And by that I mean the party agent, the agents that are there, are supposed to actually sign on and say, look, we agree that whatever is being, because without that, then we'll have one side of the divide complaining and raising tension.
But at what cost to the rest of the country? That party agents are refusing to sign or to agree with the result, that the country can be kept waiting for this long?
But I think the cost is massive because nothing is happening. The economy probably is suffering and will continue suffering until, the president is declared and people move on with the economic activities. And that tells you that this is not something that we need to experience again. In the last election it happened. No electoral justice was effected. No electoral justice, legislative framework was effected to guarantee that it doesn't happen again. And one expects that, moving forward, there has to be something, that will remedy this kind of a situation. You'd understand why agents would have a standoff and why agents would demand,
at any level.
At any level, a serious accountability. It is because politicians and their supporters invest heavily in the political process. And I wouldn't imagine that there's any one single politician who would cause a standoff if they believe in the process. I mean, we've seen it at different levels where politicians who've lost have conceded defeat. Therefore, we cannot just sit back and say that if there's a standoff, things are okay and the loser is a sole loser. We need to be a lot more interrogative and a lot more open on what occasions such standoff and what exactly can be done to ensure that the entire process and the role of agents is fairly clear. At what point does an agent have the wherewithal to cause this kind of a standoff? And at what point does the Electoral Commission have a leeway, and a legal underpinning to move on, even if there's a standoff?
Yes, because, Bonosido, this process provides for the opportunity to seek legal redress if at all you find that one of the parties feels enfranchised or feels that there was an irregularity or illegality in the entire process. Therefore, what is the importance or necessity of waiting for everyone to agree before declaring election results?
That's based on the kind of past that we have had, especially electoral reform and electoral justice issues, where you invest very heavily, including even emotions, and for the case of Kenya, even lives of people, because we know of individuals who lost their lives in 2017 because of an election, beginning with Mr. Musando, and Kenyans are still asking, who killed Musando because of elections? Baby Pendo, you know. There are people who still remember the electoral process of Kenya as a very significant, but also a very insignificant event to get involved in, which therefore presents the case of verifiability of the election and the transparent element of our elections, which is partly why the agents need to agree. And in the event that there is no agreement, then that needs to be noted. That yes, we have seen these documents, but as agents from this party, we do not accept them, and so we will not sign. And those issues need to be noted, because the Electoral Commission officials have what is called a poll day diary, poll station diary, a PSD, where they record every event that is taking place, including things that the interventions they are taking, matters that are beyond them. In some of the stations where we observed, they even had to make, the PO had to make calls to the RO to allow more agents into the room because they had limits, particularly around the infrastructure. And you see, the law requires that agents are, but you are a commission that has prepared a small room where now you cannot even have enough space for voters to walk in through and cast their votes. What do you do? And the agents have to be there because they have to be identified, they have to be part and parcel of that process to ensure that it is transparent and it is also verifiable. So to the extent, especially the level where we have gotten into dialogue, mediation, the role of the religious leaders, and you remember that Kenya now, we have put in place the National Mediation Council, whose co-chairs are the chair of the IEBC and the Archbishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya. It will be important for us to begin to ask ourselves, where then do we draw the line between the process and the political aspects of this? Because, Fred, this is a political process. You cannot ignore the agents because they have been put there through their political parties or their coalitions, and they are also supposed to indicate what they are doing. Probably there is no mechanism, which is part of what we have been saying from many, many months ago, that IEBC needs to provide a communication mechanism where people who are aggrieved can be able to reach out and share. When you see people coming before press conferences, as we saw, and also as Ken Mijungo is telling us, it means that there is no strong mechanism, a model of redress, where then they can be able to walk in and share their frustrations. So it is quite unfortunate that we've gotten to this level, but the aspects of verifiability, transparency, and indeed the accountability for an electoral process for Kenyans to feel that this is a process that we have a lot of confidence in. The agents have to be given that, because remember that they're agents from different political parties, and the way in which we saw the tallies, which also we wrote to the commission actually, when the chair of the commission indicated that we have opened a portal for anybody within the process to have their own tallies. We wrote to the commission and we said this is going to be a problem, because part of the problems we had in 2013 and also in 2017 and even in 2007 was because parties were coming up and saying these are our results. The presiding officer in the station that you read the wrong results because we had agents and this is what they read. So these are issues, there are gaps that we had already anticipated earlier on through different mechanisms. We've communicated to the commission. In my view, and I still hold that view, was wrong to open up the tally for anybody, because that's partly why there could be a standoff, because you arrive here with your own results and then you say the results of the commission are not our results. We're not going to sign them. So it's quite unfortunate.
A few moments ago, we've seen a number of religious leaders from different faiths walking into the tallying center at the Bomas of Kenya. Probably an indication that something could be happening in the next few minutes. We do anticipate that probably it could be that big announcement that we've all been waiting for, because they've sat right behind where the commissioners are supposed to sit. None of the commissioners is present yet, and once we see them, then we'll be certain that at least there will be some communication, including possibly the declaration of results. But this issue of what we were discussing, the matter of laws, issue of the process, what do you have to say about this now?
Fred, indeed Kenyans are very peculiar. 2017 elections, people demanded for accountability, transparency, and they said, open the server. We want to see information. You don't need to keep us in the cover of darkness. Now, all of a sudden, my friend Kevin Osido is saying, wait a minute, having this information on the portal is probably a mistake. Why would he consider it to be a mistake if it's a process, a strategy to enhance transparency? Now, if you do your tallying, and then another person does his tallying, and another person does the tallying, and then the tallies do not harmonize, then you can actually get a few guys with PhDs in maths or statistics, or students with
a new calculator.
With a calculator, and just do the tallying. So in my view, the fact that different parties to this election are coming up with different tallies does not mean that it was wrong to create this portal. We need this portal. We need, this enhancing transparency. Can you imagine what would be happening now if the portal was not open? Because right now, if there's any dispute, using your mobile phone, using any gadget, you'll access the information. And Kevin has got the alacrity to say that was a bad move and they are protesting it. So I think Kenyans are peculiar. But now talking about the law, because Kenyans, majority of our public leaders have abandoned this good sharp theory that they're supposed to embrace best practices, behave in the interest of our nation, we need now to enforce so many pieces of legislation so that there is no loophole at all. Mm-hmm. And then also earlier on, Raphael had indicated that the agents must be satisfied. In my view, well, it's important for them to be satisfied, but if one is unhappy, then they cannot blackmail the entire nation. Mm-hmm. The chairman should go ahead and declare the results and indicate these are the reservations from various parties. He goes ahead, he declares. If somebody has got issues, then they make their way to the Supreme Court. Kenyans will not go to bed tonight knowing one of the parties is going to the Supreme Court, then creating this suspense. Now, this suspense is very bad for national security because it gives mischievous bloggers, mischievous propagandists, people engaged in toxic politics. They're about to be given a blank sheet. They're about to be given a blank check where they can start engaging in a lot of mischief.
Okay. Yes, Kevin.
I just wanted to rebut on what my good Dismas is saying. Part of the tallies that are coming from some of these analysts, including even the professors of mathematics that he's talking about.
And statistics.
And statisticians, These tallies are taking into account even constituencies where an election has not taken place. For example, we know that you will have 290 elected members. So if you present a tally that gives us half of these numbers, maybe 143 on one side, and then the balance on the other, without taking into account the people of Kacheliba constituency have not had an election for an MP. Mm-hmm. The people of Pokot South, the people of Rongai in Nakuru, the people of, those are the constituencies because the others are now MCS, those three. Mm-hmm. And then you present tallies that include even constituencies where the people respectfully have not had an election. That tally is erroneous. It is not factual. It is not correct. And that is the advantage that most of these things that we are seeing, the kind of numbers that we are seeing online are attending. Number two, remember the Supreme Court petition of 2018 went further and asked for verifiability. To the extent that I remember the Deputy Chief Justice was even asking the IEBC lawyers, can you prove that the form that the petitioners have is the same form that the commission has, And it was a big duel, a big struggle for the commission, and that's where the conversation around verifiability, that the seal, our form looks like this, it has to have these features, and Kenyans moved 5 years on with the IEBC promising to put security features on forms, which have been put. But you see, it becomes difficult to defend or to convince an agent at the level of what we are seeing at Bomas, where you only sit on a table and you wait for photocopies to be brought to you. So yes, it is a good practice to have an opportunity to strengthen transparency. But I believe that the manner in which we did it, where we open up the portal, even IEBC has a back end. Before these things get into the portal, remember they are loaded on the KIMS, and then there is a back end which receives them first before they go to the public portal. You know what is happening at the back end, you see. So as much as, yes, we open up all these issues, but I think we need to move further and ask ourselves, what are we aiming to cure? Because if we were aiming to cure the problem which we have right now, because an agent will only refuse to, because they have gone through trainings, they have they've had meetings with IEBC. We attended some of those meetings as observers and part of the trainings. There has to be a mechanism, even as much as we aren't, but lessons learned from past experiences. What are those lessons, and what is it that you want to cure out of these challenges?
Yet the results announced at the polling station are final.
I mean, definitely, and that's why IBC has at the National Tallying Center, there's very little they can do to change the results. They are just required to take note of any anomalies that are there, but they can't change it. And it is good that we have the law states that whatever is announced at the polling station is final, because that way there is very little room for manipulation. Remember, before we had that Supreme Court ruling, and that is Mainakia is also results would be announced at the polling stations, but by the time they arrive at the tallying centers, the figures that were announced at the polling station would be different from the ones that are being announced at the tallying station. And that's why the law did actually, the courts did pronounce themselves on the matter, and which is a good thing in terms of enhancing transparency. But having said that, I think, yes, we need to keep providing access, like Osido has said, to some of these facilities, including portal, but it is also very important that we have clear guidelines on how to utilize some of these, the data and the information that we are getting from portal, and how the penalties for people who misuse that information, because people have also misused that information, and then we end up with misinformation and disinformation, which causes more confusion and more tension amongst the people. So I would say we are making progress, maybe not at the pace that we need it. Remember, last time it was even more difficult to get to this level. At this time, we've gotten to the level where it's perhaps what is meaning a declaration of the results. And truly, it cannot be a smooth sailing. And so even if there is a standoff, it does not necessarily mean that there is something totally wrong. So I think it just goes to show is an issue that is being resolved, and like I said, all parties need to be satisfied that the process was free and fair, and whichever concerns they had have been taken care of. So I think, for me, I think, and I see the chair is coming in, so there is likelihood that the chair is going to go ahead and make the declaration.
Yes, finally, the commissioners, including the chairperson of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, have made the way into the...
Okay. As you can see, we are part of the commissioners in the IEBC. We have conducted the 2022 general election, and we have ensured that we have improved the standards, and we have ensured that we have consistently communicated what is happening. We have partnered with all stakeholders, and we'll say it for a fact that as the Commission, we have done a good job. But some things need to be put out there. As you can see, the four of us, we are here, not at Bomas of Kenya, where the result is going to be announced, because of the opaque nature of how this phase has been handled. We therefore cannot take ownership on the results that is going to be announced. However, we have an open door that people can go to court, and because of the same, we urge Kenyans to be peaceful, because the rule of the law is going to prevail. Thank you.
What's happening?
I said because of the opaque nature of this last phase of the general election, and we are not able to take ownership of the results that will be announced. We are going to give a comprehensive statement, but this is from us, the four of us, and again, we urge Kenyans to keep calm. There is an open door that people can go to court, and the rule of law is going to prevail. Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner.
Some of the forms 34A have not been verified by the Azimio team.
What is not happening?
Can you clarify on that?
We have said. Have you just come?
Commissioner. Commissioner.
A recap, because we are not going to take questions. Agreed. We will give a comprehensive detail of today's. I have said.
When is that likely to be?
They want a recap. There are people who missed. Yes. We are saying we have upped the standards of election in this country. We have, step by step, faced the challenges that have been there. At the same time, we have ensured that things are running despite everything else. Now, we are not at Bomas of Kenya because we cannot take ownership of the results that is going to be announced because of the opaque nature which these results have been handled. We'll give details of this opaque nature very soon.
Yeah, so that address coming from the Serena Hotel here in Nairobi, a big surprise, shock, as a clear division is coming out there from the IEBC commissioners. 4 of them having, left the Bomas of Kenya, addressing the media from the Serena Hotel, saying that they do not wish to enjoin themselves in the final phase. That is the announcement of the presidential election results that's about to take place at the Bomas of Kenya. We see that the presidential election returning officer, Wafula Chebukati, has already arrived at the Bomas of Kenya, then presuming that the announcement should proceed as the commission had earlier announced, but of course noting that the 4 commissioners who have chosen not to enjoin themselves in this phase, quoting their Cherera saying that there was an opaque nature in how the final phase was handled. She hasn't been clear in exactly how opaque, what was not open to all the commissioners. She has not been clear on that. She was clear that she's not taking questions, but that she will give a statement a little later on. Of course, this particular event happening right now, this development, just shocking many Kenyans, if not all of us, know and saw this one coming. But we are still training our eyes at the Bomas of Kenya, where the announcement is set to be made. Of course, you can already anticipate that this announcement by a section of the IEBC commissioners, of course, sending the whole process into disarray. What will it mean? A lot of questions to get from, to set to legal experts. But of course, there are legal mechanisms that have been provided in the Constitution of anybody who contests the presidential election results can go through and seek legal redress. This is very clear in the Constitution. Commissioner Cherera there also saying the same, asking Kenyans to remain peaceful because there is a legal procedure that is set out that we anticipate whoever then is not agreeing with what is going to be announced any moment from now, then can follow that particular procedure. And of course, more questions than answers right now. And of course, for all of us, even as we on the newsroom continue to get information of what exactly is the bone of contention. All that has been said by the 4 commissioners who have, set out saying they're not participating is that the last phase was opaque. What was opaque? What was not put on the table? What did the other commissioners, see that they did not? These are questions that we will be seeking to have answered. But it appears that the process continues at the Bomas of Kenya. So many guests seem to have left. We know for sure that some diplomats and some ambassadors have already left the Bomas of Kenya. Remember, the initial announcement was to be made at 3 p.m. That was then moved to 4 p.m. And until now, that hasn't happened. We see a lot happening there, a bit of chaos at the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, understandably following what has just happened, the IEBC not standing together in this very critical moment of announcing the results of the presidential election, a very critical development right there. But it seems not to be stopping the announcement anyway. So all Kenyans are curious as to whom will be announced by Wafula Chebukati as the 5th President of Kenya, as by the form that he will be having there, Form 34D, which is the official certificate that will be issued to the president-elect. And of course, important to see how this will happen. To remember, as in the Constitution, whoever will contest or whoever is not content with the election results, the presidential election results, as will be announced by the National Returning Officer for the presidential election, then has 7 days to file a petition at the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court will have 14 days to deliberate on this issue and give an announcement, give a ruling by the 14th day after that particular petition is heard. And important to also note that if this is the direction that will be taken by whoever will seek, obviously now it is becoming clear that the results are contested, that then they will have to follow that, and the rule, the decision by the Supreme Court will be final. So we are waiting to see the bone of contention. What is it? Who is going to file a petition? Is anyone going to file a petition? And what will this look like playing out at the Supreme Court? What are the particular issues that they will have to canvass that then would either challenge the credibility of the presidential election or uphold it as valid? And constitutionally, if the Supreme Court then upholds the election results as valid, then they will have there will be 7 days constitutionally for whoever then is upheld at that time to be declared president and sworn into office. And if they nullify the presidential election, that is the Supreme Court, then the country will have 60 days to go back into the presidential elections. Dear viewers, all this are unfolding as we see right now at the Bomas of Kenya. A little bit of confusion. Actually, I can't say that it's a little bit. Obviously, a big announcement right there, throwing a lot of things into disarray, but waiting to see what that announcement will be like. Even the commissioners who are addressing the press from the Serena also urging Kenyans, while there has been a contention that has been put forward, that everyone must maintain peace because there is a legal process to challenge the election if this be the way that those who contest it choose to go. So pictures coming to you right there from the Bomas of Kenya. Can see the men in blue there trying to retain order and security at the Bomas of Kenya. And we know that Azimio La Umoja, one Kenya presidential candidate, Raila Odinga, never made it to the Bomas of Kenya. And the Azimio leaders also left. A number, if not all, of the Azimio leaders also left the Bomas of Kenya, so seemingly not participating in the announcement. So we're still waiting to see. Wafula Chebukati is in the building there. We saw him. He has tight security. He had not been seen since morning. No one knows at this point because he's just appeared where he has been, and of course he has been under tight security, understandably, because of the nature of his job at this point. His job is the one that all Kenyans are looking at right now. So he's at the Bomas of Kenya. Will he be announcing the results as they know it now is the big question, but we wait to see what is coming from there as this is developing, as I've said, right in front of all of us as we watch it. Right, indeed, breaking news right there. 4 IEBC commissioners separating themselves from what will be announced at the Bomas of Kenya, saying that what happened at this last phase before the announcement is opaque. They do not want to associate with themselves with the announcement that is set to be made of the presidential election results. My colleague Zubeida Kome is right at the heart of it all from the Bomas of Kenya and now joins us to tell us exactly what is happening. Zubeda, labda tueleze nini inaendelea kule Bomas wakati huu?
Shukran sana Sharon. Hali ya sintofahamu imepata kushuhudiwa dakika chache zilizopita na kuwalazimu maafisa wa polisi kuingilia kati kuweza kutuliza hali. Purukushani hiyo imesababisha hali kuvurugika katika ukumbi huu. Tuna dakika chache zilizokuwa zimepita tulimuona mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati pamoja na afisa mkuu mtendaji wa IEBC Marjan wakiwa wameandamana kuingia ukumbini humu, na nadhani walikuwa tayari kutangaza matokeo, lakini sintofahamu ikaibuka baada ya wanasiasa wengine kuingia pale ukumbini, mahala ambapo walitakiwa kutangazia yale matokeo ya uchaguzi, na kulazimisha shughuli hiyo kukatizwa na mwenyekiti wa IEBC na makamishna wengine kuondolewa kutoka ukumbini humu baada ya usalama kuhatarika katika ukumbi huu. Tumeona vile vile viongozi wengine wa Azimio la Umoja wakiondolewa ndani ya ukumbi huu baada ya upande mwingine kusema kwamba waondolewe. Sasa hivi utulivu umeanza kurejea, lakini ilikuwa si hali muda mfupi uliopita. Wamerusha vitu, wakarusha meza na kuwalazimu wale maafisa walinda usalama kuingilia kati kuweza kuwanusuru wale makamishna wa IEBC ambao walikuwa wameingia katika ukumbi huu. Na hata kabla ya shughuli hiyo kufanyika, tulitarajia kwamba naibu rais William Ruto angeingia ukumbini. Familia yake ilikuwa tayari imefika, mamake mzazi alikuwa hapa na wanawe wakisubiri yale matokeo. Lakini sasa hivi dakika chache zilizopita tunaona wakiondolewa ndani ya ukumbi. Sasa hivi naona viongozi wa kidini ambao walikuwa wameingia na kuondolewa, na waona wachache wakiingia ndani ya ukumbi huu. Naona viongozi mbalimbali na maafisa wa ulinda usalama bado wanajaribu kudhibiti hali katika maeneo ambako naibu rais na makamishna walikuwa wakiingilia. Namuona pale Musalia Mudavadi, kiongozi wa ANC. Dakika chache zilizopita nimemuona Moses Wetangula wa Ford Kenya. Vile vile nimemuona spika wa bunge la taifa Justin Muturi. Wamekuwa ndani humo eneo ambako makamishna wamekuwa wakiketi, na wanaona tayari washaanza kuingia. Awali nilikuwa nimemuona vile vile kiongozi mpeperusha bendera wa Agano Party Waihika Mwaure yuko upande ule mwingine pamoja na Profesa Wajakoya. Walikuwa tayari washaingia ndani ya ukumbi huu. Ni hali tu ya kujaribu kudhibiti hali tayari kwa matangazo hayo, ukiwa bado kuna sintofahamu na migawanyiko kuhusu matokeo ya urais ambayo yalitarajiwa kutangazwa. Naona tayari washaanza kutengeneza jukwaa. Tunasubiri kuona endapo mwenyekiti wa IEBC atarejea ukumbini humu apate kutangaza matokeo. Lakini hali ya usalama kufikia sasa imeweza kudhibitiwa, si vile ambapo imekuwa dakika chache zilizopita ambapo ilikuwa mgoni ponye kwa kila mmoja akijaribu kutoroka kutoka ukumbini humo. Baadhi ya viongozi wa Azimio wameondoka ukumbini humo. Nilikuwa nimewaona kadhaa, lakini sasa hivi hawamo, na tunatumai kwamba wataweza kurejea, na wakirejea tutaweza kumpasha mwanahabari watazamaji wetu kuwapasha na kinachoendelea. Lakini kuna baadhi ya maeneo bunge ambayo hayakuwa yametangazwa awali, na tulitarajia kwamba IEBC kabla ya kumtangaza mshindi na rais mteule katika kinyang'anyiro hiki angetueleza kuhusu matokeo kutoka takriban maeneo bunge 28 hivi ambayo hayakuwa yametangazwa awali. Na tunasubiri kwa hamu kupata kudhibia endapo wataweza kupata fursa ama endapo watatangaza yale matokeo. Naona viongozi wa kidini tayari washaketi, kumaanisha kwamba usalama umeweza kudhibitiwa. Mtazamaji, unapofahamu kwamba kulingana na katiba tume ya IEBC na takriban siku 7 kuweza kutangaza matokeo ya urais, muda ambao unatarajiwa kukamilika hapo kesho, na nadhani ndio sababu IEBC wakaamua kutangaza matokeo hayo hii leo. Na kulingana na katiba, yeyote ambaye hajaridhika matokeo ambayo yanatangazwa na IEBC kuna hiari ya kuelekea mahakamani kuweza
kuwasilisha malalamiko mahakamani. Nadhani naibu rais William Ruto tayari yuko tayari, naibu rais anaingia ukumbini sasa hivi, na tunatarajia kwamba vile vile mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati ataingia. Naona pia wanawe naibu rais vile vile wameandamana naye sako kwa bako, ndio huyo ameingia ukumbini. Sasa hivi tunasubiri mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati vile vile apate kuingia. Namwona pale kiongozi wa Ford Kenya Moses Wetangula vile vile, na kwa hivyo tunasubiri tu kupata matokeo kutoka kwa IEBC kuhusiana na kura ambayo imeandaliwa siku ya Jumanne wiki hii.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
1 2 2 2 2 2 check 1 2.
This is the moment Kenya has been waiting for. The nation has been anxious, but we want to urge all Kenyans, let us now put our anxiety aside. The Bible says the end of a matter is better than the beginning. We want to urge the country to remain united. We have families to look after, an economy to grow, children who will go back to school. We want our nation back. Let us all pray together. Heavenly Father, here we stand before you as the nation of Kenya. We have always seen your hand of mercy, looking after us, watching after us. Even when we push ourselves to the brink, you always know how to lift us up. Lord, we want to ask you that you'll guide the nation of Kenya today as we are going to hear the announcement of the process that has always been on. And Lord, when we hear the outcome, our prayer is that you'll keep this nation united. You'll make us find our being and love one another and care for each other, for we all belong together. None of us is going to go anywhere. We will remain to support each other and grow this country. We commit, oh God, all those who have been leading us to you in their various formation, that you will bless them. And as the election has come to a conclusion, we know there are those who have lost. Lord, we ask that you will help them as they come to terms. And even those who have won, Lord, help them to be magnanimous in their winning and embrace everybody. For they have been given an opportunity to lead those who voted for them and those who did not vote for them. So, Lord, bind us together with cords of love that cannot be broken. Enable us, O God, to emerge out of this, shake off our dust, and march on and build this great nation. Lord, for the exercise ahead of us, we commit the chair and the commissioners before you, and all of us gathered in this room, that your will prevails, your presence overwhelms us, and this nation, O God, will not go to the drain because you reign. This is our prayer in the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Good evening. We have walked the journey of ensuring that Kenyans get a free, fair, and credible election. It's not been an easy journey. Right now, 2 of my commissioners and the CEO are injured. And of course, they're being treated. We have staff who have been profiled. There's a staff returning officer in Bakassi West who disappeared while on duty. We have staff who have been arbitrarily arrested for no reasons. We don't know where they are. Some from this National Tallying Center. But we have a constitutional duty to perform. And that's why I stand before you today, despite intimidation, harassment, I took an oath of office to serve this country. And I've done my duty in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of the land. And I feel proud that I've been given this opportunity to serve Kenyans. This, of course, will be my last election to preside over. And for those who will come, we have prepared for you what the Constitution envisaged from us, an independent electoral commission. So I just want to thank the staff of IEBC, the soldiers who braved insults, harassment, and delivered right from the constituencies to the counties and up to the National Tallying Center. I want to thank stakeholders, state and non-state stakeholders who have worked with us on this journey, and more particularly the members of the diplomatic community and the religious leaders who have been keeping vigil at this center for the last 3 days. They have been here throughout, 24 hours a day. So Kenyans came out and voted on the 9th of August, and these are the results of what the will of the Kenyan people reflects. These results are in the public portal. The same results which I'm reading here are the ones in the public portal. So there were 4 presidential candidates. These are the aggregated results. Odinga Raila, total valid votes, 6,942,930. And this represents 48.85% of the votes garnered, and then he achieved a number of counties the candidate attained with at least 25% of the total valid votes cast is 34 counties. Ruto William Samoei, number of valid votes, 7 million. Thank you. 7,176,141. This represents 50.49%. And he achieved the minimum number of 39 counties at 25%. Waihika David Maure, number of valid votes in figures 31,987. That represents 0.23%. Number of counties with a minimum of 25%, 0. Washakoya George Luchiri, 61,969. Those are valid votes. Percentage of votes cast 0.44%, and number of counties with a minimum of 25% attained, 0. So, in accordance with the law, the Constitution and the law, I, Wafula Chebukati, Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of day of August 2022. And I'll proceed to sign the certificate. I invite the President-elect to come forward and receive his certificate.
Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka isiyoegemea upande wowote, inayodumisha demokrasi Kenya. Kura yako ni siku zako za usoni, chagua uongozi utajivunia. IEBC, jihusishe na upige kura. IEBC, mwananchi mzalendo. IEBC ni tume huru.
And of course, the president-elect had a running mate. Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy president-elect. Thank you. I invite the president-elect to make his remarks. And thank you, Kenyans, for having a peaceful election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners present, Your Lordships, the Bishops, and members of the clergy in the Republic of Kenya, my good deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, distinguished members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, led by Chairman Wafula Chebukati, fellow countrymen and women, good evening. It is a wonderful evening, and I want to thank God that we are here this evening to witness this momentous occasion as the people of Kenya restate what is in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, that all sovereign power belong to the people of Kenya. I want to thank God for getting us to this point. I want to thank God that today we have concluded this election. I know that there were predictions that I won't get to the ballot. There were predictions that we won't get here. But because there is a God in heaven, we are here. And I want to, in a very special way, say and confess that without God, we wouldn't have been here. My gratitude also goes to the people of Kenya, the millions who listened to us, the millions who participated in our campaigns peacefully, the millions who turned up to vote for us on 9th of August, and the millions who have waited patiently until this announcement has been made. Specifically, I want to thank my fellow countrymen and women because we have raised the bar in this election. Jointly, we have raised the bar. This election was much about the issues than the ethnic configurations that have always informed our elections. Gratitude goes to the millions of Kenyans who refused to be boxed into tribal cocoons. I am a very proud Kenyan this evening that the people of Kenya have raised the bar on us who are seeking leadership in our country. Not to sell our ethnicities, but to sell our programs our manifestos, our agenda, and our plan. Let me also say right at the start that in here and in this election, there are no losers. The people of Kenya have won because we have raised the political bar. I want to say that the people of Kenya, led by the 14 million who turned up to vote, are the biggest winners. The hero of this election is the IEBC, led by Wafula Chebukati. I say this with conviction that the IEBC amazed all of us. With the results in the public portal, all the servers were open. And everybody, all you needed is a simple calculator, and you would have the results. I want to congratulate the IEBC for raising the bar. And I want to say, without fear of any contradiction, that one Wafula Chebukati is our hero. Soft-spoken, but firm. And I want to tell you, Mr. Chairman, we are very proud that without informing any one of us, you put all the results from all the polling stations on a public portal where any Kenyan could access. That became the game changer in this election. Let me also, at this point in time, thank our partners, the religious leaders, who were part of this process right from the beginning. For the first time, we saw religious leaders spend time at this Starling Center and prayed for this process. I am sure their prayers will not be in vain. I also want to thank our development partners, our diplomatic community, and all the observers who came in their thousands to be part and parcel of the process right from almost 2 weeks ago to its conclusion in this auditorium. To all of them, I tell them the people of Kenya are eternally grateful that you took your time, valuable time, to watch over this process so that the right thing can happen. I want to thank my worthy competitor, the Honorable Raila Odinga, for a campaign that we all dwelled on issues and we tried to sell an agenda to the people of Kenya. I want to promise that I will work with all elected leaders and all leaders in Kenya so that we can fashion a country that leaves nobody behind. What the people of Kenya have done, they have assigned us responsibilities. There will be those of us who will be in the executive, but there will be those of us who will oversee what we do in the executive. Both responsibilities in government and in the opposition are important for the people of Kenya. I want to promise the people of Kenya that I will run a transparent, open, democratic government. And I will work with the opposition to the extent that they provide oversight over my administration. Let me also, at this point in time, acknowledge my boss, the President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who has worked with me over the last 10 years in various forms. And I want to commit to the people of Kenya that I will build on the foundation that President Kenyatta and I put together and take this country to the next level. I want to promise all the people of Kenya, whichever way they voted, that this will be their government. I know many are wondering, especially those who have done many things against us. I want to tell them that they have nothing to fear. There is no room. There is nothing. There is no room for vengeance. There is no room for looking back. We are looking into the future. I am acutely aware that our country is at a stage where we need all hands on deck to move it forward. We do not have the luxury to look back. We do not have the luxury to point fingers. We do not have the luxury to apportion blame. We must close ranks and work together for a functioning, democratic, prosperous Kenya. I want to thank the members of my team, starting with my wife and family. And many other prayer warriors in Kenya. And I want to confess that I have been prayed into victory. It is not our effort. And my team knows. We were working against the odds, many odds at that, but I must confess that it is God who brought us this victory. I do not want to mention the many people, many friends who have been part and parcel of this journey. Many people have paid huge sacrifices for us to get here. I want to promise them that their sacrifice will not be in vain. I and my team and I will work very hard to make sure that we don't let the sacrifices made by many Kenyans, we don't let them down. I am very confident that this country will come together and we can move forward as one united, democratic, and prosperous country. I want to ask our religious leaders from across Kenya to pray for us and to pray for the unity and prosperity of our country. I will not want to say more than that because I will be making other statements in the course of time. But let me say to all of you, thank you very much for being here this evening to witness this very historic, democratic occasion that moves our country to the next level. And let me thank my very able deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, for the sacrifice and the commitment he has demonstrated and the hard work he has put in, together with all our teams, Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Otangula, JB Muturi, Mr. Mutua, Amazon Kingi, and all. Let me not go down that route because I will disappoint some people, because that list is very long, especially the men and women, members of parliament who were elected with us in Jubilee. And they have paid a heavy price for us to get here. Ladies and gentlemen, waheshimiwa, let me say, I owe you. You are great people. The sacrifices you made, withstanding the many incidences of blackmail and threats, I want to tell you, you have earned your place in the history of Kenya, because today we're going to form a government together to serve the people of Kenya. So with those many remarks, let me say to all the people of Kenya, I give you my word that I will work hard to make sure that this nation moves to the next level, is united and is prosperous. Asanteni sana.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Na ukipenda Kenya, ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. mtu mwenye kutenda haki, mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha, kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Wenzangu, Kenya Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi.
Indeed, 15th of August 2022 becomes a historic day as Kenya has its 5th president-elect officially announced by the Presidential Election Returning Officer and the IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati. William Samoei Ruto, who was flying the UDA ticket, has been announced winner of the 2022 elections, set to be the 5th president of Kenya if this is not contested. Ruto won by 7,176,141 votes, making a cumulative of 50.49% of the valid presidential votes. Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya ticket garnered 6,942,930 votes, which make up 48.85% of the valid votes cast. We also have Wahiga Maure, who garnered 31,987, making 0.23% of the valid votes cast, and Wajakoya garnering 61,969 votes, 0.44% of the votes. So William Ruto is the 5th president-elect as announced by Wafula Chebukati. And in his address, the president-elect saying that it is the people of Kenya who have won this election, promising that Kenyans, whichever way they voted, this is their government. These were the words of William Samoei Ruto, who has just given an address after accepting his certificate of election as president, as he emerged the winner of that very hotly contested presidential election. And we can see from pictures reaching us across the country, various parts of the country are in celebration right now. We have pictures from Eldoret, and Sugoi, Kapsabet, Nyeri, just a lot of people there in celebration. And of course, we'll be seeing also getting pictures from other parts of the country. We also have our team stationed in Raila Odinga's strongholds in Kisumu and Bondo, just to find out how his supporters have received the announcement as we wait to see how this proceeds. Remember, earlier on, just moments before Wafula Chebukati made the announcement announcing the results of the presidential election, 4 IEBC commissioners had just made an address at the Serena Hotel here in Nairobi, distancing themselves from this announcement that has been made by Wafula Chebukati, and of course noting that there are legal mechanisms set in the Constitution of Kenya that allow for anybody contesting the vote as has been announced to take. And also all of those premises and timelines are already prescribed in law. So waiting to see how that develops from the side of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. Of course, they were not at the Bomas of Kenya for this decision, for this announcement rather, as it was being made. And we saw Wafula Chebukati earlier, just before he made the declaration, saying that they have faced a lot of challenges as the IEBC, noting that he himself has been under pressure, has been, there has been issues of safety for him and for IEBC officials as well. Not going into details right there, and particularly what he said that he was thankful that he was able to meet the constitutional mandate that he has as the returning officer for the presidential poll, despite intimidation and harassment, is exactly the words that IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati said earlier on. So exactly the nature of this is yet to be known. It is seeming that there's a lot of things that are unfolding. But let me cross you over now to the Bomas of Kenya. My colleague Zubeda Kome is on standby to bring us more details from there. Zubeda, sijui kunaendeleaje huko katika ukumbi ya Bomas wakati huu?
Na mtazamaji, tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas, ambapo dakika chache zilizopita mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati ameweza kutangaza kwa taifa matokeo ya uchaguzi ulioandaliwa siku ya Jumanne wiki hii, na kumtangaza William Ruto wa UDA chini ya mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza kuwa rais mteule katika uchaguzi ulioandaliwa kwa kura 7,176,141, na Raila Odinga wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya wa pili kwa kura 6,942,930. William Ruto ametangazwa kuwa rais mteule kwa kupata uungwaji mkono wa zaidi ya 25% ya kura kutoka kaunti 39, na kinara wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga akapata uungwaji mkono kutoka asilimia 48.85 ya kura kutoka kaunti 34. Mtazamaji, unapofahamu kulingana na mahitaji ya kikatiba, yeyote kutangazwa rais mteule ni lazima afikie mahitaji ya kikatiba ambayo ni kupata uungwaji mkono wa asilimia 25 kutoka kwa baadhi ya kaunti ambazo ni kaunti 24. Na ndio sababu William Ruto wa UDA akatangazwa kuwa rais mteule. Watatu wamekuwa ni Profesa Wajakoya wa Roots Party ambaye amepata uungwaji mkono wa takriban asilimia 0.44 na hakupata uungwaji mkono na kutimiza lile hitaji la kikatiba la asilimia 25 kutoka kaunti yoyote. Na vile vile Wahiga Mwaura amekuwa wa 4 katika kinyang'anyiro hiki kwa kupata uungwaji mkono wa asilimia 0.23 ya uungwaji mkono, japo hajaweza kutimiza yale mahitaji ya kikatiba ya kupata uungwaji mkono kutoka zaidi ya kaunti 25. Mtazamaji, ndio taarifa za hivi punde Na vile vile baadaye tukamsikia kabla ya kutangaza matokeo hayo, Wafula Chebukati mwenyekiti wa IEBC akasema japo kama makamishna wa IEBC wamepokea vitisho na kushurutishwa, wamesema kwamba ni lazima watimize ule wajibu wao wa kikatiba, ndio sababu akajitokeza kuweza kutangaza matokeo hayo. Tunajua dakika chache kabla ya kuingia ukumbini kutangaza matokeo hayo, ilibidi aondolewe ukumbini na maafisa wa usalama baada ya vurugu kuzuka ndani ya ukumbi huu na kuwekwa mahali salama, na baadaye utulivu uliporejea ndio akarejeshwa humu ndani kuweza kutangaza yale matokeo. Rais mteule William Samoei Ruto alipochukua usukani baada ya kutangazwa kuwa mshindi, amesema yeye pamoja na mgombea mwenza wake au naibu rais, makamu wa rais mteule Rigathi Gachagua, amesema kwamba wataunda serikali ambayo itatimiza wajibu wa Kenya, ambayo itakuwa na uwazi, ambayo itazingatia usawa na ambayo itakuza demokrasia. Akisema kwamba lazima katika kila uchaguzi kuwe na washindi, na upande mwingine kutakuwa na upande wa upinzani ambao ameurai kwamba uweze kuwajibika katika kuhakikisha kwamba serikali yake inawajibika na kutimiza mahitaji yote ya Wakenya. Amesema kwamba atazidi kushirikiana na kila mmoja bila kumwacha yeyote nyuma. Viongozi wote amesema atawaleta pamoja katika kuhakikisha kwamba kuna hali ya usalama, utulivu na amani nchini Kenya. Na vile vile akatoa wito kwa viongozi wa kidini kuombea taifa ili kuona kwamba kuna utulivu, kuna amani katika siku zijazo. Amesema hata kuwa na kinyongo na yeyote, hasa wale waliowakosoa ama wale ambao amesema waliwatendea maovu. Amesema hata kuwa na kinyongo na yeyote, ataleta kila mmoja katika meza lake katika kujenga serikali na taifa ambayo itatimiza umoja na usawa kwa kila mmoja. Vile vile ametangaza kwamba anamshukuru rais anayeondoka Uhuru Kenyatta, akisema kwamba kwa ile misingi walioweka katika takriban miaka 10 waliokuwa mamlakani, atazidi kujenga ile misingi katika kutimiza ahadi zote ambazo wamezitoa kwa Wakenya. Mtazamaji, kwa mujibu wa katiba ilivyo sasa, baada ya rais mteule kutangazwa, kuna takriban muda wa siku 7 kwa yeyote ambaye hajaridhika kwenda mahakamani katika mahakama ya upeo kuwasilisha malalamiko yake. Kuna muda wa takriban siku 7, kisha mahakama ya upeo itakuwa na takriban muda wa siku 14 kusikiza kesi ambazo zitawasilishwa katika mahakama hiyo. Endapo mahakama haitaridhika na uamuzi ambao umetolewa na IEBC baada ya siku 14, na endapo watabatili matokeo ya kura namna ilivyoshuhudiwa mwaka 2017, uchaguzi mwingine utaandaliwa katika takriban siku 60. Na endapo mahakama ya upeo itashikilia uamuzi ambao umetolewa na IEBC, basi yule ambaye ni rais mteule ambaye kwa sasa ni William Samoei Ruto ataapishwa baada ya takriban siku 7. Na endapo hakuna yeyote ataenda mahakamani baada ya uamuzi ambao umetolewa hii leo, rais mteule William Samoei Ruto atatangazwa kuwa rais, ataapishwa kuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya baada ya takriban siku 14. Mtazamaji, ndio mahitaji ya kikatiba yaliyowekwa, na tunasubiri kuona kitakachofuata kuanzia hii leo, endapo kuna yeyote atakayeenda mahakamani katika muda wa siku 7 zijazo. Lakini ni kuarifu tu kwa sasa hali ya utulivu imerejea. Awali, kutokana na ile vurugu iliyoshuhudiwa, viongozi kutoka mrengo wa Azimio wa Kenya waliondoka na wengine kulazimishwa kuondoka kutoka kwenye ukumbi huu, kumaanisha kwamba baadhi ya wale ambao wamekuwa ndani ya ukumbi huu ni kutoka mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Na kwa hivyo tutazidi kufuatilia kuona kitakachojiri baada ya sasa, kwa sababu hali ya usalama ilipovurugika awali, tuliona ilibidi maafisa walinda usalama kuingilia kati kuweza kudhibiti hali. Na ilivyo sasa, kando na wanahabari na wasanii ambao wanatutumbuiza, hakuna wengine ambao wako ndani ya ukumbi huu, kila mmoja ameondoka, na tunazidi kufuatilia taarifa hii kwa kina hata zaidi. Lakini kwa sasa, mtazamaji, ni kwamba William Samoei Ruto ametangaza kuwa rais mteule baada ya kupata asilimia 50.49 ya uungwaji mkono kutoka kaunti 39, ambalo ni mojawapo ya mahitaji ya kikatiba. Bado IEBC haijatangaza asilimia wa kupiga kura waliojitokeza kushiriki kura hii, kwa sababu Wafula Chebukati tu ametangaza matokeo ya wale wagombea 4 wa urais. Bado tunazidi kufuatilia kujua ni Wakenya wangapi ambao walishiriki kura hii. kura ngapi ziliharibika. Kuna zile yale maeneo bunge zaidi ya 20 ambayo hatukuwa tumepokea matokeo. Bado tutazidi kufuatilia. William Ruto pale akimpongeza Wafula Chebukati na tume zima ya IEBC akisema kwamba wametimiza mengi ambayo wengi hawakutarajia, ikiwemo kuhakikisha uchaguzi huu ni wa wazi kwa kuweka zile fomu ambazo zilitumika katika kuamua mshindi kwenye mtandao ambao kila Mkenya angeingia na kupata matokeo yale na kupiga hesabu zake, wakisema ni kitu ambacho wengi hawakutarajia na ni kitu ambacho kimethibitisha na kudhihirishia taifa kwamba IEBC imeandaa uchaguzi ambao ni wa huru na wa haki, akimtaja Wafula Chebukati kuwa shujaa katika kinyang'anyiro hiki. Wafula Chebukati akisema yeye sasa ndio uchaguzi wake wa mwisho, anaondoka, lakini anaondoka akiwa ameweka misingi ambayo itakuwa ni thabiti na kumwezesha yule atakayechukua usukani baada yake kwamba anapata misingi thabiti ya kuendesha shughuli nzima ya kusimamia uchaguzi nchini Kenya. Kuna yule afisa mmoja kutoka Embakasi, afisa msimamizi wa kituo cha kupigia kura Embakasi, ambaye alitoweka. Amemtaja tu kuwa mmoja kati ya wale maafisa wa IEBC ambao wamepokea vitisho. Bado hajatupatia ripoti kuhusu endapo amepatikana au la, lakini amesema baadhi yao waliweza kupokea vitisho na kusumbuliwa katika kinyang'anyiro hiki, lakini akasema kwamba ni lazima uchaguzi huu anaondoka akiwa anajivunia kwamba ametimiza wajibu wake aliotwikwa kama mwenyekiti wa IEBC. Mtazamaji, kufikia sasa ni hayo tu ambayo tunayo kwa sasa. Hali ya utulivu bado inashuhudiwa, kila mmoja ameondoka. Sasa hivi ni wanahabari, watumbuizaji na maafisa wa usalama ambao wako ndani ya ukumbi huu. Bado tutazidi kufuatilia na kukueleza na mengi zaidi pindi taarifa zaidi zitakapochipuka. Kwako studio.
Na asante sana Zubeda. Na mbali na Bomas tunaona kuna shamra na bashasha sehemu mingi tu nchini, and we'll be crossing live just to see how the reception of this news has been in various places of this country. At this point,
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Remember the champions of the football season? Well, forget them. Forget this. And that. And forget these guys in those jerseys. Because a brand new football season is about to kick off with over 7 leagues and cup competitions, plus a World Cup. GoTV is bringing you bigger, better football. Stay connected to GoTV for the best seat in the house to non-stop football action. GoTV. Love it.
So guys, I'm heading to the street to find out what Kenyans have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word. Let's go.
Marafiki. Pamoja. Undugu yani.
Upendo.
Ukulima.
Bidii. Chakula. Amani.
Redo. Watanero. Utamaduni.
Utalii.
Mungu. Moyo kwange.
Magical. Hera.
Great.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Sheng. Mboka.
Madrid.
Sherehe. Sports.
KOD.
Fantastic.
How ni maoni ya Wakenya kwenye street now to you? What do you have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word?
Have you upgraded your ETR? Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Fellow Kenyans, as we transition into a new political leadership, we must remember that our real enemies are poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a weak economy. Our diversity and differences in opinion are never our enemies. They are our strength. Resolving our differences should lead us to the path of tolerance, social dialogue, and peace. Kenya is greater than any one of us, and future generations are counting on us to pass on to them a better, united, and thriving country than was entrusted to us by our forefathers. I am Jacqueline Mugo, Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Kenya Employers, and we stand for peace. How about you? Will you stand for peace?
Remember the champions of the football season? Well, forget them. Forget this. And that. And forget these guys in those jerseys. Because a brand new football season is about to kick off with over 7 leagues and cup competitions, plus a World Cup. GoTV is bringing you bigger, better football. Stay connected to GoTV for the best seat in the house to non-stop football action. GoTV. Love it.
So guys, I'm heading to the street to find out what Kenyans have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word. Let's go.
Marafiki pamoja. Undugu yani.
Upendo.
Form. Ukulima. Bidii.
Chakula. Amani.
Redo. Watanero. Utamaduni.
Utalii.
Mungu. Moyo kwange.
Magical. Hera.
Great. Awesome. Beautiful.
Sheng. Mboka.
Madrid.
Sherehe. Sports.
KOT.
Fantastic.
How ni maoni ya Wakenya kwenye street now? To you, what do you have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word?
TV inakuletea season mpya na itakuwa bigger and better kuliko season yoyote ingine. Jinyakulie decoder ya Go TV yani mwezi mmoja wa Go TV Plus kwa shilingi 1299 na ujitayarishe watch bigger better football. Go TV, love it.
Oh, you made me so proud today. I'll never forget the day you got accepted. Remember how you just jumped in right away and gave it everything? It was so inspiring, especially for your little brother. And now I can watch him follow his dreams.
TV inakuletea season mpya na itakuwa bigger and better kuliko season yoyote ingine. Jinyakulie decoder ya Go TV yani mwezi mmoja wa Go TV Plus kwa shilingi 1299 na ujitayarishe watch bigger better football. Go TV, love it.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Moja kwa moja kutoka makao makuu ya kampuni ya Standard Group hapa jijini Nairobi. Mtazamaji, ni saa 1:05 saa za Afrika ya Mashariki, wakati ambapo tunakutana tena hapa kupitia taarifa ambazo tuko nazo siku hii ya leo, na cha mno zaidi ni taarifa kuhusiana na tangazo ambalo limetolewa dakika chache zilizopita na mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini IEBC, ambaye amemtangaza William Ruto kuwa mshindi kwenye uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022 kwa kupata kura 7,176,000 141, ikiwa ni asilimia 50.49 ya kura zilizopigwa, akifuatiwa na Raila Odinga ambaye alipata kura 6,942,930, hii ikiwa ni asilimia 48.85 ya kura zote zilizopigwa. Mtazamaji, tutakuletea taarifa ama matangazo haya kwa njia ya moja kwa moja, na cha mno zaidi tunaangazia kinachoendelea sehemu za mashinani, ambako baadhi ya wanahabari wenzangu bado wako katika maeneo hayo. Kutoka katika kaunti ya Mombasa pale tutakuwa naye Saada Hassan, kutoka katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu bila shaka tuko na mwanahabari mwenzangu ambaye tuko naye hivi sasa ni Elvis Kosgei ambaye yuko maeneo ya Sugoi, huku mjini Eldoret pale Moses Wahisi bila shaka akiwa maeneo hayo. Moja kwa moja basi tunaanza na mwanahabari mwenzangu Elvis Kosgei. Kama ulivyomuona hapo, yuko katika sehemu ya Sugoi pale ambako ndiko nyumbani kwa aliyekuwa naibu wa rais William Ruto ambaye ndio rais mteule jioni ya leo. Nadhani unanipata vema Elvis Kosgei.
Hapa ili labda kutoa shamra baada ya naibu wa rais William Ruto kutangazwa kuwa naibu rais mteule, hasa baada ya kutangazwa na mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Wafula Chebukati. Na kama unavyoona ni mbwembwe tu, waje wakazi wanafurahia kabisa. Wanasema kwamba mmoja wao ambaye ametangazwa rasmi na Wafula Chebukati atakuwa anapeperusha bendera ya kijiji hiki. Hawa ni wakazi tu ambao wametoka maeneo mbalimbali ambapo wamekutana hapa kwa makazi rasmi ya naibu wa rais William Ruto. Natakuwa nikiongea tu na baadhi yao wasema jinsi wanavyosikia, wanasikia wanakuta nani. Orani bye bye. Orani bye bye. Wanakuta nani, unasikiaje? Azungumza kaka, wanakuta nani?
Kwa majina ni Tilawen. Hapa maeneo ya Sugoi tuko na furaha ambayo haina kifani. Unapoona watu vile wamefurika hivi sasa, tuko na furaha. Na Mungu ni mwema siku zote. Na tunasema ni asante, ni kwa neema ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Sisi tuko na furaha sana. Na mubarikiwe.
Hata niongea na mama anakuta nani wajisikia?
Kwa majina naitwa Sally Kituru, mimi ni coordinator UDA coordinator, na tunafurahi sana siku hii ya leo kwa ushindi wa naibu wa rais wetu ambaye ametushindia leo kitu.
Asante sana. Wacha nisikie maoni kwa mama anakuta nani?
Naitwa Beryl, tunasikia vizuri hapa Sugoi. Naitwa Beryl Mayo. Tunasema asante sana kwa uchaguzi uliofanywa.
Asante sana. Anakuita nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Steven Rotich. Naomba tu amani peke yake Sugoi hapa.
Amani peke yake. Anakuita nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Veronica Tarus. Nafurahi sana siku ya leo. Naambia watu wa Kenya tufurahi na tushangilie na tumuombe Mungu usiku na mchana.
Asante sana. Anakuita nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Lydia Goethe. Natoka Murgorilis village ya Deputy President. Tuko na furaha leo kwa siku ya leo tukisherehekea sana.
Anakuita nani?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Silas Saram, na sisi kama watu hapa Sugoi tumefurahia sana kumuona Ruto wetu akiwa the fifth, akiwa president. Sisi watu wa hapa Rift Valley tuko na furaha sana tele tukiona hivi na tumetumisha amani.
Asante sana. Anakuita nani? Unajisikiaje siku leo? Anakuita nani?
Nani? Dominic Mali. Hapa sasa ni Sajin natoka Emirati sema Ruto TV.
Kelele na furaha hizo ambazo zipo katika eneo la Sugoi pale mjini ambako ndiko chimbuko la rais mteule William Ruto, ikiashiria kwamba ni furaha tele ambayo imewajaa baadhi ya wenyeji ambao wako maeneo hayo, ikiwa sasa ni wakati wa usiku, lakini wamejitokeza kwa wingi kuendelea kufurahia ushindi huu. Tukiwa bado katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, wacha nikupeleke katika mji wa Eldoret ambako mwanahabari mwenzangu Wahisi bila shaka anatupata vema kwa sasa akiwa maeneo hayo. Tuelezee kaka, hali ikoje huko na wenyeji wamejitokeza vipi kupokea ushindi huu?
Ali Manzu na kueleza ni shamra hapa tu. Wakazi wa mji wa Eldoret katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu wanapiga densi, wanasema kuwa rais ambaye ameteuliwa ni William Samoei Ruto na ni Ruto the fifth. Na katika ile tu hali ya kusherekea, najua utapata kuona ni wengi sana wamepata kujitokeza. na watu nakwambia hapo walijitokeza tangia majira ya saa 3 mchana na wamezidi kuwa katika kaunti hii, katika eneo hii, katika mji wa Eldoret, na kwa vyovyote vile hivi sasa ni ile shughuli tu ya sherehe. Kuna wengi sana ambao wamesema leo hawatalala, na unasikia wanamuimba wanakubaliwa kwa sababu huyo ndio rais ambaye amechaguliwa na ni mbabe ambaye hawa watu wa Uasin Gishu walimpigia kura kwa wingi tena sana. Niruhusu nizungumze na wawili watatu. Ndaanza na wewe. Umekuja by the way na vishasha sana, uko live katika KTN News. Watu wengi sana wanakutazama. Kwa hiyo mnajihisi vipi kama watu wanaoishi katika mji wa Eldoret?
Tuko katika CBD Eldoret na tuko na furaha sana. We have the 5th president who is the president of Kenya. He is not the president of Eldoret. We are telling William, work for Kenyans. Tuko nyuma yako, tutakupatia support. Bwana Rikati na William, congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team ya Kenya Kwanza. Na from CBD, tuko na furaha sana. Na kuna amani. Na wenye walikuwa wanajaribu kuvuruka huko IEBC, tunawaambia wakome. Wakenya wameshafanya uamuzi na sisi ndio tuko. Na tunamwambia William, kaa macho. William, kaa kangari.
Anasema kaa macho. Madam, nieleze jina lako na unasema nini hususan baada ya William Ruto kuchaguliwa kama rais?
Jina langu ni Mary Kerich. Niko katika mji wa Eldoret. Eldoret tunashukrani sana hasa kama wamama. Wakati ambapo William Ruto amefanya kampeni zake, zimekuwa kampeni za amani. Na furaha yetu zaidi ni kwamba tuliweza kudhibitisha kwamba mji wa Eldoret ni mji wa amani. Kwamba tumeweza kufanya kampeni kwa amani, uchaguzi kwa amani, na hata sasa tumepokea habari nzuri ya kuwa William Ruto amekuwa rais na tunasherehekea kwa amani. Nataka kuomba kitu kimoja tu kwa rais wetu William Samoei Ruto, ya kwamba wakati anaposhika uongozi ahakikishe anaunganisha Wakenya pamoja, wale waliompigia kura na wale ambao hawakumpigia kura, atushikanishe pamoja kwa sababu tunahitaji kusonga mbele kama Wakenya kwa pamoja.
Kusonga mbele kama Wakenya kwa pamoja. Si rais wa Eldoret peke yake, si rais wa Uasin Gishu peke yake, ni rais wa Kenya kwa jumla.
Kwa jina naitwa Goske. Ni kuongea kwangu napongeza mheshimiwa naibu wa rais mheshimiwa Deputy President William Ruto. Kwa amekuwa akichangia mambo ya mashule, kila kitu Ruto amekuwa akipikwa vita. Lakini naomba Mungu, Mwenyezi Mungu ndio kipaumbele. Ruto amekuwa akisimama na ukweli yake na imani yake. Ndio tunabariki sasa Ruto, mheshimiwa Ruto akuje nyumbani achenge watu wote. Tunashukuru watu wote wenye wamecheka kuanzia Mount Kenya na wakati wote kwa Kenya Kwanza. Na heshimu mheshimiwa Ruto, ndio kipaumbele, amekuwa akipika vita. Ruto ndio Mungu amekaa na imani yake na Mungu ndiye anabariki Ruto.
Acha nimsikize dada hapa. Pengine utasema vipi hususan kuhusu swala hili lote?
Ili maeneo ya CBD Eldoret, tunashukuru William Samoei Ruto, yeye ndiye atashikilia usukani, na maombi ya Ruto aliomba si maombi ya bure. Mungu alimsikia na leo ndiye amejibu maombi yetu. Sasa tunasema asante kwa maeneo ya Eldoret, na Ruto ni president wa Kenya mzima, sio Eldoret peke yake. Asante.
Utasema nini mama? Tulizungumza naye awali.
Kwa majina tena nimerudi tena. Naitwa Veronica Chepkemei Burge. Ninatoka Kapseret constituency. Wakaaji sisi wa Uasin Gishu ama Rift Valley kwa jumla, tumefurahia matokeo na tunataka kuambia Chebukati asante na Mungu akubariki na tunataka kumwambia huyo Sinadama Olekina vumilia sana jamii.
Wa mwisho ndio huyo hapa. Tujitambulishe na useme unajihisi vipi kama mkaji wa Uasin Gishu.
Mimi naitwa Daudi Kemboi, na mwanzo napenda sana kuwapongeza wenyeji wa kaunti ya Uasin Gishu ambao wamefanya subira tangu asubuhi mbichi mpaka sasa na wapo tayari kukesha. Nimpongeze tena mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC Wafula Chebukati. Hongera sana Wafula Chebukati. Umechukua hatua ya kiume kwamba wewe ni mwanaume na ulikabiliana na kisu cha ngariba. Asante sana Chebukati. Eldoret ni usalama, Eldoret ni amani na hakuna furugu yoyote yule.
Manzu, niruhusu nikurejeshe kwako studioni. Wanasema si uchawi, ni maombi, na katika tu zile mbwembwe hapa hata mimi ni kama kidogo utaimba nao, lakini ndio hali katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Si uchawi, ni maombi.
Asante sana Wahisi kutoka katika mji wa Eldoret pale katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu kwa taarifa hiyo ambayo imekujia kwa njia ya moja kwa moja, inayoashiria kwamba ni sherehe inayoendelea katika maeneo ya kaskazini mwa bonde la Ufa na hata sehemu zingine za nchi ambazo tumeweza kukuangazia kuanzia mwendo wa jioni hii, muda mfupi tu baada ya shughuli kamili kukamilika ya kupewa uongozi ama kutangazwa mshindi kwa rais mteule William Samoei Ruto. Mtazamaji, basi tuangazie ukanda wa pwani kinachoendelea hivi sasa, na nampisha mwanahabari mwenzangu Saada Hassan akiwa katika kaunti ya Mombasa, bila shaka kutuarifu na matukio kutoka maeneo hayo. Saada.
Naam, shukran sana Alimanzo. Katika kanda la pwani si mengi ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa hivi, manake baadhi ya Wakenya tayari wameshafika nyumbani kwao na wengi wamejifungia ndani, manake hakuna shughuli ambazo zinaendelea kwa sasa. Hakuna shamra huku ikilinganishwa na maeneo kama vile Eldoret ama Uasin Gishu kwa jumla. Huku hali ni tulivu, Wakenya wamesalia zao nyumbani, baadhi ya biashara zishafungwa. Hili ni kuonyesha kwamba hatuwezi sema kwamba labda hawajafurahi ama wengine wamefurahi, lakini hatujaona shamra kama ilivyo katika maeneo mengine. Katika pita zangu katika baadhi ya maeneo, tukianzia kule Mvita hadi hapa Changamwe ambapo nimesimama, hakuna zile shamra, lakini hapa nilipo nimepatana na baadhi ya Wakenya ambao tayari wanaendelea na shughuli zao za usiku za kutafuta hali ya maisha ama kutafuta njia moja nyingine ili waweze kujiendeleza na maisha yao, manake baada ya uchaguzi pia lazima maisha iendelee. Basi acha tu niseme nao kwa jambo moja ama maneno mawili ili wapate kunieleza wanahisi vipi baada ya uchaguzi huu na matokeo pia ambayo tumeyapata leo, na tumepata kumjua rais wetu wa 5. Labda unieleze jina lako na una maoni yapi kwa kifupi.
Asante sana na asante kasi. Kwa majina naitwa Bernard Okumu, mwenyeji wa Changamwe hapa. Mimi ni dereva. Kusema ukweli nimepigwa na butwa, lakini si kwa ubaya, kwa vile Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Kura tumepiga, tumeridhika na matokeo. Yale nilikuwa natarajia haikuwa, lakini kwa uwezo wa Mwenyezi Mungu yashatendeka. Mimi nilikuwa mwanachama wa ODM nimeweka kando, natarajia UDA iniongoze kwa njia moja na yenye haki.
Asante sana. Labda nipate kuzungumza na mwenzangu hapa. Njoo nieleze jina lako na maoni yako ni yapi kwa kifupi.
Kwa majina na Tony, mimi ni mkazi wa Mombasa Changamwe na mimi dereva vile. Kusema kweli nafurahia kwa lile jambo ambalo limefanyika. Tulikuwa tunaomba kiongozi atokezee. Hatukuwa tunataka kujua atatoka pande nyingine ama atatoka pande nyingine. Bora tumepata kiongozi ambao tulikuwa tunangojea, na tunashukuru Mungu kwa lolote ambalo limefanyika. Na kila ambacho ninasema ni tudumisha amani kwa kila jambo, tudumisha amani, tupendane. Ni usije ukachukia mwenzako kwa sababu yule ambao ulikuwa unataka aongoze anje aingia, kwa sababu mimi nitabaki kuwa na wewe miaka yote. Ground tutabaki kuwa na wewe. Kila ambacho ninasema shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, na yule kiongozi ambaye ameingia kwa sasa ni jukumu lake angalie vile maisha yalivyo kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, tuone vile atakamilisha zile ahadi ambazo alikuwa ametoa. Kama mwananchi wa kawaida angalie vile maisha yamefika, sasa ndio tujua kwamba alikuwa anamaanisha kile ambacho alikuwa ametuahidi. Maisha ya kawaida yako juu, tunataka maisha iwekwe kwa njia iliyo sawa, ndio iwe ndio maisha yawe rahisi, ndio maisha yawe yako sawa.
Sawa, asante. Labda dada mmoja tafadhali, njoo dada, tueleze majina yako na unahisi vipi kuhusiana na hali ya hivi. Haina shida.
Majina naitwa Murin kutoka Changamwe. Tulikuwa tumengoja mwenye anaapishwa, japokuwa kuna wengine wamehuzunika, kuna wengine wamefurahia, lakini kushakuwa itabidi tumekubaliana nayo. Lakini ule ambaye ameapishwa atusaidie wananchi, hizi mashida zenye ziko ziishe. Na ningesema kwa wananchi ambao wamesikia uchungu ndani ya moyo wao, manake kuna wengine wamesikia uchungu siku ya leo, Wale ambao wamesikia uchungu siku ya leo, ningewaambia ili wajitie moyo. Wajitie moyo, na mwananchi ni wewe na mimi. Sasa inabidi tukubali matokeo ambayo imetokea. Kila mtu aendelee na shughuli zake na mtu asiweze kuleta vita. Manake ukileta vita itakuwa shida.
Nayo. Asante. Na kwa sasa ni hayo tu ambayo tumepata kusikiza kutoka kwa wakazi hao wa Changamwe. Wengi wanasema kwamba ni lazima tudumishe amani kama taifa, manake hao ambao wamesimama hapa kwa hakika ni watu ambao walikuwa na maoni tofauti na walikuwa watu wa mrengo tofauti, lakini nafikiri cha muhimu jamaa zaidi ni amani, si ndio? Amani ndio muhimu. Na sawa, ndo hapo sasa basi Aliyemanzo, acha niregeshe kwako studioni. Hapa wanasema tu amani, hakuna shamra, lakini wamekubali hali ilivyo, na wale ambao imekuwa ndo siku yao ya muhimu basi wamechukua, na wale ambao labda hawajafurahishwa na matokeo pia wameyakubali. Kwako Manzo.
Asante sana Saada Hassan kutoka katika kaunti ya Mombasa pale, ingawa shamra hazionekani. Wacha sasa nikupeleke katika kaunti ya Bomet ambako mwanahabari mwenzangu Emmanuel To amekuwa akicheza maeneo ya Bomet na Narok huku akuletea taarifa za matokeo ya uchaguzi na matukio mengine. Nadhani hali ikoje huko, iwapo unatupata vyema kabisa To ukiwa katika maeneo ya Bomet?
Na kupata kwa jile shwari Manzu. Kwa sasa ni sherehe tu, wananchi ama wakazi wa kaunti hii wakiendelea kusherehekea ushindi wa Rais William Samoei Arap Ruto, rais ambaye alitajwa tu masaa chache zilizopita. Na kwa sasa mji wote umefurika wakazi wa eneo hili. Kuna wale ambao wako hapa walikuwa wanapiga sherehe dakika chache zilizopita. Wamekuwa wengi. Wacha naomba niongee nao kwa haraka. Songa nyuma ili tuwasiliane vizuri. Tuwasiliane vizuri. Anza na jina yako na utuambie unahisi vipi kwa sasa.
Naitwa Gilbert Toe. Leo tukiwa Bomet kama maasra sote tumefurahi. Rais wa 5 ni William Samoei Ruto. Asanteni sana.
Haya mama ongea kidogo. Karibia mama. Naona umesweat hadi umesherekea vipi? Umefurahia vipi maneno?
Furahi sana. Kwanza ninaambia Mungu ni asanti kwa kuwa ametuonekania. Sisi tulikuwa tumeomba kabisa, na tunaambia Mungu ni asanti. Mungu ameturudishia shukrani. Tumepata mwenye tulikuwa tunamtafuta.
Kitenge, kijana wa Kitenge hapa, karibia. Huyu wa Kitenge, kuja. Wewe ni wewe nataka kuongea naye. Ama nani yako tayari? Njoo. Haya, haraka maoni yako haraka.
Kwa majina naitwa Wycliffe Koech. Leo tuko na furaha sana. Tumepata president wetu ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, na tuko na furaha mingi sana. Na tumefurahi.
Okay. Labda ujumbe wako ambao kwa Wafula Chebukati ambaye alitangaza matokeo ya siku ya leo, anza na jina lako.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Doreen. Nimefurahi sana kwa sababu tumepata president wetu mwenye tulikuwa tumetarajia. Kwa Chebukati tunasema ni asante kwa kututangazia president wetu. Tunafurahi sana. Asanteni.
Alright, mwingine haraka maoni yako.
Mimi naitwa Penelangat. Nimefurahi sana kusikia president wetu ametutangazia leo William Samoei Ruto. Mungu halali. Tumeomba na ametutangazia.
Haya mama karibia hapa kwa haraka.
Tumesema asante sana, tumepata president wetu. Asante sana. Tumeomba Mungu na ametuonekania.
Haya. Sasa ngoja tutaongea na wewe. Acha kuonyesha picha ambazo ziko hapa. Mwenzangu sijui kama anaweza kupata hizo picha. Barabara hii ilikuwa imefurika, wakazi wa kaunti hii wakitoa maoni yao, wakisema kwamba wamesherehekea ushindi huo na kwamba wamefurahia kwa kweli, na kutaka kusema kwamba wana maoni kwamba watakuwa na ushindi mkubwa katika uongozi wa Rais William Samoei Arap Ruto ambaye ameteuliwa masaa chache zilizopita. Mwisho kabisa tupe tu maoni yako kwa haraka.
Okay, my name is Anita. I really thank God for Ruto. We are so happy as Bomet residents. Tumeshukuru sana. I pray for this for so long. Thank you so much.
President Rais William.
Haya, sherehe zitaisha saa ngapi? Mtamaliza hizi sherehe saa ngapi?
Kwa maoni yangu naona sherehe haishe mpaka asubuhi. Tunashukuru
asubuhi. Haya, acha tuonyeshe barabara ilivyo. Naomba nafasi hapa. Naomba nafasi. Manzu, hali ni hiyo hapa katika kaunti ya Bomet, kaunti 036, kaunti ambayo ni ngome ya naibu rais William Ruto, na hiyo ndio hali na taswira. Tutakuwa tunaangazia maeneo mengine na kupatia majibu ya shughuli ilivyo hapa. Kwako studio.
Asante sana Emmanuel To kwa taarifa hiyo ambayo pia inakujia kwa njia ya moja kwa moja, mtazamaji, kutoka katika kaunti ya Bomet kule ambako ni kusini mwa bonde la Ufa. Hali ikoje katika sehemu ya Mlima Kenya? Mwanahabari mwenzangu Daniel Kariuki amekuwa maeneo hayo akitujuza na kinachojiri hususan kuhusiana na matukio mbalimbali katika kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi hadi matokeo yalivyotangazwa. Tunakwenda kwake basi atuarifu jinsi wenyeji walivyopokea matokeo ya rais mteule William Ruto alipotangazwa mshindi.
Na asante sana Alimanzi, na umesema kweli kabisa. Nimekuwa hapa katika eneo hili la Mlima Kenya kwa siku takriban 7 hivi tangu uchaguzi ulipofanywa siku ya Jumanne hadi siku ya leo ambapo Wafula Chebukati, mwenyekiti wa IEBC, amepata kutangaza kuwa William Ruto ndiye rais mteule. Na kama ambavyo unapata kuona nyuma yangu Manzu, utaona kwamba watu ni wengi sana ambao wameweza kujitokeza, nikiwa katika eneo la Kerogoya. Kerogoya ni katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga, na kaunti ya Kirinyaga ndipo ambapo yule mwaniaji ama mgombea mwenza wa kinara wa chama cha ama kinara wa muungano wa Azimio ametoka katika kaunti hii ya Kirinyaga. Lakini hali ni hivi, kila mtu akishangilia, walio hapa wakishangilia matokeo ambayo yameweza kutangazwa na tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, na wamekuwa wakifanya hivi kwa takriban saa 1 hivi unusu tangu matokeo hayo kutangazwa. Hata wengi wao hawakupata kusikia maoni ambayo yalikuwa hotuba yake William Ruto alipokabidhiwa cheti cha ushindi, wakiwa wanasherekea. Na ningependa nisikie maoni yao, nipate kusikia wanasema nini. Naona kuna jamaa mmoja zungumza na sisi hapa, utatueleza. Angalia hapa, hii nitakushikia tu. Hii nitakushikia wewe. Naona kweli umetoa kijasho kabisa. Kwa nini umetoa kijasho hivi?
Juu ya kufurahi.
Kwanza kabisa unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Patrick Kamau.
Patrick Kamau, kijasho naona inazidi kutiririka.
Juu ya kufurahia. Juu ya kufurahia juu Ruto amezida hii uchaguzi. Na ndio tulikuwa tunataka aside hii uchaguzi.
Kwa hivyo matarajio yako kwa sababu sasa amepata kushinda uchaguzi. Je, matarajio yako ni yapi?
Matarajio yangu juu amechukua hii nini? Atatusaidia sisi wa chini, sisi wa mahasura, atuinue juu. Hii ndio tuko nayo ishe. Ndio tunamuomba.
Amekuwa akisema ni bottom up. Kwa hivyo unaona kwamba itaanza kutoka kule kama ambavyo amekuwa akisema.
Itatoka chini iende juu, bottom up. Bottom up.
Sawa, asante sana. Wacha nizungumze na wengine. Karibia tuzungumze, tusikie maoni ya watu, baadhi yao jinsi wanavyosema, kwa sababu naona ni wengi sana. Tutatueleza jina lako, naona umefurahia sana. Hali namna gani?
Hali iko safi huku Kirinyaga, Kerugoya town. Tuna celebrate the 5th our president Deputy Samoei Ruto, but the president now. Kwa majina ni Anthony Kenywa.
Hebu tueleze kwa nini unafuraha hivi, kando na yeye kushinda? Kwa nini unafurahia kwamba ameshinda?
Nimefurahia kwa sababu huo ndo nilikuwa mapenzi yangu, kura yangu nikampa. Sasa lazima nifurahie, ni celebrate what I did has happened.
Anapoenda kuchukua usukani, je, unatarajia kwamba atafanya nini labda kuhakikisha kwamba hali ya maisha imeweza kubadilika?
Tukisema kwanza sasa kwa sisi vijana, najua kama kawaida lazima kutakuwa na ile vacancy za job vacancy, na hiyo serikali yake tutakuwa tumemeki ikuwe sawa.
Asante sana. Kabla nirejeshe kwenye studio, watu ni wengi tu. Utatulia hapo nawe utueleze jina lako. Naona unafurahi. Naona dakika chache zijazo utakuwa na kijasho sana. Kwa nini unafuraha namna hii?
Tunafuraha kwa kuwa Ruto amechaguliwa, na tunatarajia bei za bidhaa muhimu kama vile unga ambayo imesumbua Wakenya sana. Tunatarajia Ruto, tuko na matumaini mingi sana kwamba atainua uchumi wa nchi ambao ulikuwa umedorora kwa kiasi.
Na bila shaka hapa ni Kirinyaga, na hapa ni nyumbani kwa yule ambaye alikuwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga. Je, wewe kama mkaazi wa hapa, na kwamba mlikuwa na mmoja katika kaunti hii ambaye alikuwa amechukuliwa na ama kufanywa mgombea mwenza, na licha ya hayo mnasherehekea kwamba upande mwingine umepata kusherehekea, una maoni gani?
Kwa kuwa watu wa Kirinyaga wamechagua mtu kulingana na agenda ile ya watu hawakuchagua mtu kulingana na tribe yao ama nini, wamechagua kulingana na agenda ambayo ilikuwa ni kuinua uchumi ambao ulikuwa umedorora.
Na asante sana. Wacha nihusishe sasa kina mama kidogo nao waseme lao. Wacha kwanza nizungumze na kina mama kwanza. Wacha nizungumze na kina mama naye nisikia anasema yepi. Mpe nafasi huyu aweze kuzungumza nami. Asante sana huko kwenye KTN News. Uweze kutueleza jina lako. Naona umefurahia hata wewe kijasho kinakutoka. Ni kwa nini?
Nimefurahia sana kwa sababu rais amechaguliwa. Tutaweza kupata masomo ya bure, maisha itaweza kuwa safi. Naam.
Lakini je, kuna swali ningetaka kukuuliza. Wewe naona ni msichana na pia mwanamke, lakini upande mwingine walikuwa wanasema kwamba masuala ya kina mama yamezingatiwa katika mrengo ule mwingine. Lakini sasa mrengo huu umepata kushinda na umesherehekea kabisa. Maoni yako kuhusiana na hayo?
Maoni yangu ni kwamba hadi kama hiyo pande nyingine haijashinda, bado maoni yetu itazingatiwa na tutaweza kupatiwa kila kitu chenye tuko na haja nacho.
Naam. Asante sana. Labda nizungumze na mama mwingine mmoja kabla ya kurejesha studio apate kutuelezea kuhusiana na haya. Utatueleza jina lako, naona umesherehekea kabisa. Kwa nini unasherehekea ukiangalia kwenye kamera hapa?
Naitwa Linet, nimefurahia sana kuona watu wa nchi yangu wamefurahia.
Asante sana Linet. Kwa haraka mama tu ya mwisho, akiwa wa mwisho, jina lako?
Naitwa Emma.
Emma, kwa nini una furaha hivi? Naona umesherehekea kabisa. Na ni kwa nini labda unasherehekea ushindi wake William Ruto?
Ni kwa sababu najua na tulipresent sisi watu wa chini. Sisi ni Hustler Nation.
Naam, asante sana. Bila shaka ni maoni tu kutoka kwa watu tofauti kuhusiana na ushindi huu. Ni kama unataka kutoa maoni ukiwa wa mwisho kabla ya kurudisha studio, sekunde 30 tu.
Nashukuru sana hii nafasi ya kunipa siku ya leo. Naweza sema Ruto, among watu wote nilichagua Ruto, kura yake ndio nilipea peke yake. Na nashukuru sana juu Ruto anakumbuka watu wa wote hustlers, watu wa kazi dogo, watu ambao wanaenda kujiinua. Namshukuru sana Mungu kutupa hii nafasi ya kusaviwa na mtu anaitwa Ruto. Mungu tunamshukuru sana.
Niulize tu swali moja. Wewe ni kutoka eneo la Mlima Kenya. Yes. Na eneo la Mlima Kenya kweli limeonekana kumpigia kura sana William Ruto. Je, maoni yako kuhusiana na swala hilo ni lipi?
Moja wapo wanyabo naweza sema hapo, Ruto ni mtu mpenda watu wote, atawaleta inzi zote na marichon zote pamoja, hata hawa huko Azimio pamoja na wote wa chama zote. Naamini kwamba Ruto atawaleta pamoja wenye waliweza kuwaleta wakati wa BBI, wakati wa kila kitu tumeona Ruto akiweza kuwaunganisha watu. Na imani kwa huyu president wetu. Ilikuwa maombi yangu hata asubuhi nikiamuka, Ruto ni mwanaume juu ya wanaume wote.
Asante sana. Bila shaka wengi watataka kuzungumza, lakini muda nao unazidi kusonga na tutakuwa tukifuatilia ili tuweze kuendelea kupata maoni kuhusiana na matokeo ya uchaguzi huu na kulingana na rais mteule William Ruto kukabidhiwa cheti chake na ushindi huu ambao ameweza kupata. Ni hayo tu kutoka upande huu. Tutakuwa nikirejesha studioni Ali Manzu.
Asante sana Daniel Karioke akiwa katika eneo la Kerugoya pale katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambako anapokea hisia za wenyeji ambao bila shaka wanaendelea na furaha. Ndio hali ilivyo katika baadhi ya maeneo hapa nchini Kenya, na moja kwa moja wacha sasa nikupeleke katika kaunti ya Nakuru ambako mwanahabari mwenzangu Dalmas Sikale yuko maeneo hayo pia kutupa taswira ya jinsi jioni ilivyokuwa kabla ya tangazo na hasa baada ya tangazo. Wenyeji wamepokea vipi ushindi huu? Dalmas.
Asante, shukran. Bila shaka hapa ni katika jiji la Nakuru na hapa ni shangwe, vifijo, nderemo, wakazi wengi tu wakiwa wamejitokeza hapo kuweza kusherehekea kutokana basi na ushindi wa naibu rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto ambaye ni mgombea bila shaka wa chama cha UDA katika uchaguzi wa mwaka huu 2022. Na hapa katika barabara hii ya Kenyatta hakukaliki, ni vifijo, shangwe, nderemo. Wakazi wamejitokeza kwa wingi kuweza kusherehekea ushindi ambao bila shaka umeweza kutangazwa yaliyotangazwa na tume ya uchaguzi na uratibu wa mipaka nchini Kenya IEBC, na ndio maana basi unasikia kelele nyingi kweli kweli, kukiwa bila shaka na wakazi wengi tu hapa ambao wanataka kuzungumza, wa kuimba wanaimba, wa kusherehekea wanasherehekea, wale wa bila shaka kukimbia hapa na pale, wale wahudumu wa bodaboda pia nao ndio hao wanasherehekea, wenye magari, kuna vibendera vingi tu ambavyo vinainuliwa hapa. Labda nitazungumza na baadhi ya hao wakazi kuweza kujua hivi mbona wanatabasamu na furaha kiasi hiki, na kuweza kujua tu hisia zao ni gani kutokana na sherehe hizi nyingi. Nitaomba wadau tutulie kidogo. Labda nianze nawe kaka. Kaka, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Cornelius. Tumefurahia siku ya leo kwa kutangazwa William Ruto kuwa president wa Kenya, na tunaomba kabisa asante sana kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, in this case. And Wafula Chebukati has discharged his constitutional responsibility and declared the results of the presidential election. Any person with issues about this election, they know what to do. It will not be the first time. We are a democratic country. We have built robust institutions that can undertake the resolution of any issue if anybody has. Whatever person, whether they are the other commissioners or other Kenyans or my competitors, whatever issues they have, they know what to do.
Mr. President, I'm Frederick from NTV. Almost half the country voted for you. The other half did not vote for you. The other half, are we going to see a new handshake?
I think when you go to an election, the outcome is determined by the people of Kenya. In this case, the people of Kenya have voted for me as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, an honor I don't take for granted. Like in all other democracies, Kenya is not an exception. The people of Kenya have spoken, and we need to respect what the people of Kenya have said. My competitors have a role to play, just the same way I said in my statement this evening, that I will work with my competitors in the role that the Constitution assigns the people in the opposition. They will provide oversight over my government, and I intend to work with them in that capacity. I never believed in the handshake stories. I made my position very clear because I believe in democracy. I believe in a government that has checks and balances. When you have a government that does not have the opposition, you run the very high risk of having a government that is not accountable. Precisely what we have seen over the last 4 years, that we have had a situation where people who are supposed to be in the opposition are actually running matters in the executive. And that is why the people of Kenya voted for me and my team. They want a government that has checks and balances. And they want a government that is accountable. They do not want a mongrel of a government that nobody knows who is in the executive, who is in the opposition, who is doing what. I think the people of Kenya want clarity because we are Democrats. And for the record, in this election, just to answer what you have said, if you look at our TV screens, the celebration is across Kenya because I got 25% in 39 counties. out of 47 counties. That tells you that our support base and the people who voted for us are across Kenya. So there will not be any part of Kenya that will be left behind in our administration, because we believe in an inclusive, democratic, progressive government. And that is what we intend to assemble.
Mr. President, have you had any conversation?
Relax, relax. I'm here. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. A quick one. You talked about the support that the president has given you in the last 10 years. Has he commented to you about your victory? And number two, what is going to be your immediate assignment now that you've been given that mandate?
I haven't talked to Uhuru Kenyatta, our outgoing president, but I am sure there will be a conversation, because now I am the president-elect, and there has to be a transition. And in that transition, I am sure there will be a discussion between the current president and myself, either at the transition committee situation, or I am sure that at some point this evening, maybe tomorrow, we will have a conversation. Again, as a Democrat, maybe I should disclose that this morning I called my competitor, the Honorable Raila Odinga, and I had a discussion with him. And we agreed that whatever the outcome of this election, we should have a conversation. He had offered in his statement, his closing statement in Kasarani, that he would be available for a handshake, you remember? And I said that I'd be available for us to have a cup of tea, because there are areas we can agree on moving the country forward in the context of those of us who will be running the executive. And I'm sure my competitor will take up his role and his team as the opposition, so that we can see how we can move the country forward.
The second question.
Let me listen to the lady. The lady first. Yes, Leila.
At the moment, we see celebrations, but we are also aware that in certain areas there are protests against your declaration of being the president-elect at this particular moment. How do you speak to the entire country in your vision of uniting who have a task of being disenfranchised?
As I have said, my support base and my team's support base is broad. We obtained 25% of the vote in 39 counties. That leaves only 8 counties. And even in those 8 counties, it's just that we didn't make it to 25%. It doesn't mean we didn't get any votes. So we have supporters across Kenya. I also want to state here and now that the administration, President Kenyatta and I established in 2013, we tried the best we could to serve all parts of the country equally. If you look at all the programs we ran, whether there were programs on rural electrification, whether there were programs on Tibet, whether there were programs on equipment for hospitals, whether there were programs on making sure that we spread infrastructure, we endeavored to reach every part of Kenya. That is our philosophy. As I have said, we believe in an inclusive government, and in any case, the people of Kenya have spoken very loudly in this election, and they have spoken against negative ethnicity. In fact, in this election, the people of Kenya have raised the bar on leadership of Kenya. The people of Kenya have voted for a plan, as we christened it, or a manifesto, or an agenda for that matter. And if you had the discussion in the campaign, it was our issues versus our competitors' issues. And we intend to keep it that way. And for your information, if you looked at my position about 3 years ago, I actually made the declaration to the people of Kenya that this election, we are going to make it not about leaders, but about the people. Not about power sharing, but about empowerment. And not about positions for us as leaders, but about jobs for ordinary people. If you go back my tweet, I think in maybe 2019 or 2020, that was my position. And I am very proud that we have managed to elevate the contest in Kenya to the level of issues. And because we have elevated that conversation, it is my belief, my commitment, and my undertaking to the people of Kenya that we will have an all-inclusive government by way of representation and by way of making sure that we roll out our programs across Kenya.
President, you take over a government at a time when people are hungry, and people are angry. The cost of living is high. We are coming from the COVID-19 pandemic. So what is your priority right now? What do you tell the many people who cannot put food on the table? What do you tell the young jobless people who queue to vote for you?
That's why I said in my acceptance speech that I am acutely aware of the situation where we are as a country. I am aware of the cost of living. I am aware of the situation with the young people of our country. And that is why I made those very pertinent issues part of my campaign and part of my platform and part of what we intend to do as an administration. These are issues that are dear to the people of Kenya. And that's also why I said we do not have the luxury of arguments left, right, and center. We intend to hit the ground running. I am preparing myself that on day one of swearing in as president, when I have the legal power to do things, I have lined up a couple of executive orders on what I intend to do to get the country moving and to get the situation in the country under control.
President, you, at this point, as you are elected president at this point, we recall the 2017 that the courts have precedence, despite the fact that you are saying it's over. In the spirit of democracy, should your competitor move to court, are you in any ruling that maybe around or repeat of elections, democratically, will you respect such a decision should it come your way at this point?
As I have said, I'm a Democrat. I believe in the rule of law. I respect all our institutions. That's why our team, as you observed in Bomas here, wanted to give the IEBC as an institution the opportunity to discharge their mandate. Our competitors, I don't know whether they share with us that kind of belief. But as a Democrat, we will respect, just the same way we have respected the wishes of the people of Kenya in this election, we will respect every other decision of any institution because we are believers in building our institutions. And we are strong believers that it's only the rule of law that can take this country forward. Yes, Gashuri?
Yeah, congratulations. What would, in your opinion, be the highlight of the campaigns that you've conducted? And to Kenyans, millions of them who witnessed the scenes that we saw at Bomas just before your declaration as president-elect, and maybe they are anxious tonight, what would message to them?
I think the highlight of this campaign was the fact that for the first time, this campaign was not laced with ethnic, regional biases. That both teams, on our side and on their side, were largely had a national face, largely, which is really a step in the right direction. And the fact that we prosecuted issues that I am convinced that the reason why the people of Kenya voted for me and my team is because they identified with the issues that we prosecuted. What happened this evening is an unfortunate situation. I think it is an attempt by our competitors to roll back what we have achieved as a country. I think Kenya has moved way ahead of the situation that we saw this evening, the unfortunate situation we saw this evening. In fact, I think every Kenyan, irrespective of what side they support, agree that the conduct of the IEBC in this election was phenomenal. I think, as I said, the posting of the results from 34A, the presidential results, from every place, every polling station, every polling station, the posting of those results from every polling station was a stroke of a genius. Because I think within six hours of the counting of the votes, I think almost 80% of the results were available on that portal. And I am yet to come across anybody who says that what they saw in the portal is not what was declared at the polling station. There is not yet a single person who has said, I was in this polling station, what was declared is not what is on the portal. So I think the fact that the portal was available for every Kenyan to tally the results, first to check the veracity of the results. If you voted in polling station X, you would go to the portal and that polling station X would show you whether those were the results that are declared or not. And secondly, the fact that the IEBC has taken time. We voted on Tuesday. Today is Monday. They took time to accommodate as many people as possible, whatever issues they may have had. I think the IEBC has really bent over backwards to accommodate everybody. And unfortunately, I think there were people who did not want these results to be declared because, surely, even as we came to Bomas, it is only somebody from the moon who did not know the results. Let's be honest with one another. All of us here, with a simple calculator, just with plus and minus, you would tally the results. You didn't need a complicated, you didn't need algorithm, you didn't need square root or all those other complicated things. You just needed a simple calculator and you could add, and the elections were, I think, every institution or every organization that bothered to tally the results came to the same conclusion. Whether it is Reuters, whether it is Al Jazeera, whether it is NTV, whether it is Citizen TV, and all these other people, everybody arrived at the same results. So I don't really know what the argument is all about. When we came to Bomas, I think everybody knew the results. So we just came to fulfill a constitutional mandate that it has to be declared by the chairman of IEBC. Otherwise, in terms of results, surely good people. All of us knew what the results were.
President-elect?
Yes.
Yeah, answer the question.
And then we'll come back to this lady.
Yes, I have two quick questions. The
Yes.
first question is this. Do you intend to keep your promises on the campaign trail? All of them. Do you intend to do that? And the second question is, from where you sit right now, is this your vindication that everything is possible?
Well, if I didn't believe in what I went out to canvass with the people of Kenya, I wouldn't have gone out there. I intend to keep every commitment, and my team and I have worked out on every detail of the commitments we have made. We have costed the commitments we have made. We have arranged them in terms of what is urgent, what is medium term, what is long term. We know what to do in the first 100 days. We know what to do in the first 3 months. We know what to do continuously until I think we have a program up to the second year. So we intend to keep all our promises. As I speak to you this evening, we have indicated that it is not the deep state and the system and all these other stories. It is the people of Kenya who ultimately hire or fire governments. I think that is the vindication that we all have arrived at. I remember the biggest question that I used to be asked by my supporters is, we are going to vote for you, but we understand there is a system under deep state that will not allow you to be president, that will steal your vote. And I kept on assuring them that I was the deputy president. If there was a deep state, I would know. If there was a system, I would know. And I think today, all the narratives around the deep state and the system have come to naught. I think people now know that it is the power of their vote, as is provided for in the Constitution, that the people of Kenya, they have it is their vote is what is sovereign, is what determines whether we have a government or which type of government and which type of leaders and who gets elected. It's the people. I think, bottom line, not that there were no attempts. I think with the time, you will know all these games that have been going on around Bomas. I think that will come out with the time. But ultimately, the people of Kenya have been vindicated that they are the ones who decide. Yes, madam. Sorry. Just one moment.
Mr.
I'll come to you.
My name is Njeri Kigamba from Kyoto FM. When you had the debate, we had you talk about the insecurity in some parts of Rift Valley, and you try to help and solve the insecurity issues. Now being the president and elect in the Republic of Kenya, what plan do you have to solve the issue completely?
We have a costed, time-bound plan on how to secure Kenya, especially the areas along the Kerio Valley, between Baringo, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Samburu, Turkana, which are the real problem or hotspots, if you allow me to call it. We have a clear plan on what we need to do in that area. And as I have told you, we have arranged them in terms of what is immediate, what can be done now, and what can be done further down the road. And we will shortly be letting the country know the steps we are going to do to keep our commitment to the people of Kenya, and of course secure the lives and property of Kenyans. That lady has been, just one, sorry.
You have said that the conduct of the electoral commission was phenomenal, but you have said this evening that 4 commissioners have dissolved the outcome of the presidential election. They say that the process was okay towards the end. What do you make of that? And how do you feel being declared president-elect in the environment that you witnessed in the electoral?
This election, to the best of my knowledge, and I believe a majority, the largest majority of Kenyans, know that there was no other outcome of this election. It didn't matter who was looking at it. And maybe we encourage those commissioners and even other Kenyans who have issues with the election. They know what to do. They need to follow the constitutionally provided legal channels of addressing their concerns. So what I am very happy about is that this election was the most transparent ever conducted in the Republic of Kenya. And I believe majority of Kenyans share those views with me. I think even, as I said, even as we came to Bomas, I mean, everybody knew what the result was. You know, maybe the people who are disappointed this evening is the people who erroneously believed in the deep state or the so-called system. And they erroneously believe that the results could be changed. Unfortunately, it's not possible to change the results, and it's not possible to change the will of the people of Kenya.
So final question from Declan, then we can close.
Okay.
Just to follow on that and with the New York Times, the statement by these 4 election commissioners who form a majority of the IEBC, do you think that places any legal question mark on your declaration as President-elect? And you mentioned that you think that the scenes of chaos we saw this evening were designed to roll back your victory. Can you explain to us how do you think, what you think the intention of those scenes were that they might force you to roll back this election victory?
No, I said that the scenes you saw this evening is not a rollback of my victory, because my victory is in the public domain. I think to roll back our progress as a country, you know, since we slipped in 2007, we have made a lot of progress as a country. In 2013, in 2017, in 2022, I think we made huge strides in the right direction. And so I think it was an attempt to try and take us back to where we came from. The people of Kenya made a commitment that we won't go back. And I am persuaded that we will not go back. We will go forward from where we are today. The 4 commissioners, when you say they are a majority, the people of Kenya voted. The commissioners are not supposed to vote. They're just supposed to declare the results. And it's not the commissioners to declare the results. It is the returning officer. So legally, constitutionally, the 4 commissioners pose no threat at all to the legality of the declaration, because the Constitution is very clear. The returning officer declares the results. The returning officer this evening, Wafula Chebukati, declared the results in accordance with the Constitution, in accordance with the law. Any other thing is a sideshow.
Can you tell us something about the economy?
Maybe I can listen to this lady one. Let us not go there.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
The fear by the builders is that you will be vindicated. Some have said they will plead with nation. Will become the president of the nation. What assurance do you have that you will not be pleaded?
I think those are figment of imaginations of people who are running away from their own shadows. As I have said, we do not have space and time to go backwards. We want to move the country forwards. We have huge responsibilities. We have 5 million young people out of school, out of college, They don't have jobs. We have 4.5 million people who cannot put food on the table. We have a serious famine situation in Kenya. We have issues of health. We have our hands full. We have no time whatsoever to go asking people, what did you say? We don't have time for that. I mean, those are things that are behind us.
President, was this a referendum on Kenyatta's second term?
I think we have, let me say this. We are not ending this evening a conversation. I intend to engage you as media outlets going forward, because I believe in the freedom of the media, and I believe the media has a role to play. And maybe just to answer her in a way, let me tell you, when I criticize the media, it's because I believe in the media, and I want the media to do the right thing. I was told, let me repeat this story, I've said it so many times. When I came to Parliament first time in 1998, I found a senior member of Parliament called Paul Muite. And he told me, young man, I was then 30 years. He told me the best way to support a government is to criticize it when it goes wrong. I remember saying the same things to our former Chief Justice, the Honorable Maraga, that when we criticized the media when they nullified our election, it was not because we don't believe in the media, the judiciary. It's because we believe in the judiciary. So when we criticize the media, it's not because we have issues with the media. We do not want the media to be biased. And in fact, just to respond to what you said, when I raised that issue about the media being biased, the Media Council itself came with the statistics, and they actually confirmed what I had said. The Media Council said the media gave 67% of coverage to my competitor and 30% to me. That's bias. That's all I was saying. You know, so, and I think there has been some measure of improvement. I want to encourage you to keep continue to be even. You know, we want you to criticize us when we go wrong, criticize our competitors when they go wrong, balance your coverage, and let's have a free and fair media. My message to the great people of Kenya this evening is that I am immensely honored to be the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. It is something I do not take lightly. I know that there are heavy responsibilities that comes with being elected into this office. My promise to them, and they know me, I work hard, very hard. I will work very hard not to let them down. The trust they have bestowed on me and my team, we will go out of our way. We will spare no effort. We will work around the clock to make sure that we deliver on our commitments and we move our country to the next level. And I want to tell each and every one of them, we will serve them equally, irrespective of who voted for us or who did not vote for us. This is going to be their government, it's going to be the government of Kenya, and it's going to serve all Kenyans equally.
Say something about it.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much, good people.
Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Asante.
And there you have it, William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya. This after the IEBC Presidential Returning Officer Wafula Chebukati declared him the winner in the closely fought presidential election. William Ruto, the president-elect, garnering 7,176,141 votes, representing a majority of 50.49% of the final vote, while Raila Odinga, the Azimio presidential candidate, received 6,942,930 votes, representing 48.85%, as announced at the National Tallying Center. He needed 50% plus one of the countrywide tally, and that 25% of the votes in at least 24 counties. He has passed that particular constitutional threshold, and we just saw the national or the presidential returning officer Wafula Chebukati declare him the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. And we just want to take you back to some of the scenes that characterized the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, even as we continue with our wall-to-wall coverage on Kivumbi 2022. My name is Jesse Rogers. Let's listen in to what exactly Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, had to say as he declared the president-elect as William Ruto, the UDA presidential candidate. Listen in.
Mbakasi West, who disappeared while on duty. We have staff who have been arbitrarily arrested for no reasons. We don't know where they are. Some from this National Tallying Center. But we have a constitutional duty to perform. And that's why I stand before you today, despite intimidation, harassment, I took an oath of office to serve this country. And I've done my duty in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of the land. And I feel proud that I've been given this opportunity to serve Kenyans. This, of course, will be my last election to preside over. And for those who will come, we have prepared for you what the Constitution envisaged from us, an independent electoral commission. So I just want to thank the staff of IEBC, the soldiers who braved insults, harassment, and delivered right from the constituencies to the counties and up to the National Tallying Center. I want to thank stakeholders, state and non-state stakeholders who have worked with us on this journey, and more particularly the members of the diplomatic community and the religious leaders who have been keeping vigil at this center for the last 3 days. They have been here throughout, 24 hours a day. So Kenyans came out and voted on the 9th of August, and these are the results of what the will of the Kenyan people reflects. These results are in the public portal. The same results which I'm reading here are the ones in the public portal. So there were 4 presidential candidates. These are the aggregated results. Odinga Raila, total valid votes, 6,942,930. And this represents 48.85% of the votes garnered, and then he achieved a number of counties the candidate attained with at least 25% of the total valid votes cast is 34 counties. Ruto William Samoei, number of valid votes, 7 million. Thank you. 7,176,141. This represents 50.49%. And he achieved the minimum number of 39 counties. Waihika David Maure, number of valid votes in figures 31,987. That represents 0.23%. Number of counties with a minimum of 25%, 0. Wachakoya George Luchiri, 61,969. Those are valid votes. Percentage of votes cast 0.44%, and number of counties with a minimum of 25% attained, 0. So, in accordance with the law, the Constitution and the law, I, Wafula Chebukati, Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of day of August 2022. And I'll proceed to sign the certificate. I invite the President-elect to come forward and receive his certificate.
Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka isiyoegemea upande wowote.
So there you have it, the big announcement that Kenyans were waiting for with anticipation. Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC declaring UDA's presidential candidate William Ruto as the president-elect in the 2022 general election. And of course, we've seen reactions from across the country once this particular announcement was made at the National Tallying Center. That's at the Bomas of Kenya. And right now, let's just listen in to what the president-elect William Ruto had to say once he received that certificate, which sort of cemented his win in the 2022 general election. Let's listen in.
And members of the clergy in the Republic of Kenya, my good deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, distinguished members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, led by Chairman Wafula Chebukati, fellow countrymen and women, good evening. It is a wonderful evening, and I want to thank God that we are here this evening to witness this momentous occasion as the people of Kenya restate what is in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, that all sovereign power belong to the people of Kenya. I want to thank God for getting us to this point. I want to thank God that today we have concluded this election. I know that there were predictions that I won't get to the ballot. There were predictions that we won't get here. But because there is a God in heaven, we are here. And I want to, in a very special way, say and confess that without God, we wouldn't have been here. My gratitude also goes to the people of Kenya, the millions who listened to us, the millions who participated in our campaigns peacefully, the millions who turned up to vote for us on 9th of August, and the millions who have waited patiently until this announcement has been made. Specifically, I want to thank my fellow countrymen and women because we have raised the bar in this election. Jointly, we have raised the bar. This election was much about the issues than the ethnic configurations that have always informed our elections. Gratitude goes to the millions of Kenyans who refused to be boxed into tribal cocoons. I am a very proud Kenyan this evening that the people of Kenya have raised the bar on us who are seeking leadership in our country. Not to sell our ethnicities, but to sell our programs, our manifestos, our agenda, and our plan. Let me also say right at the start that in here and in this election, there are no losers.
Okay, there you have it, just an excerpt of the President-elect William Ruto's victory speech after being announced the President-elect of the Republic of Kenya following the 2022 general election. And we just heard him expressing gratitude to Kenyans for voting for him as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. And of course, spoke of moments, and he spoke rather right moments after the IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati declared him the winner of the presidential race in 2022 general election. And of course, you just heard from him vowing to run a transparent, open and democratic government, mentioning that he will work with the opposition who will provide oversight to his administration. Or we'll get to play the full length of the speech a little bit later on. But just as that particular announcement was mentioned at the main tallying center, the Bomas of Kenya, we saw different reactions across the country as Kenyans turned out in their numbers, some celebrating the results that were announced officially by the presidential ballot returning officer Wafula Chebukati. And we just want to plug in to some of the celebrations happening across the country, even as Kenyans, sort of digest this particular news as William Ruto has emerged victorious in the presidential race. Let's begin in his home county, Uasin Gishu County, where I understand my colleague Elvis Koskei is pitching camp in Sugoi specifically. Remember, the official residence of William Ruto back there in Sugoi, an area where he definitely represented people in Eldoret North as their member of parliament, a gentleman who has never lost an election, which he has vied in since he represented the people of Eldoret North. Let's cross over to my colleague Elvis Koskei. Koskei, good evening, and I'm pretty sure scenes of jubilation are characterizing Sugoi in extension. What's the latest from the ground, even as Kenyans are taking in this particular news?
Ujambo Jesse, na tunawajia kutoka makazi rasmi ya Rais mteule William Samoei Ruto, na hapa ndipo katika eneo la Sugoi. Hapa ni nyumbani kwake, na kule nje pamekuwa na umati ambao kidogo kutokana na furaha ambao wameshindwa kudhibiti, basi hatukuweza kuendeleza yale mahojiano, manake kwa kweli watu wamefurika nyumbani kwake huku, na wanasema kwamba watakesha hadi patakapokucha wakisherehekea kwa kupata ushindi. Basi nitazungumza na maaskofu kutoka madhehebu tofauti tofauti ambao wamekuwa hapa nyumbani wakisali, wakisema kwamba walikuwa wakimuombea aliyekuwa naibu wa rais William Ruto ili kupata ushindi. Nitaanza na huyu askofu, wanakuita nani? Na naona kwamba mmekita kambi nyumbani ndani kabisa kwa rais mteule William Samoei Ruto. Una yapi ya kusema?
Asante, mimi ni Askofu Yeko, na tuko na furaha leo tukiwa hapa nyumbani kwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Na kwa miaka 4 tangu mwaka wa 2020 tumekuwa tukiomba, tuliweka madhabahu hapa, yeye akiwa amefungua mlango yake ya kuomba kwa watumishi wa Mungu walio hapa ambao ni 30. Kila siku tumekuwa tukiomba. 30 ni kwa sababu kila mmoja alikuwa anaomba kwa siku kwa miaka hizo 4. Na tunashukuru leo tunaposhuhudia ya kwamba Mungu ametenda na amejibu maombi yetu. Amen. Na kwa hakika furaha yetu ni kwamba Kenya imepata ushindi ya Mungu, si ya binadamu. Na ya pili, tunashukuru kwamba Kenya imepata ushindi ya kipekee ya ukombozi, kwa sababu IEBC wameonyesha ya kwamba ni ile imekuwa independent kwa kufanya kazi hii ya uteuzi. Na kwa hivyo tunashukuru, na leo tuko na furaha ya kwamba Mungu ametutendea. Tunasema hongera rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa jambo hilo.
Asante. Askofu, utatuambia kanisa lako, na kabla hajamtangaza naibu wa rais William Ruto, aliyekuwa naibu wa rais William Ruto, ulikuwa hapa, na ni yapi ambayo unayo kusema?
Mimi naitwa Father Thomas Kigen, mimi ni padri wa kanisa Katoliki. Mimi ndio nasimamia mambo ya ushirikiano kati ya kanisa Katoliki na makanisa yale mengine. Kwa Kiingereza inaitwa ecumenism. Hiyo ni Nandi County, Elgeyo Marakwet County na Uasin Gishu County. Basi tumekuwa tukija hapa kwa miaka 4 iliyopita. Jambo letu la kwanza ilikuwa ni kuombea amani Kenya. That was the first thing. Kuombea amani katika jamhuri letu la Kenya. La pili, tumekuwa tukiombea deputy president wakati ule ambaye sasa ni rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ili Mungu aweze kuongoza yeye na kuwa kiongozi ambaye ataongoza Kenya vizuri. Nikimalizia nikisema kwamba chenye wamewin katika election hii, kwanza ni amani, la pili ni demokrasia, na natoa mawaidha ya kwamba watu watumisha amani na Kenya iendelee mbele.
Asante sana. Askofu anakuita nani, unayepe kusema kwa kifupi tu?
Naitwa Askofu Sawe kutoka kanisa la AFEST. Nashukuru Mungu sana kwa sababu kama vile wenzangu wamesema, ni miaka 4 tukiwa katika nyumba hii ambao ni madhabahu, ambao akiwa deputy alitupatia nafasi kwa nyumba yake. Mahali ambao tumesimama sasa hii ni kwake kwa deputy. Na tunashukuru Mungu sana kwa viongozi wetu wa Kenya wakitufungulia milango zao, kama vile mafungulia moja lakini madhehebu tofauti. Na leo hii tunafurahi tukiona president wetu wa 5 wa nchi wa Kenya ameweza kufaulu, na tunasema tukua Kenya, hata wale ambao kufaulu wote ni wa Kenya, na tutafanya kazi pamoja. Na ombi letu tunasema kwamba kama vile wa Kenya viongozi wote wa dini wameweka amani, tunaomba wa Kenya wote nao waweke amani na watulie katika jina la Yesu. Asanteni sana.
Jesse, you also allow me kuzungumza na classmate mmoja, ananiambia alikuwa classmate wa rais mteule William Samoei Ruto. Je, mlisoma naye wapi na unajisikiaje siku ya leo?
Kwa majina ni Julia Kirwa, naishi hapa Sugoi. Tulisoma na Ruto katika shule ya chekechea kule Kerotet. Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu mwalimu wetu angali hai, Madam Eta Kuto, akiwa pale Kerotet. Mwalimu huyu alitufunza mambo ya Mungu, Sunday school, na pia mwalimu wa shule. Ningetaka kusema hivi, maaskofu wakiwa hapa, Ruto hakuiba kalamu ya mtu. Ruto wakati huo hatukukuwa na vitabu. Kitabu moja tulikuwa tunaandika sakafu, kama aliipa ni ile kichiti ambayo tulikuwa tunaandikia na kufuta na mkono yetu. Hakuipa kitu ya mtu, na yeye sio mwizi.
Mama, unajisikiaje leo yule mtu ambaye mlisoma naye kule chekechea chini, Wafula Chebukati amemtangaza kama rais mteule wa taifa hili?
Hata kusema sio kusoma tu. Mimi nilisaliwa mwaka 1966 December 31st, mwaka ikiisha, na yeye akasaliwa December mwanzo. Sasa yeye ni rika, ni president akiwa kwa ile kiti. Wanarika wote wenye tulisaliwa 1966, mjisikie wa Kenya wote wenye mlisaliwa 1966 na mheshimiwa Ruto, nyinyi mko katika ikulu saa hii wote. Amen. Nafurahi sana, hata sijakula lunch, nilifika hapa saa 4, tulikuja na askofu Yego. Alinipata pale Sugoi akanibeba. Sijakula lunch. Nani sisikii njaa, nasikia tumbo imejaa kwa furaha na ushindi wa
Unajisikiaje?
Mimi naitwa John Kipkembo Mate. Mimi ni jirani wa His Excellency the 5th William Samoei Ruto. Najisikia kwamba tumeshinda kama Wakenya. Tumekuwa tukiliombea hili siku, na hakika siku ya leo tumeona ushindi kwa Wakenya. Tunaombea daktari ya kwamba the president the 5th aunganishe Wakenya, na amesema katika hotuba yake ya kwamba sisi sote milioni 14 ambao walipiga kura ya kwamba ni ushindi ya Wakenya. So ongera daktari, Mungu akubariki na kuongoze kwa miaka zingine kadhaa.
Aya, kuna bwana mmoja mrefu hapa, wacha tumsikie alafu tumalizie. Najua bado maoni ni watu wengi, lakini bado tutazungumza. Tunakuita nani ese?
Kwa majina anaitwa Dominic Sang, na pia mimi niko katika kikundi cha wachungaji. Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya kutupatia mtumishi ambaye pia anatambua ukuhani katika taifa letu, na hii ni dhihirisho kwamba kanisa la Mungu litasimama. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa nafasi hii kupitia Chebukati kuleta haki katika nchi hii, na amethibitisha kwamba hakika mtu ambaye wa haki anaweza simama na kukua kiongozi katika taifa letu. Tunamuombea mheshimiwa wetu akaweze kuongoza na hekima ile Mungu alimpatia. Asante sana.
Haya, malizia tu, najua muda umetupa kisogo.
Kwa majina naitwa Julius Lakat Paraoi. Mimi ni kijana wa Aba area, na tumeshukuru sana kwa president ambaye tumepata kwa siku ya leo. Tunashukuru makanisa, Tunashukuru Chebokati kwa ambaye wamefanya kazi mzuri. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Jesse, you've heard from section of Sugoi residents. This is in Turbo constituency in the county of Uasin Gishu. And remember, the president-elect William Samoei Ruto was born in 1966 in Sambut village, Kamagut area, Turbo constituency in the county of Uasin Gishu. And of course, we have jubilant supporters outside there. They are happy that at last the son of the soil, Deputy President, who was also the Deputy President of this country, William Samoei Ruto, was today declared as the President-elect of this country. From Ruto's official residence, it's back to in studio. Jason.
Koskei, thanks for that update. Even as celebrations are rife in Eldoret town and specifically Sugoi at the residence of the President-elect William Ruto. And of course, trust KTN News to give you an update of the latest developments across the country, not just in Eldoret, but that's the latest from Uasin Gishu County. Celebrations rocking that particular area after William Ruto was declared the winner in the just concluded presidential elections. And we saw scenes that characterized Eldoret town, people turning out, or rather supporters of William Ruto turning out in their numbers in celebration, chants and singing, just as they celebrated the official results as mentioned by the IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati, who was at the Bomas of Kenya. And let's cross over there right now, where my colleague Daniel Mudhoka is still pitching camp at the Bomas of Kenya. And Mudhoka, I mean, it has been a long time coming, a race that has been touted as head-to-head, neck and neck. We finally have the official results from the presidential returning officer. First of all, we saw a dispute a little bit earlier on in terms of the presidential results being announced. What's the latest, even as we saw some of the IEBC commissioners split right across the middle when it came to the opaqueness, as they described it, around this particular process? What do you have for us?
Well, good evening, Jesse, and indeed it has been a journey of up to 6 days since Kenyans went to the ballot last week on Tuesday, and its climax was the announcement of Deputy President William Ruto as the president-elect. And definitely that is a journey that the 55-year-old self-confessed chicken seller from Sugoi in Uasin Gishu County has now indeed risen to occupy the highest office in the land. From an MP to a deputy president, now the erstwhile number 2 is the number 1 elect, even as the jubilations continue to cover and continue to be witnessed across the country. And indeed, right here at the Bomas of Kenya, which has been the tallying nerve center for the presidential election results, we have had quite the dramatic day. It has been a day and a half, one that began with calm, peace, and definitely all telltale signs that indeed we were going to see a climax, a proper ending to the process that began last week on Tuesday when Kenyans took to the ballot. But of course, we saw a number of scenes where especially leaders affiliated to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition intended to disrupt the entire process, and it was quite a chaotic evening right there at the auditorium where the tallying and the announcement of results was taking place. But as it stands now, calm has been restored. Of course, we have seen a number of developments arising from that. We even saw the 4 commissioners, the newly recruited IEBC commissioners, swam out of the IEBC right here at the Bomas of Kenya, head to the Serena Hotel and hold a conference in which they said that they are not part of everything that is taking place here. But just speaking to Deputy President William Ruto, who now is indeed the president-elect, on that issue, when we raised it to him, he has said that he is not fazed by whatever happened, and and that definitely the ultimate role to announce and pronounce a winner in the presidential election lies on the hands of the IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati. But of course, in his in our one-on-one with him, rather, we have discussed a number of issues where he has given answers to, including one, whether he has had any communication with President Uhuru Kenyatta regarding his victory, and he has said that he hasn't, though he intends to do that in the coming few hours. Again, we spoke about, remember, looking at the figures that defined the presidential race for the 2022 election. Ruto garnered 7,176,141 votes, and that is an equivalent of 50.49%, while his bitter rival, Raila Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition, garnered 6,942,930 votes, and that is an equivalent of 48.85%. And as you can see, that is a gap or a margin of about 2%. And the question was, how is he going to take over in a country that is split right almost at the middle? And of course, he said that it doesn't matter who voted for him or who didn't vote for him. He intends to be a president of one country. And so definitely a number of issues and a number of questions came to the deputy president, especially including whether allegations that he will be vengeful upon assuming power following the number of complaints that he has had. But definitely he said that he is not going to follow anybody and that he is going to rule as a fair and free president. And of course, we also spoke to him about other key issues, including whether should this particular election be nullified by the Supreme Court, as we saw in 2017, whether he would respect the court's decision. But of course, he said this is a democratic country and he is going to definitely honor the wishes, or rather the decision by the Supreme Court. So definitely it has been an entire day and a half right here at the Bomas of Kenya, but indeed we come at a point where we have to wrap things up, maybe for now, or maybe until some other time. But definitely we have had our eyes trained here. This is the media center where we have been for quite some time, and as you can see, a number of people have left, and definitely signaling an end to a process that began right there when Kenyans took to the ballot and the tallying took course, and definitely we have seen a winner announced in this presidential race, Jesse.
All right, Muthoka, thanks for that update. And indeed, we had from the president-elect in just a while, a little bit earlier on, where he actually commended the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, saying it conducted a free, fair and transparent general election. That's the latest from the Bomas of Kenya, even as we continue monitoring the state of affairs from across the 47 counties, and we'll definitely keep you updated about what is happening across the various regions. That being the latest from the main tallying center, the Bomas of Kenya, where William Ruto was declared the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya after garnering over 50% plus one of the votes cast in the 2022 general election. So that's the latest from the Bomas of Kenya. Right now, I want to take you to our election center right here at the Standard Group headquarters. My colleague Eric Latif has been pitching camp, waiting with his panel just to give us nuggets of wisdom around some of the trends we've witnessed in the 2022 general election. Latif, good evening. It's been a long time coming in a race that has been, you know, mentioned as head-to-head, neck and neck. We finally have the results, don't we?
Oh, yes, indeed we do, Jesse. And of course, you've seen what has happened at Bomas of Kenya throughout the day today. Everybody was glued on their screens watching what's happening at Bomas, at some point getting really, really frustrated by the choirs. And the choirs were just doing the job of entertaining everybody. Welcome to the election center at Standard Group Center. I'm here with Advocate Kamotho Waiganja, who is a constitutional lawyer. We want to look at the day and what we have seen. Some dramatic day, Kamotho.
It is not what anyone would have expected. I think two things happened, both of them I think unfortunate. One, the most unfortunate is the violence. I think that was unfortunate. The attack on the physical attack on the chair is unacceptable. It's reprehensible. It is wrong. And there can be nothing that can justify it. There can be, because what are we saying to Kenyans when we say that is how we resolve issues and we have institutional framework? So that is unfortunate. And don't forget that this happened when the whole world is looking at us.
Oh, yes.
You know, we have run a very clean system, followed the rules, Kenyans voted peacefully. Then we come at the tail end of the process. You know, and we've been participating in these processes and try to force the chair not to read the results, forgetting that he's actually not required to read them in Bomas. He can read them from anywhere. You know, there's nothing in the law that says they have to be read there. So it really is unfortunate. And I think people need to learn to control their passions. That's what leadership is. So that's one. I think the other unfortunate thing was the statement by the fourth commissioners. Now, while one recognizes that I have every right to have a differing opinion, I think at this very late point of the process, now, if, for example, they had found out that this process was being compromised and they had disassociated themselves from it, then there would be credibility in their position. But to participate in the process, to see them reading results, even up to yesterday, and then at the tail end, when we are just to have a declaration at 6 o'clock, not even earlier in the day, to then say we don't agree with the result, is unfortunate. You know, and I think there are other channels that could have been managed if they're legitimate issues. So I think that is unfortunate. But having said that, we have a result. And I think as a country, we need to recognize how far we have come. You remember in 2007, you know, everything was done, you know, in a manner that was, you know, in a very shadowy manner. You know, the results were announced in some room upstairs with people locked, I think, with only one TV station. Then the swearing in was done, you know, again in a non-public environment. At least, despite our problems, what we're doing transparently. And I think for me the biggest thing, and I think we can repeat this until people get tired of it, I think the masterstroke in this election was the publication of the Form 34As on the public portal by the IEBC. That was a masterstroke, because without that, there had been very many allegations back and forth about what's happening in the back room, what is opaque. But right now, people knew from day one what the results were. And like I think many have said, and have brought it to the attention of the country, there has not been one allegation that any of those 46,000 votes is Form 34As are invalid. There is nobody who has challenged any form. Come and said my polling station in Mananga, stream 3, not that many people voted, or not so many people. Everybody has accepted the 37As. In fact, they have been counting with them. So it's also a bit ingenious at the tail end to come and say we have a problem with the result. What is the problem? Is it a problem with the counting? Is that the opacity in the counting? So I'm just saying that publishing the results was very good for the country. And I think whoever wins and whoever loses, it's important at all times that it is not the commission which decides in some back room somewhere who the winner is, but every citizen has that information. So I think for me, that was the beauty of the thing. And then finally, on the point is to say, is that Kenyans have been peaceful. Even today, I mean, we've had some skirmishes here and there, and one hopes that they will not go overboard. But generally, people have been peaceful. We were peaceful during the campaigns. We had the least number of incidents related to campaign violence during this time. We had a peaceful election. We had a peaceful time of tallying and counting. And we had a peaceful day today. I hope that it will not get out of hand. But I think on average, we've done well. Those unfortunate incidents stand out because they're an exception.
But then again, those unfortunate incidents, as you call them, could also be the turning point. And, you know, flip every good thing that we've talked about so far into something negative that is what will now be the conversation going forward. Let's interrogate what has happened today. So number one, the Azimio chief agent speaks to the public and says, one, we have not had access to the chair, the returning officer. We have not seen the results, and therefore we are raising questions. And then just stepping back a couple of days in the lead up to this, the Azimio team has been raising concerns here and there about, you know, either the authenticity of the result being presented and such other issues. What exactly did you hear them say? What are they saying?
the truth of the matter, the nature of an election is not a perfect process. And I don't think everyone even wants to say that this election necessarily, But I think there are certain pointers. That's why I raised the question of the Form 34A. Remember that courtesy of the KI decision in 2017, I think it was 2017, the polling station results are the final results. So if you want to question any result, what you question is 37A. Anything else that comes after that is about mathematics. And you're entitled to question that because sometimes votes are added and subtracted during the mathematical process. But if you raise those issues with the commission and the commission rejects and they are valid, and you can see that your Form 37 is read 2, but what you're getting here is 1. 34A. I say 37 because for obvious reasons. I spent too many times with the 37s. Once there's a problem, once you notice there's that problem, record record your concern. Keep the evidence. The IEBC is not the final say. There is an avenue available. And yes, I have no problem by the way of people raising those issues legitimately. There's nothing else because also we need a public conversation about them. But you also need to be very clear what are the issues we are raising. You see, it's not enough to say there's an opaque process going, there's rigging, there is hacking that's going on.
There was hacking, there was infiltration.
You see, there's hacking, then impenetration. So the impenetration did what? Because even if people will always try and penetrate systems, but that did what? Did it affect that? Did they change the content of the Form 34As? If it did, why is the original form with which we compare? And don't forget that the tally by the commission is done with the original 37As. It's actually not even done.
Again, 34.
34A. 34A. It's done with the original 34As when they come with the returning officers from the constituencies. So again, if there's an issue with those forms, what you do is resolve that. As far as I know, and I could be wrong, I have not seen one single complaint about a Form 34A.
A specific result.
A specific result, because that's what you'd be raising. So assuming then you raise the issue, I don't think the solution is then to what happened the other night, where people start to become violent and because that is not the way you do things that have a legal process. Our electoral regulations have a process, step by step, about what happens. This is brought to the commission. The chairman does this. Agents sit in. This is the role of agents. They are observers. If there is a problem, this country has proved, and we've said this before, this country has shown that if an election is compromised, it will be nullified, even if it's a presidential election. So it's not like if the commission makes the wrong decision, that's the end of the thing. Put it on record, let it be on record, but I don't think it needs to be unruly. I don't think it needs to translate it to violence.
Let's give benefit of the doubt here,
yes,
all right, to the people who are complaining. In the last couple of days, we've seen the Azimio team has really been agitated.
Yes.
And at some point, they were even locked out of the process.
Yes.
Remember, at some point, even the commissioners would come and say, all right, your job is not to audit. We are not conducting a forensic audit. What the returning officers are bringing are the results, and what we have is just a verification process, and it's a step-by-step. And yet, the teams wanted to see what has been brought. They want to counter-check, thereby delaying the process. Do you think there was legitimate concern being raised here?
I don't know.
And then again, if, yes, we agree that there is, of course, legal recourse. There's the Supreme Court, which has given you a period within which to file an appeal. But you want to go to that level when you can just raise the issues here.
We must also, Eric, recognize the respective responsibilities of institutions. The ultimate responsibility of the institution that determines the validity of the result is the commission. It is not a collegiate decision between the agents and the commission. So if there's a difference of opinion between the agents and the commission, the voice of the commission is final. So the commission doesn't have to agree with agents, because a lot of times there are differing views between agents. So if you say we could go on until, because usually people don't get to agree on these issues. So what you do is you listen, and you as a commission you make a decision. If I as an agent then are dissatisfied, that's as far as I can go, because I cannot force the commission to adopt my decision. It is not a collegiate process. So yes, there's need for transparency. Yes, it's important for the commission to be transparent, and I think the commission was significantly more transparent than it's been before. I think that process continues to improve. Maybe there are ways we can do so that it's a little more transparent than it's been. But I think it has grown, even in terms of how far we have come. And then we also need to remember that the Commission has a limited time to resolve these issues. So it's not like we have all the time in the world to look at every form. Let us check. How do you know this? Because the opportunity for you as a responsible candidate or party, because you have, this Form 34 is you have your own copy. You have
your
a copy.
Agent signed
your agent signed a copy.
Yeah.
So the only thing you can do is come with a copy and say the copy you have is inconsistent with the one I have. But if the one you have and the one I have are the same, but now we start to question whether which is here, this number is correct, then we are not helping the process, because in any case, the law says you cannot change that 34A. So even if we agree that it has a problem, we have no capacity to now go and change it.
To alter,
we
to
only
edit
need we just need to establish, is it the form? If it is the form that was signed at the polling station, that's end of the story. The only people who can change that is the court. So also some of these issues, the question you ask is, they are to what end? If we are raising an issue about an error on the Form 34, we are accepting it's the same one. If we are saying there's an error, we want the Commission to do what? Because the Commission can't do anything. The most that the Commission can do, as the court required, is take notes. There's a problem with that form. It is only the court itself that can now make, because the court can recount the ballots. So I'm just saying that we also need to be careful that we also don't generate. And I've been in these counting rooms, I've been in tally centers in the last 4 or 5 elections. I know that sometimes there are legitimate complaints, but there are also complaints that are intended for other purposes. I don't know because I wasn't in the room, I don't know. But I think what is important is, having failed with the Commission, if you have a legitimate grievances, there's another avenue. Yeah.
The commissioners.
Yes.
So 4 commissioners, fairly new to the Commission, then walk out and they disassociate themselves with the decision that's being made this afternoon.
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. I think for me, it talks to the sort of institution disharmony that is not healthy, and I don't know who is responsible for the disharmony. All I can say is, if there was a fundamental problem in this process, it should have been obvious from the beginning. I think there's a certain lack of ingenuity when it arises at the tail end, because this is such an important process, Eric, that you actually need to tell Kenyans what it is. You see, it's not enough to cast an aspersion on such an important issue. As a commissioner, I need to say, when we counted the ballots, we actually found out that Honorable Raila Odinga has more votes. But the chairman insisted, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or that because the counting process has not been hidden, these commissioners are the ones who have been tallying and producing the results. In fact, Eric, the tallying and verification of the 34As was already completed, I think, except a few polling stations. So that was already completed. So what we are talking about that was remaining is the 34B and 34C. 34A was completed. So what is, if 34A is the result, and it was already verified and tallied, so what is this issue that is so fundamental that the commissioners actually reject the result? And if they did, and maybe there are good reasons, shouldn't those reasons be known by Kenyans? Because this is not, this is not the Commission's election. This is not an internal decision of the Commission, a discretionary decision. This is about Kenyans voted. So the least the commissioners could do, and I don't doubt that they have valid reasons, is to tell people what is it, and especially what is the implication of their differences on the result.
On the result.
Why are they questioning the result? Because what? Is it that they found that their Form 34As that were invalid? Is it that they found that the totaling was wrong? Is it that there's somebody who didn't reach 25% in half of the counties? Because you cannot, this is too important a process to just cast aspersions, because then what you do, you leave people to interpret. And we have social media, and now there are 20 possible stories. It is not healthy. This process has not been opaque, at least as far as we know. So if there's opacity, and there could be, let us know the details.
They need to explain. They said that they'll release a comprehensive statement later. But remember, in their statement, they started, and this is Juliana Cherera, the vice chairperson, started by saying and insisting that since they joined the commission, they pushed for the transparency that we now see in the commission. So they're basically taking credit for all these things that we are saying we are praising the IEBC for. The transparency in releasing the Forms 34A, the transparency in dealing with the candidates and all that. So they're taking credit in that and then saying that in the end, what has happened, let's say maybe in the last couple of hours, I got the implication, that's what they were saying, that something has happened in the last couple of hours that has completely thrown them off the loop, that they don't know exactly what has happened. And that's why that's what they call opacity. Because, I mean, everything else, like you're saying, they have been involved in it. In fact, they're taking credit for it.
And Eric, that is precisely my point. The announcement of the president of this country is such an important issue that you cannot subject it to differences. You see, differences about the commission which have no impact on the result. You see, there can be differences. Maybe they were locked out of the room. Maybe the chairman was alone. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that opacity is. The question is, did that opacity affect the result which they had been tallying? If it did, it is so fundamental that it is not the sort of thing which you say will tell you tomorrow. You know what I mean? It is so important. It is not, you can't be that casual with an issue on which people lose lives. You know, but just leaving us now to conjecture. What do you think it is? Do you know, I mean, and it is not that this election, this result has been available for everybody. So what is it that you are saying is a problem? And that problem is so fundamental. One, that you are not willing to, I don't know what it means to not be associated. Are you saying that that result is not credible? Or is it the mode by which it is being read? Is it the way it's being handled? I don't know. And especially when you also consider the respective responsibilities of the commission.
Yep.
The responsibilities of tallying, counting, tallying verification at the constituency level is a constituency returning officer. It is not the commission that goes to announce results and tally there. It is the constituency returning officer. And once that returning officer declares you to be the member of parliament or the member of county assembly, you are a member of county assembly.
That's it.
When you go to the county, the returning officer is the county returning officer. He does the verification and does the tallying. He declares you. The commission doesn't come to do so. When you get to the national level, and you know why? Because the role of the chair at that point is very nominal. He doesn't change anything. All he does is count. He's actually just enter from Form 1 to Form 2 and then count. That responsibility even there is given to the chair as the returning officer. So he's not the returning officer of the entire election in Kenya, but for the presidential election, the process of tallying, verification is granted by the law to the chairman of the commission because it's purely formal. There's nothing. It's not substantive. It's not a discretionary decision. The chair cannot get those forms and decide, no, I don't like these results, you know. Or the commission cannot sit in plenary and decide, even though the results say X, I don't support. You can't. Yeah. You're just announcing what people decided. This is not a decision about the tender for votes, whether it will be Egypt or Somalia. This is about the will of the people. The results are already there. So what I'm saying is that if there is such a fundamental problem, and I don't want to say there isn't. These are people like Justice Nyang'aya are men of honor. They've worked in the human rights sector. We have great respect for them. If it is true, then they owed it to this country on such an important issue. One, not to wait until the last minute, to have told us earlier, and two, to tell us the details, and especially if those details have on the result that the chairman is about to declare someone president. So when you say I don't associate, what are you saying?
What exactly do you mean?
What do you mean? That result is invalid? You see that casualness on such an important issue is what it is not about whether they're entitled to. I don't doubt that they're entitled to. But that sort of office comes with a huge sense of responsibility, and it was not exercised.
Which is greater than this. The next question is on the implication of what the commissioners have done. Let's talk about that after we take this quick break. This is the Election Center right here in the Standard Group Center today in Kivumbi 2022. We are talking about what we've seen at Bomas, the implication of the 4 commissioners who disassociated themselves from the result, the implication of Wafula Chebukati, the chairman of the IEBC, and the National Returning Officer also coming out to declare the winner of the election, and then what happens thereafter. Kamodo Iganjo is our guest. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
whole story.
So guys, I'm heading to the street to find out what Kenyans have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word. Let's go.
Marafiki pamoja, undugu yani.
Upendo.
Form. Ukulima. Bidii.
Chakula. Amani.
Redo. Watanero. Utamaduni.
Utalii.
Mungu. Moyo kwange.
Magical. Hera.
Great.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Sheng. Mboka. Madrid.
Sherehe.
Sports.
KOD.
Fantastic.
How ni maoni ya Wakenya kwenye street now to you? What do you have to say about the true Kenyan spirit in one word?
Fellow Kenyans, as we transition into a new political leadership, we must remember that our real enemies are poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a weak economy. Our diversity and differences in opinion are never our enemies. They are our strength. Resolving our differences should lead us to the path of tolerance, social dialogue, and peace. Kenya is greater than any one of us, and future generations are counting on us to pass on to them a better, united, and thriving country than was entrusted to us by our forefathers. I am Jacqueline Mugo, Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Kenya Employers, and we stand for peace. How about you? Will you stand for peace?
TV inakuletea season mpya na itakuwa bigger and better kuliko season yoyote ingine. Jinyakulie decoder ya Go TV yenye mwezi mmoja wa Go TV Plus kwa shilingi 1299 na ujitayarishe watch bigger, better football. Go TV, love it.
Oh, you made me so proud today. I'll never forget the day you got accepted. Remember how you just jumped in right away and gave it everything? It was so inspiring, especially for your little brother. And now I can watch him follow his dreams.
Kwa majina naitwa Nation Gadhiori. Mimi ni mwendeshaji wa pikipiki hapa Nairobi, lakini nimetoka pande za Nakuru Bahati. Kwa hivi sasa nimeshinda 250,000 na nimefurahi sana. Mimi kitu ya kwanza hata kitu kwa nataka, mimi ni mtu wa kufanya delivery. So mimi nilikuwa nataka ninunue pikipiki nyingine, niandike mtu tusaidia na yeye kazi. Jiza zingine kazi wewe inanilemea. So inabidi sasa nichukue pikipiki nyingine niongeze mtu ili tufanye kazi pamoja, tusaidiane. Wakenya wote kwa kijumla, mosi hata bosi wa rafiki wangu tunafanya nao kazi. Roto ni kitu ya ukweli, Loto si kitu ya uongo. Unacheza tu, unatuma tu 100 bob ama 99 bob kwa 777 unategea vile tunatega customer tukiwa kwa stage.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.
Oh, you made me so proud today. I'll never forget the day you got accepted. Remember how you just jumped in right away and gave it everything? It was so inspiring, especially for your little brother. And now I can watch him follow his dreams.
inakuletea season mpya na itakuwa bigger and better kuliko season yoyote ingine. Jinyakulie decoder ya GoTV yenye mwezi mmoja wa GoTV Plus kwa shilingi 1299 na ujitayarishe watch bigger better football. GoTV, love it.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back to the Election Center of Kivumbi 2022. My name is Eric Latif. This evening, we're having a conversation with Kamodo Waiganjo, advocate. We are talking about what happened today at the IEBC and at Serena Hotel, where 4 commissioners addressed the media, just a brief address, and they said, we are going to give you details later, but just know that we do disassociate ourselves with everything else that's happening at Bomas. At that point, what was happening at Bomas was the chair of the Electoral Commission was about to declare the result of the presidential election. So that means that they are not part of this. Is there any consequence to this? Do all the commissioners have a role to play in the management of the presidential election?
Let me put it this way. There appears to be some role in terms of the overall management of the election by the commission. But when it comes to, and that's why I said, if you look at the way the flow of, I believe it's Regulation 87, I think it is, I could be wrong. Yeah? The flow of that process is that we have elections at constituency level for wards, members of the county assembly, members of parliament, and there is a returning officer there. So even though the role of elections generally is given to the commission delegates to responsible officers. And those responsible officers are provided for. The commission will appoint the returning officers at constituency and county. Those people make final declarations. At the national level, that responsibility by law is given to the chair. So in a sense, that the failure to have a consensus position, what it does is that it politically taints, you know, in the eyes of people, it can look like this election has a problem. But in terms of the law, as it's my own reading of the law, and I have read not just Regulation 87, but also the decision by, in Minor Case about the role of the commission vis-a-vis the role of the chair. The issue then was that the regulations seem to indicate that the chair can adjust the results. And what KI was saying, what the KI decision was saying, says no. The role of the commission, the role of the chair at that point is purely to affirm the results that they have. So that role was then given by the regulations to the chair solely. So even if the commissioners don't agree, that has no effect in law. Now, obviously, this is an issue that is going to be, I'm sure it's one of the issues that will be going to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court may take a different position. But then the interpretation of the law should never go to the point of absurdity. Because, to emphasize that the decision being made by the commission at this level is not a discretionary decision of the commission, where you vote and if 4 of you decide no, then the decision dies. This is a decision. It's actually, you're playing a titular role, it's just a formality. But somebody needs to declare All you're doing is taking a result that's already come from you and so you cannot vote.
Verifying it
it's not about a vote. The only thing you can disagree on is whether that verification is correct. But that verification can only be wrong if the questions of the Form 34As are disputed. If the Form 34As are accepted, and don't forget that the Commission had already verified those. They had finished the verification of Form 34As, save for a few of them. So if that had been finished, there's actually nothing else that you're doing, because the 34Bs, which can be amended, and I keep saying this, they're purely mathematical. So I'm not sure what the issue would be, whether the opacity would be about counting. But having said that, the responsibility to make that decision is the chair.
So
now,
it's solely the chair.
It's solely the chair.
So even when we were seeing the other commissioners coming out to read what has been verified, they were just...
It's by way of delegation.
It was just formality.
It's by way of delegation by the chair.
Just to show that there's teamwork here.
So there's a teamwork. And remember that because it's a political process, the election is just a legal process. That's why I don't want to overemphasize the law. It's a political process. So there's a sense in which you also need political acceptance of the result. Political acceptance is important. But the political acceptance also should only be prejudiced if the legal substructure has also been affected. If the legal substructure is strong, then it doesn't matter. The political contamination doesn't have the same effect. It's the nature of our Kenyan election is that it's very rare that you find people accepting they lost. So there'll always be a political challenge to almost every election. The question is, if that election is then subjected to a review by responsible institution, does it pass muster? If it does, then of course the politics will come along in due time. So I think for me the question is how the Supreme Court handles this. I think it's important that it responds to all these issues. It's important that, again, for the new issues that are rising, which we would never have anticipated, that they then make a decision about it. Because let me ask you, Eric, what happens if next time a chairman of a commission refuses to read the results? You know, we've never anticipated something like that. What if today it was the chair? Suppose even the chair had sat in plenary, the commission had sat in plenary, agreed on a majority position, which the chair doesn't agree. Can the chair read a different result or refuse to read? You know, we've never anticipated...
We've never really gotten to this point.
And a lot of these issues will keep arising as new circumstances emerge. And we'll have to keep responding to our immediate questions. Nobody would ever have foreseen this. Nobody would have foreseen a situation where today the intention was to stop the chair from reading. I give an example another time was here when I said in a county which I was, the returning officer announced the results publicly. It was even recorded by people on their phones and then disappeared with the forms.
But this is after announcing the
After announcing. But you see, without that physical result, because it's a constituency level, the county results, which are the final results, cannot be announced. So we stayed for 24 hours waiting.
For the physical
result. Even though we all know the results. Even though we all know the results, we have the recording of the results being read. We have our own forms. But the way the law is organized, it assumes that certain things will happen. That if these forms tally, the chairman will read. But it doesn't say what if the chairman refuses. So there are certain things that the court will have to determine to actually start to close what are going to be increasing areas of prejudice that can cause a national crisis on an election.
You've said the bigger impact of what has happened today is on the politics of it.
It's political. So
it sort of creates a different impression about the entire process. And we saw this as well in 2017. In 2017, one commissioner, Dr. Rosalina Kombe, took off. Then soon after, the other commissioners resigned, and starting with the vice chair. Again, this time, starting with the vice chair, 4 newly appointed commissioners come and distance themselves from this. Where is the issue, though? Why does the chair of the commission have to deal with... This is the same Wafula Chebukati who is getting the second row of commissioners leaving him.
Let me say a few things. And because I'm not an insider in the commission, I do not want to pretend to understand. But managing a team like that calls for special skills in leadership. I watched it when we were in the CIC for 5 years. We were a very diverse commission with very strong political issues, political differences, and different views on issues. but we managed to stick together. Maybe because we are not declaring an election, so maybe we could afford to. But I think this calls for very, very special skills. And maybe the chair is so busy with the election that there are certain areas there which could have been done better because you needed to have a team together. But I understand also why it is also difficult to put this team together. Because this team is appointed politically. So people have political alliances. So they have people they answer to politically. These decisions have huge implications. You know, the loss of the presidency in the third world, for many people, it is the end of a life.
Yep.
You know, so you can understand that they are very heavy investments. People have spent billions. So in a sense, the decision of one person, especially if you know that you are there as a delegate of somebody, of some entity, you can understand why that happens. So I'm not surprised. I think what shocked me is that the issues that were raised, because even then you need to have substantive differences. You see, what you don't want is that commissioners gang together and they make decisions based on alliances as opposed to the substantive issues.
Yep.
That is why I keep repeating that I have no problem. I don't think there's any responsibility for the commission to be a choir that agrees on everything. But if there are differences, especially on a fundamental issue like this, which is based on the law. You see, an election is not about what I believe and what I think and I don't like. It is whether there's been compliance with the law. So if as a commissioner I have a problem with that result, I need to be able to say, this is the violation that I'm complaining about. This is the lack of compliance. That is what I need to say. Now, maybe they will say so tomorrow. But in my mind, because of where the election today was, it would have been more useful for this conversation. You know, because then that have been responded to. You see, it would have been possible then, during the announcement, for the chairman to be able to say, I know what my commissioners have said in relation to Form 34A, but the truth of the position is the following. Then Kenyans don't go there making their own suppositions. So I'm just saying that the political impact of it is unfortunate because it is not informed by a challenge to the legality, which is what you'd have wanted to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's assume that the Azimio team then proceeds to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Okay. If you were just to hazard a guess
Yes.
in the number of issues that they would raise in the Supreme Court, what would they be?
Obviously, they will raise the question. This issue about quorum is going to be raised, and whether the decision about the election, because the Constitution seems to indicate some role for the Commission, but the Act reduces that role, and the regulations is even more specific now, because now it goes to the specific roles, whereas the Constitution gives a broad responsibility of the Commission. And that is the way the law is. It will say the Commission will oversee elections, but it recognizes that the Commission won't go to my county, my location in Kiru, and sit there overseeing, you know. So the regulations and the law then do that. But that question about the role is going to be one of the issues that are going to be raised. And the question of what would then appear to be a lack of quorum.
Of today's...
Yes. Yeah. The question of the issues they have raised, because remember they talked about hacking of the system and all that, and whether that hacking then had the effect on the result. Because remember, at the end of the day, the general principle that the courts have followed is that it is not enough to show that there was a problem. It is not enough to say the system was hacked and there were people who were penetrating the system. There were people who came into the room when the commissioners were meeting. You need to say, yes, that's all very true, and that is wrong, and it shouldn't have happened, but did it affect the result? So they will then need to show, and maybe they have the evidence, I wouldn't doubt they do, that the system was hacked. And when it was hacked, Form 34A was changed, and this is the original 34A. And that 34A had better be one that everybody has, not just one that you yourself have. And I think that is going to be a heavy threshold to meet. I don't know. I think we would have to wait and see. I think the other issues that may arise, I don't know. If it was the other side that was petitioning, I can tell you that I've raised the question of the involvement of government and public officers in the campaign. I am sure that I've raised that issue, and the use of public funds in the campaign for one candidate. But now the persons who would be petitioning were the beneficiaries of the largesse of government and government ministers. So that may not arise. So maybe those are the issues. Maybe campaign financing, maybe people raise all manner of issues. I don't know. I think we wait and see.
So in the last petition of 2017, among the issues was, of course, the transmission.
Yes.
And, you know, the questions that they were raising, NASA then, was how the result left the polling station and arrived at Bomas.
Yes.
And that's where the issue of, the server, that there was, infiltration of the server, there was an injection of some algorithm. This time, there's some top-level conversation about injection of algorithm.
Yes.
But not specific.
And you see why? You see the problem with 2017 is that the commission, the presiding officer and returning officers submitted alphanumeric, the totals in alphanumeric form. And that is what the commission worked on as they were waiting for some of the forms. And they made a decision to announce the result before all the forms were there, And so the challenge then was, how did you verify? What did you use to verify the result? Which is why this time they decided the only way to do so is to make sure that before you announce, all the forms are there. And you will have two ways of verifying. You'll have the electronic one, which is sent on that night, and then you'll have the physical one, which will be brought by the returning officer. And then the agents and the parties will have theirs. So once you have those three sources, then it is very possible, then you can say you have verified, if all those three agree. Now, if there is a dissension between the three, then you can then say there's a problem. And even then, if there is, what you work on is on the original 34A. If that 34A is there, it's available, that's the result you carry, with whatever mistakes it has. But again, back to my point, I'm waiting to see, because there would be in social media, I'm waiting to see anybody saying that the form that was posted or that was used to tally the result was the wrong form 34A. Watch a 34B, and whether Kiambu's due there was 9,000. Those are neither here nor there for purposes of the election. The election is about 34A. The B series and the C series are easy to correct, and those can be corrected. So I don't see that is going to be an issue. The transmission route, in fact, one of the realities that my understanding of the law as it is this year is that there was actually no requirement for electronic transmission as a matter of law.
Really?
As a matter of law. And that is where you'll notice the results for MCAs, MPs, they were not transmitted electronically because there was no requirement. The commission elected to transmit the presidential ones, and I think it was a good decision. So what happened is that the law was amended in between, and then the provisions were declared unconstitutional, so we were left with a lacuna. My own view is that in the next amendment of elections, other than closing these gaps that we are now finding, I think one of the other things we will need to do is require electronic transmission of 34As, 35As, up to 37. I think it's up to 38. And the reason for that, Eric, and because I've participated in elections and I have been in the polling stations and counted. This year I visited about 16, 17 polling stations between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Is that at that hour, particularly because we start counting the presidential election, everyone is alert, everyone is awake, and nobody knows how the result will turn out.
Okay.
So everybody participates in signing that form. There's no agent who refuses to sign.
So the A's are signed. At that point, it's a fast ballot that you're counting.
It's the first ballot you're counting, and also you don't know how the national result will be. So if you don't sign, it could prejudice your candidate, and at that point you believe your candidate is winning. So you sign, which is why if you check the forms that were submitted in the IEBC portal, they're signed. Most of them. There are very few that are not signed by agents. So that is why that form is so important, and that is why for me in the future, MCA, MP, woman rep, county governor, senator, everything. The minute you count, they are signed by the agents, transmit, so that they are available for everybody to see. Let them be there in the part. It will even reduce the number of petitions.
Yeah.
Because the petitions that we have actually arise on that, people saying, oh,
this is the wrong form.
This is the wrong form. The form was changed. By the time it got to the constitutional returning officer, it was amended or a new one was introduced. That is why my whatevers are not there. If it had been sent out that night, it's more difficult. So we'll actually reduce the volume of petitions if we were to do that.
Speaking of which, must all agents sign the form?
No, there's no requirement. The law has two provisions. It says agents can choose to sign. They can choose to refuse to sign. If they refuse to sign, they should indicate their reasons for not signing.
Okay.
But even if they don't, or they are not there, the law says the absence or the failure to sign does not invalidate the result. And the reason for that is that if you are to leave that role to the agents, the minute I see my candidate is losing, I refuse to sign. Then that election, that result is not valid, you know.
Yes.
So for that reason, they say, please sign. If you have a problem, don't refuse to sign. Sign,
but you have to give a reason.
But you give a reason. For example, when you go for a petition and you want a recount of the ballots, the right to recount is not automatic. Part of the reason why you'd be allowed to recount is if, for example, your agent raised issues which were not resolved by the presiding officer. Then you can say the issues we are raising in court now and demanding a recount, we actually demanded and it was refused. So in a sense, it's important that those reasons be recorded. It doesn't help you as an agent when you just refuse to sign. You don't help your candidate by refusing to sign. You help your candidate if you indicate the one, I was the only agent and I was being beaten when I try and raise issues. Just have it there. Yeah.
So in this particular case of today, Chief Agent Saitaba Ole Kanchori says we have not seen Form 34C, which contains now the consolidation of the results. And we have not seen the commissioner. That's the returning officer. So basically what he's saying is we haven't been able to sign.
That would be unfortunate.
And we have not even been able to give a reason on the form on why we have not signed it.
Assuming it's true, that would be wrong, because the returning officer must allow the agent to see the form, not necessarily to do anything with it, so that they can either sign, because they are signed by the agents, they can either sign or give their reasons for not signing. But you cannot withhold the form from the agents. That would be wrong. Assuming that's correct, it would be wrong. It is not, the law requires them to confirm.
What recourse would such an agent have?
It would. Now, the problem would be, again saying, let's assume that you then find that they were denied. That in itself does not invalidate the result. You know, because the issue of the result is not about the agent's signature. It is whether the reason why, because the agent did not sign, the result is compromised. You know, the reason why they are being denied a right to sign is because the result was being compromised. So the issue is not the signing. The issue is that the failure, the refusal to allow an agent to sign can point to an irregularity or a prejudice to the system. So that is what you'd be questioning. So the fact that you didn't sign or you are not allowed could be wrong, and maybe there are other sanctions, but it will not invalidate a result by itself. There has to be other things that show, because at the end of the day, what are we doing for in an election? We are checking whether the will of the people, of the voter, is reflected in these returns. So that is the only question we are asking. So when you say, for example, that numbers were added or numbers were reduced, what you are saying is that that addition or subtraction prejudiced the right of the voter. So that is what. So it's not about the candidates or about the agents. It's about the voter and whether that result reflects their will.
Finally, Kamalo, as we conclude the conversation this evening, we've been talking about electoral reforms for quite a while. After the 2017 nullification, there was all this talk of we are going to reform our electoral system. We haven't seen many changes or amendments to the law. Attempts by the IEBC to present amendments were just basically getting thwarted by the National Assembly. Even introducing regulations as required was being thwarted. The regulations on campaign financing were just basically thrown out. So what do we need to actually see a proper, honest conversation on reforming our electoral system, and then increases transparency and reduces the level of mistrust to the system?
It's a journey. If you look at our electoral process between 2007, because that was probably our lowest moment, and 2022, we have come a very long way in terms of transparency and credibility of the election. We have come a very long way, you know. So I think we shouldn't say that there has been significant reforms. There are certain areas, of course, where we haven't moved, like on campaign financing. And the problem with that is that you're actually asking the people most directly affected by that rule to make the decision, you know. And so when you say you cannot spend X or that you're required to disclose where you get money, it is about them. So you're asking them to vote on that issue. That has a problem, but that is the nature of democracy. But the other thing is that while Parliament itself may not have been very progressive in electoral reforms, the courts have made very fundamental decisions about the electoral process. In fact, if you look at the structure of the election 2022, a lot of it is informed by the decisions of the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. So even though Parliament itself may not have done as much, the courts have. So we've made some we've gone some distance, but I think there are certain issues, like I said at some point, that are now becoming obvious. And I'm sure even in 2027 we'll have new ones, and then we'll keep reforming to address those issues. And a lot of those will not be done by Parliament; they will be done by the courts.
And what do we need to do to reduce the level of mistrust in the system?
I think first is to ensure that the result is credible. That is the first thing we need to do. Why I say I am concerned about the events of today is because you cause suspicion on a process without indicating what is the substantive issue, which is not healthy, because you see, even you don't know, so what are you asking us to reform? So it's important that even as we critique this process, especially if we are the players, we need to critique it in a way that helps us to advance the journey. I think the more the election becomes credible, the more trust will be obtained. But also, don't forget that a lot of this also is contaminated by a nature of politics. For as long as politics becomes a winner-take-all, particularly at the top, and I think for me, one of the greatest failures of Jubilee is the failure to empower county governments. Because for as long as the whole country focuses on the presidency, because the presidency is very strong, it can deliver everything. The president can decide whether or not you're going to have bypasses and expressways, or whether you'll be walking on that route, because the executive decides whether or not to send money to the counties. Even if money is allocated, they just say there's no money. But if the executive wants to spend money on anything, they can spend. The more we have continued to make the presidency powerful, the more the demand for it and the need to capture it has increased. And the reason then where there is mistrust is because we are looking at the one position, and usually it's a polarized position. It's a polarity. We have two people. So we divide the country into two. If we had reduced the power of the presidency and spread it to 47, that level of mistrust would have gone. It would dissipate. But for the more we continue to empower this office and everything falls or whatever on it, then you can be sure the mistrust will continue. Because for the people who are participating, they know if they lose, they will pay a price. Including, you see, one of the unfortunate is even the use of institutions. You know that I can decide who gets charged, who gets investigated, so the minute you make the institution of the presidency that powerful, then of course we'll fight for it, and of course then it will divide the country. So these issues are interrelated, and we need to recognize this and say, when we talked about an imperial presidency, have we been slowly recreating the imperial presidency? Why are we fighting so much for the presidency if we had weakened it? Because we have strengthened it at the expense of other institutions.
We really did not weaken it as we intended.
No, we did not.
Kamodo Weganjo,
thank you.
Constitutional lawyer, former member of the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. Thank you very much for talking to us.
County. Eric, there are places I've called Your Excellency.
Yes. First gentleman, Kirinyaga County. Now you'll be 7 of you.
Excellent. We will have our own wing in the First Spouses Forum.
And the Council of Governors.
Yes, and even the Council of Governors, you can't be represented.
But our views now start pushing to be members of IEBC and the other organs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Keep it here for more. Jesse Rogers is here with greater updates from what's been happening around the country, plus talking to our correspondents. Jesse.
Well, thanks for that, Eric Latif. Interesting insights around the possibilities thereafter and the legal parameters once the official declaration was announced. We just want to get a feel of the mood across the country, even as that official result was declared just today after a long wait. Monday, the 15th day of August, brought with it that official declaration from the IEBC Presidential Returning Officer Wafula Chebukati, who happens to be the chairperson, declaring William Ruto the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. And in earnest, let's cross over and begin with the latest from Uasin Gishu County, where I understand my colleague Moses Wahisi is in Eldoret town. And Wahisi, good evening. We've seen reports of crowds thronging the streets, jubilation, celebration once that official announcement was made. Has the, anticipation died down? Is it still celebrations across Eldoret town?
Anticipation with Jesse Rogers is dead because we know that William Samoei Ruto is the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, president-elect we should say. And the people in Uasin Gishu, they have maintained a peace. They have enjoyed themselves, they have danced, and they're saying that hakuna kulala. And for KTN News, I know as always, took a site and we've been here just to tell you what exactly has been happening. I can see actually it's like I'm being given a guard of honor, so I think I will march here after some time just to hear what some of the residents here are saying. But in black and white, the people of Uasin Gishu are saying that yes, they went out and voted, and yes, they did vote for William Samoei Ruto, and the numbers do call, and the numbers are in black and white, speaking to that narrative. Let me speak to some of the residents here. Pengine tuanze na wewe. Pole tu, hakuna fujo bana. Pole tulia. Nieleze, unajichukulia vipi, unajihisi vipi? We have William Ruto as the 5th president of Kenya.
Yes, mimi naitwa Alfred Kipsang. My message to all residents of Uasin Gishu and Mount Kenya, Western, and anybody who participated in this election to make sure that Ruto wins, I want to tell them congratulations, thank you so much. Sisi chenye tunataka kusema kama wafuasi wa Kenya Kwanza ni kwamba serikali hii haitakuwa ya William Ruto peke yake, ni ya Wakenya wote. Lakini kitu yenye hatuwezi kukubali ni kugawa mkate. Ndio maana nimeleta hii mkate. Ninamaanisha kwamba hii mkate ni full. Hakuna serikali nusu, hakuna kugawa mkate. And as we speak, and when sign mkate full. Alafu kitu yenye nataka kuongeza tena, nataka kusema kwamba mimi nimetoka kununua mkate. Nimeshangaa sana. Baada ya Ruto kushinda immediately, hii mkate ilikuwa 110. Sasa hizi ni 50 shillings.
Hiyo ni chocha. Madam njoo hapa, wacha niongee na mwanadada. Njoo hapa. Nipatie nafasi. Tulia. Niambie, kila mtu anaongea amefurahi, William Ruto amepata kuteuliwa kama rais. Pengine leo mnaenda kulala ama mnakesha hapa nje mkipiga madensi?
Leo ni kukesha, hakuna kulala. Tumefurahi sana kama watu wa Uasin Gishu County.
Wewe unataka kusema nini?
Leo ni kukesha mpaka che. Tupo side.
So because I can see the crowd actually, because of just the fact that one of their own is the 5th president of Kenya, they might be overjoyed, but they have all reasons to be overjoyed. Wewe sasa unaharibu sasa. Usiharibu bana. Wakenya wanakuangalia. Unajua tumekuwa na amani, kila kitu iko sawa, but it's all about them being happy. And yes, some of them might take it overboard. Others will say that they will do it in the best way that they can, but in black and white. Let them dance, let them celebrate. And they're saying, yes, William Samoei Ruto is their choice.
All right, Moses Wahisi in the streets of Eldoret town, definitely surrounded by excited crowds, as you can see, even as residents of Eldoret town in Uasin Gishu County actually thronged the streets to celebrate William Ruto's declaration as the president-elect this Monday evening. And as you can see, we definitely are following up on some of the reactions from across the country. That was in Eldoret town. Let's cross over to Sugoi, specifically the home area of the president-elect William Ruto. My colleague Elvis Koskei is still pitching camp right there. Koskei, when we talked to you a little bit earlier on, members of the clergy had turned out to sort of celebrate the declaration. What is the latest as we speak right now?
Shukran sana Jesse, na bado tunawajia katika makazi maalum ya Rais mteule William Samoei Kipchirchir Ruto. Itakumbuka kwamba mwaka 1966 tarehe 21 Disemba, William Samoei Ruto alizaliwa katika kijiji cha Sambut, eneo la Kamagut, kipindi hicho wilaya ya Uasin Gishu, na baadaye akaenda shule ya chekechea katika shule ya Kerotet. Alikadhalika tukataarifiwa kwamba akajiunga na shule ya msingi ya Kamagut. Baadaye akapata fursa ya kutikisa bongo katika bahari ya elimu, hasa katika shule ya Wareng, kisha akajitosa katika shule ya upili ya Kapsabet, na ndiposa nimekita kambi hapa. Ningetaka tu kupiga story na jamaa mmoja hapa ambaye tunataarifiwa kwamba alisoma na rais mteule William Samoei Ruto. Je, wanakuita nani? Mulisoma wapi? Na siku ya leo unajisikiaje?
Mimi naitwa Joseph Chepkwony. Natoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, Siwa Ward, nia Kerotet, mali Ruto alisomea akiwa shule ya chekechea. Alafu tukakutana naye kwa Wareng from 1981 to 1984.
Naam, William Ruto alikuwa mwanafunzi wa aina gani?
William Ruto, mimi kwanza alikuwa mkubwa kwa age kwake. Tukakutana naye hapo, tukasoma naye. Wareng tulikuwa na 2 streams. Tulikuwa na Kaufman stream na streams ilikuwa 2, Kaufman stream na Harambee stream. Hasa tulikuwa na Ruto kwa Kaufman stream, that is Wareng South. Kulikuwa na Wareng North na Wareng South. Tulikuwa na Ruto kwa Wareng South, mali ya Kaufman. Kaufman ilikuwa wanafunzi wenye walipita zaidi.
Je, shuleni alikuwa masomo yalikuwa namna gani? Kuna masomo ambayo alipenda, michezo ambayo alisema alipenda, na hii leo amekuwa rais mteule, unajisikiaje?
Kabla hajakuwa rais, tulisoma na Ruto kwa hiyo shule. Hata hiyo shule kwanza haikuwa hata na boarding school ya maana. Tulikuwa naishi mali imepikwa mbao, ilikuwa naitwa Siberia. Na unajua Siberia, ukiambiwa Siberia ni mali iko cold. Tulisoma na yeye kwa hiyo shule, na tulikuwa nalala hiyo ni kama semi boarding school. Tulikuwa na yeye hapo. Tukasoma na yeye kufika form 2. Ndio tukapatia kwa vile alikuwa a Christian student. Tukapatia akuwe in charge ya canteen ya shule, ya kutusia mkate, kalamu na rabas ya shule tu hapo. Na alikuwa mtu polepole kwa hiyo shule. Yeah.
Kwa hiyo leo ametangazwa rasmi na mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Bwana Wafula Chebukati kuwa rais mteule. Unajisikiaje? Yule mwanafunzi ambaye mlikuwa naye hii leo ni rais mteule. Unajisikiaje binafsi yako?
Huyo mwanafunzi vile najua ya tangu utoto yake, hiyo wakati tulikuwa na yeye kwa secondary school. Kwanza umaskini wake ilikuwa natoka kwa asasi yake. Tulikuwa na tujifunia kidogo, tulikuwa afadhali kidogo kuliko kwake.
Wewe ulikuwa afadhali ama wazazi wako?
Wazazi wetu ndio walikuwa afadhali kuliko yake. Sasa vile alipeleka hiyo maneno yake ya shule, aliendelea vizuri na alikuwa humble mpaka akamaliza shule ya Wareng. Ndio akapita hata kuliko sisi. Ngawaje ilikuwa shida kwake kusoma, alikuwa anafukuzwa anarudishwa, kufukuzwa anarudishwa mpaka akamaliza, ndio akatupita akaenda Kapsabet Boys. Yeah.
Mwisho kabisa anakusikiza, neno lako la mwisho kwake utasemaje?
Neno langu, alikuwa mtu mwenye akifocus mbele, hawezi rudi nyuma. Na akikuona mpaka saizi vile nafanya kazi mahali ingine, hata akiniona anajua mpaka jina yangu. Ananiita, ananiambia, Joseph, maisha iko namna gani? Tunaongea na yeye vizuri, na security wanatoka wakati amekuwa DB. Tunaongea na yeye na tunamaliza naye. Yeah.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Jesse, you've heard from a resident of Sharbo constituency in the county of Uasin Gishu, and of course is remembering how they used to school together the president-elect William Samoei Ruto, who I told you that he was born on 21st December 1966 in Kamagut village Sambut village, Kamagut area in the county of Uasin Gishu. And remember, in 1997, he made his first debut into politics where he secured the Eldoret North seat as the member of parliament. And of course, between 2008 to 2010, he was our agriculture minister. So kutoka kwa mzee huyu sina la ziada. Asante sana mzee.
Asante. Nasema tu na shukuru yeye, na mimi najua ataendeleza Kenya vizuri. Yeye arudi nyuma, kitu akiamua anaendelea vile.
Asante sana. Jesse from Sugoi area, Turbo constituency, the county of Uasin Gishu. It's back to you in studio.
All right, Elvis Koskei, thanks for that update. Fond memories from that former classmate of the president-elect, even as Kenyans continue celebrating the news of the official declaration of William Ruto as the winner in the presidential race. And of course, that's the latest from Uasin Gishu County. Want to shift focus because Wafula Chebukati just didn't mention William Ruto as the president-elect. Remember, he equally mentioned Rigathi Gachagua as the deputy president-elect. And we want to shift focus to his home county in Nyeri, specifically where my colleague Clement Masombo is pitching camp. We'll get to know where exactly he is in Nyeri County. But Clement, it's great to see you. And we've seen the scenes that have characterized most parts of the country, specifically the larger and former Rift Valley province. We've crossed over to the Mount Kenya region, and Nyeri is a county that unanimously voted in support of not just the presidential candidate, but the party UDA, in which the presidential candidate is the party leader. What's the latest from the ground, even as they celebrate the outgoing Madeira Member of Parliament, Rigathi Gachagua, getting to that number 2 position?
Yes, indeed, Jesse, you got it right that this is the home county of the deputy president-elect, that is the outgoing Madeira Member of Parliament, Rigathi Gachagua, a man who was born and brought up here in Nyeri. And during the Tuesday's election, of course, this region unanimously voted for William Ruto, getting, especially from Nyeri County, William Ruto got about over 80% of the votes that were cast here in Nyeri County. And it is as to that reason that today we were just moving across the county, checking on how the residents of Nyeri County were celebrating after where the IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati pronounced that William Ruto and his running mate Rigathi Gachagua emerged winners during this year's election. And of course, there were celebrations beginning from Karatina, that is at the heart of Madeira constituency, into various villages. We were even at Kiamariga village, where the village where he comes from. The celebrations were all over in Nyeri town and in other parts of the county. Residents were so happy, and were it not for the rains that poured at around from 7 p.m., I believe that even right now as we speak, maybe they will still be singing and dancing across the county, celebrating for the victory of Rigathi Gachagua. But even with the rains, I want to speak to just about 2 of the residents who are still here in town, very briefly, to get their feel on how they feel right now that Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. Asante sana kukungana nasi KTN News. Wewe kama mkazi wa Nyeri unahisi vipi sasa vile Rigathi ametangazwa kuwa kama naibu wa rais mteule?
Thank you very much. My name is Amak Mwangi, born and bred in Nyeri town. I am very grateful for IEBC for what they've done today. They announced it very well, very classy. Nothing happened. Yes, we saw what happened in Bomas and everything, but I recommend IEBC for what they did. And we say thank you very much. And congratulations to Mr. Samoei Ruto, our new president-elect. We hope that you are going to reach and do what that you promised in your manifesto. And also to Mr. Gachagua, shikilia mzee nyuma, msukume tafadhali, kuja tukule mbuzi Nyeri tafadhali.
Unasema aje mkule mbuzi Nyeri. Kuna wakati fulani kama miezi miwili ilipita hivi alikuwa amesema kwamba wakichukua usukani wa uongozi wa taifa watakuja ile siku ya kuapishwa watachinja ng'ombe 35 pale State Lodge. Unahisi kwamba sasa wakati umewadia wa kutimiza ahadi yake?
It's time. And this is not a celebration for Nyeri County. No. I would like to invite all Kenyans, all across, ata diaspora, wenye mko, kujeni, we celebrate. This is a new beginning. We hope and pray that whatever happened in the previous regime, they'll use, Mr. Ruto will use that as a marking scheme for the future. Him being the vice president, he has seen what has gone right and what has gone wrong. We hope that he's going to learn from what went wrong, and he will try much as he can to do his best and make Kenya the best country in Africa, and the next, most probably the next Dubai, UAE, we don't know, but we hope so. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Of course, Jesse, some very good sentiments there from a youth, just expressing his hope that they are hopeful and sure that they too will deliver the country to where it's supposed to be, and of course also expressing confidence that he believes that William Ruto, having served as a deputy president for the last 10 years, he is sure and he has learned from the mistake that they might have made, and of course expecting that their next period of 5 years will be a smooth one. Jesse.
All right, Clement Masombo, thanks for that update. The latest from Nyeri County. As you can see, the celebrations sort of dying down due to the weather, but definitely celebrations are still in the air. But a little bit earlier on, remember, we saw the IEBC Vice Chair, Juliana Cherera, lead 4 out of the 7 IEBC commissioners in disowning the presidential results, saying that tallying was quite opaque in the last phase of the general election. And we equally had from the Deputy President, William Ruto, the President-elect of the Republic of Kenya, saying that it's not the commissioners who declare the results, it's the returning officer. Any other thing is a sideshow. Legally, constitutionally, the 4 commissioners pose no threat at all. But what exactly did these 4 commissioners say? Let's listen in.
As the commission, we have done a good job. But some things need to be put out there. As you can see, the 4 of us, we are here, not at Bomas of Kenya, where the result is going to be announced, because of the opaque nature of how this phase has been handled. We therefore cannot take ownership on the results that is going to be announced. However, we have an open door that people can go to court. And because of the same, we urge Kenyans to be peaceful, because the rule of the law is going to prevail. Thank you. I said because of the opaque nature of this last phase of the general election, and we are not able to take ownership of the results that will be announced. We are going to give a comprehensive statement, but this is from us, the 4 of us. And again, we urge Kenyans to keep calm. There is an open door that people can go to court, and the rule of law is going to prevail. Thank you.
So that was earlier on at the Serena Hotel right here in Nairobi. Juliana Cherera, the Vice Chair of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, leading 4 commissioners out of the 7 in sort of distancing themselves from the official declaration that was made at the Bomas of Kenya, citing the opaque nature of the last phase of the general election. Well, it's a game of wait and see, but remember, within the legal parameters, those who have lost the election and have certain reservations can proceed to the courts of law, the Supreme Court, and file their petition. And we equally saw an update from the Supreme Court registrar who advised any party willing to file a petition against the presidential election, they have 7 days and must do so before 2 p.m. the last day. 7 days from the date where the official declaration was announced, that being today, Monday, the 18th of August. So it's a game of wait and see to see whether the disgruntled lot, the ones who lost the general election, will be heading to the courts. Remember, those are within their legal rights. But away from that, we've heard so much about the man, the president-elect, Deputy President William Ruto, even as he sort of angles to be sworn in as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. We've heard that this is a man who's never lost an election since 1997, where he entered politics and represented the constituents of Eldoret North in the National Assembly. Who exactly is he? What's his profile as a politician? You know, we've heard that he was formerly a chief chicken seller. So much to talk about. The man who has had an astronomical rise in terms of his political career. Here is the profile of the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto. Listen in. So there you have it, the profile of the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. Ever since he was born, in 1966 in December, his rise through the political career, first getting a stab at active politics in the YK92 group, later on representing Eldoret North as a member of parliament. And the rest, as they say, is history. Of course, we'll definitely feed you with a more detailed, sort of profile in terms of the rise of the president-elect William Ruto. But remember, this is a gentleman who broke the deputy president's jinx in terms of the vice presidents prior to the 2010 constitution. And right now, since we have the deputy president, that jinx has been broken because we haven't seen any gentleman rise to the presidency position apart from the late Moi, who was able to succeed the first president of the Republic of Kenya. But away from that, let's still get a feel of what exactly is happening across the country. And remember, we promised you a wall-to-wall coverage of the 2022 general election, our presence across the 47 counties. And right now, I want us to cross over to get some of the reactions from Siaya County. Remember, this being the political bedroom of Raila Odinga, the Azimio 1 presidential candidate. My colleague Abi Ogina has been pitching camp right there since the eve of the election. And right now, we just want to get the sentiments.
Many thanks for joining us. We are coming to you live from Siaya County, where a number of residents are still milling around the city, around the town actually, even after the results were announced. Majority of them have exuded a manner of peace. We've not seen any demonstrations here in Siaya County, neither have we seen any bonfires, and no sight of any police truck on the streets that we've been able to check through the night. But about now, we want to speak to some of the residents of Siaya County on just what are their feelings like after the results were announced and what is the next plan of action that they have. And asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Labda tueleze unaitwa nani na maoni yako kuhusiana na matokeo ya uchaguzi.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Dr. Murono. Naweza sema kutokana na uchaguzi huu, kwa kweli mimi sijafurahia na imekuwa contrary different to my expectation, na kwa kweli naona Chebukati hajachukua ile hatua ambayo inahitajika, kwa sababu amekuwa haraka sana kuweza kuwakilisha matokeo, wakati tukiangalia kuna wenzake wanne ambao wamejitoa kabisa na wamesema kwamba there is opaqueness. So kindly, can we be describe the opaqueness, and could they illustrate well so that we can understand what is the situation? Because we cannot be put in a, let me say, in a dark situation and we expect everything to be okay. I'm not really very happy about it.
So what do you feel should have happened, and what sort of action do you think the Azimio candidate should take?
I think I could advise Azimio candidates to kindly take the court way, so that we avoid any protest, or after all, Kenya is one. So they should go to the court and let the court decide. Okay.
All right. Labda nizungumze na mwingine. Njoo karibu mzee. Kwa majina unaitwa nani na matokeo ikoaje?
Majina naitwa Elisha Odhiambo Mondi. Matokeo imetokea, lakini bado hatukufurahia. Ndio ile kitu tunaomba, tunaweza fuatilia mambo ya kote vile mwenzangu amesema hivyo, na at least tuwe fair kwa kila mtu, sababu sasa hii ni kitu tunataka Kenya mpya ambayo hatutaki kila siku fujo, na watu wa Siaya tunaona tuko sawa, tunategemea, tunaangalia sheria tuifuate vipi. Unaona tumekula, tuna wasiwasi, lakini ndio hata moyo kama inatuuma, lakini tunaomba tuendelee na amani na waangalie haki. Ule amepata haki yake apewe. Apewe na haki. Siya tunawaombea wana Kenya pia tujitulize hivi. At least tuanze Kenya mpya, tusiwe kila siku kupigana kila siku. Tuangalie watoto wetu. Tukipigana, watoto wetu watabaki na nani? Just imagine your children. Kwa hivyo nyinyi watu wa sheria wale wanafuatilia pia, wakiamua wakiangalia watoto wale wataumiza. Wakisimama kwa ukweli, Mungu atasimama na sisi. Asante, nimeshukuru sana.
Asante. Labda kama mkaji wa Siaya, Nimeona huku kuna utulivu, hakuna hali ya taharuki, kuko tu sawa.
Siaya, hata mimi nilipopata habari, nilikuwa nakuja kazini, mimi ni soja, nikakimbia haraka sana. Lakini since niko hapa ndani ya town hapa katikati, kumetulia kabisa, hakuna nini, na washukuru wa kazi wa Siaya kabisa, wawe na hiyo moyo, tuangalie sheria, justice ndio ifanye kazi. Lakini Siaya tumetulia. Tumetulia kabisa. Ndio, nishukuru.
Ndugu, kuja utueleze maoni yako, unasikiaje moyoni?
Mimi kwa jina naitwa Emmanuel Mondi Bwoga. Kwa hiyo matokeo yamekuja yatajifurahisha sisi sana, lakini tunaomba tu sisi kama wanasiasa, naomba amani. Wenzetu, wenzangu pia tukue na amani. Tuangalie tu watu wazimio, kama wameona kwa matokeo si vizuri kwao, waende tu kwa court wafanyie haki yao. Basi sisi kama wanasiasa, this round hatutaki mambo za kukimbia na vijana huku na huku, mara kelele mara nini. Kesho ikifika kila mtu aende kwa kazi yake kama kawaida, tukiangalia mambo ya justice kitoko kwa court. Sisi kama bodaboda, watu wa mboga na wengine, kesho waende kwa kazi yao kama kawaida. Tusilete vita zingine yenye si amani.
Asante. Na labda tumalize na kijana hapa. Tueleze unaitwa nani na maoni yako ni yapi?
Asante sana, mimi naitwa Felix. Kulingana na hii uchaguzi, tunaweza sema imekuwa hivi, hatuwezi kuwa na mind nyingine cause hao wajuu wamejua vile wamefanya ili ikakuwa hivi. Sasa mimi kitu chenye naweza omba, tukue na amani, kozara tukileta vita bado Kenya ni yetu. Tukileta vita mali ndio itaribika, na hakuna penye tutapata hakuna penye tutapata pesa tena ya kutengeneza hizo mali. Kila mtu ana struggle kutafuta. Tuendelee tu na amani hapa Siaya. Hakuna haja tuende kwa barabara tuvurutane, upige mwenye umejua, kesho mtakutana. Hakuna haja ya vita. Mimi naomba tu.
So there you have it, the latest from Siaya County, where my colleague Abby Agina just engaging the residents. And the message of peace echoed across Siaya County, even though they might be disappointed with the turnout of the 2022 general election. They're definitely encouraging a peaceful process thereafter, and perhaps taking the legal recourse, going to the courts, the Supreme Court, where they have a window of 7 days to actually file the petition. Just echoing the message from the presidential candidate Raila, and just yesterday, equally Ruto, we saw them head to various church services and preach peace and unity after that grueling election period. We hope for peace as a country, even as we await for the next course of action. Well, let's take a short break right here on Kivumbi 2022. We'll be back with much more information for you. Don't touch that dial. Stay with us.
Have you upgraded your ETR? Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru, tujitegemee.
Fellow Kenyans, as we transition into a new political leadership, we must remember that our real enemies are poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a weak economy. Our diversity and differences in opinion are never our enemies. They are our strength. Resolving our differences should lead us to the path of tolerance, social dialogue, and peace. Kenya is greater than any one of us, and future generations are counting on us to pass on to them a better, united, and thriving country than was entrusted to us by our forefathers. I am Jacqueline Mugo, Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Kenya Employers, and we stand for peace. How about you? Will you stand for peace?
We are live.
We are live.
We are live.
Tuko live. Kumbuka pia tuko na Probox. Na tuko live.
Catch Lotto Live every Wednesday and Saturday at 10 p.m.
Ujimarishe na Lotto.
Changamka cheza Lotto.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the BCLB.
You are watching KTN News.
Round hii Lotto iko ground kuimarisha maisha na zawadi chungu nzima. Kuwa miongoni mwa washindi na uimarike leo. Shinda nusu milioni guaranteed daily. Cash vouchers, unga wa kila siku na zawadi chungu nzima. Kila Jumamosi chomoka na a brand new Probox na mega cash kuanzia shilingi milioni 5 hadi shilingi milioni 100. Ingia kwa M-Pesa, weka paybill number 77700, account name KTN. Cheza na kati ya shilingi 50 na shilingi 1000, ujimarishe na Lotto.
Changamka cheza Lotto.
Over 18s only. Gaming can be addictive. Play responsibly. This message has been approved by the
strike. It's a great save. The rebound is put in by Tavares.
Have you been watching the Women's Cup of Nations?
Do you know how many people visit Eliud Kipchoge in terms of physiotherapy?
It's a choice.
Kip Yegon, the greatest 1500-meter runner in history.
So now the athletes are now listening to the agents, and you know the agents are just there to make money.
And I count this as a success, first of all.
Angela just reminded us what sport is all about.
And what Celifin has said today for me, it's so huge.
We already started supporting her.
This is our goal.
And Anthony Noakes, the final corner, it does look.
And even this final is about now. You guys don't notice this coincidence. Just worried about the... No, we don't notice anything. We look at the bigger picture. Let's talk of the couple.
Welcome back. You're watching Kivumbi 2022. We continue with our wall-to-wall coverage on matters arising around the general election. The trends as we just got the final results, the final declaration from the presidential returning officer, Wafula Chebukati, where the president-elect was declared, William Samoei Ruto, gathering a majority of the votes, 50.49%, translating to 7,176,141 votes, in comparison to his closest competitor, Raila Odinga of the Azimio Coalition Party, garnering 48.85% of the votes, translating to 6,942,930. Well, those are the latest results from the IEBC returning officer, Wafula Chebukati. And of course, we've seen scenes of jubilation, celebration in some parts of the country, even as the clarion call for peace to be maintained across the 47 counties is actually echoed not just by the leaders, but by residents, both who are strangled by the outcome of the general election, but even those who are celebrating. Remember, there's that legal option to go to the Supreme Court, actually file a presidential petition within 7 days since when the official declaration was announced, and it starts as of today. And we equally saw the statement from the Supreme Court registrar advising any party that's willing to file a petition against the presidential election that they have exactly 7 days and must do so before 2 p.m. on the last day, rather. So that's the latest in terms of the outcome. But we just want to dig in a little bit deeper into the president-elect, William Samoei Ruto. Before he was the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, who exactly was he? What position was he serving? We've heard time and time again that this is a gentleman who's never lost an election since he represented the people of Eldoret North in 1997 when he was voted in. So who exactly is the president-elect? Sit down and listen in.
He began his political walk back in the year 1992 under the KANU Youth Wing, dubbed Youth for KANU 92. And years later, Deputy President William Ruto has never looked back. His illustrious political journey winding through the murky political terrain, where he says he has mastered the art through years of experience. At the age of 56, Ruto has served as a member of parliament, a cabinet minister, and the first deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Tuesday's crowning as the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate served as the icing on the cake. In his own words, he says he has been able to accrue knowledge from lessons through the various political schools of thought he enrolled in. After the successful 1992 mission to have the second President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi back in office, Ruto hit the road running, gearing up for the Eldoret North constituency. He bagged it, serving for 15 years as the representative in Parliament. Ruto has served as Minister of Agriculture and Higher Education, among other lucrative dockets. He is now the first deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, the second most powerful individual in Kenya. Back in 2012, Ruto teamed up with President Uhuru Kenyatta to form a formidable force of a dynamic duo which clinched power to run government for 2 terms now. However, just like any other captivating story, his also has its fair share of challenges, which he says he has taken in stride. One of them was when he was enlisted in the Ocampo list after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. However, Ruto's major political hurdle would be how to break the jinx of the second in command to inherit President Uhuru Kenyatta as the 5th president. None of the former vice president have ever made it to the top job in the land. So near, yet so far. The entry of the ODM leader, Raila Odinga, into the Jubilee House in 2018 inevitably complicated his succession matrix. His State House ambition has often put him in the crosshairs and in the firing line of his boss, who has accused him of untamed ambition. For the 56-year-old son of Sugoi, the 2022 presidential election is another first in his political career. Trix Ingado, KTN News.
Okay, a brief profile right there done by my colleague Trix Ingado, the man that is the president-elect William Samoei Ruto. And just a little bit earlier on at the main tallying center, Wafula Chebukati, the presidential returning officer and the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, mentioned a couple of things as he declared William Samoei Ruto the duly elected president of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions provided by Article 138 of the Constitution. He mentioned a couple of things, and we'll just listen to him in just but a few, where he question where he actually raised that he's done his due diligence duty in accordance with the Constitution, this being his last election to preside over. Let's listen to some of the sentiments he raised as he declared William Ruto the president-elect.
Embakasi West, who disappeared while on duty. We have staff who have been arbitrarily arrested for no reasons. We don't know where they are. Some from this National Tallying Center. But we have a constitutional duty to perform. And that's why I stand before you today, despite intimidation, harassment, I took an oath of office to serve this country. And I've done my duty in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of the land. And I feel proud that I've been given this opportunity to serve Kenyans. This, of course, will be my last election to preside over. And for those who will come, we have prepared for you what the Constitution envisaged from us, an independent electoral commission. So I just want to thank the staff of IEBC, the soldiers who braved insults, harassment, and delivered right from the constituencies to the counties and up to the National Tallying Center. I want to thank stakeholders, state and non-state stakeholders who have worked with us on this journey, and more particularly the members of the diplomatic community and the religious leaders who have been keeping vigil at this center for the last 3 days. They have been here throughout, 24 hours a day. So Kenyans came out and voted on the 9th of August, and these are the results of what the will of the Kenyan people reflects. These results are in the public portal. The same results which I'm reading here are the ones in the public portal. So there were 4 presidential candidates. These are the aggregated results. Odinga Raila, total valid votes, 6,942,930. And this represents 48.85% of the votes garnered, and then he achieved a number of counties the candidate attained with at least 25% of the total valid votes cast is 34 counties. Ruto William Samoei, number of valid votes, 7 million. Thank you. 7,176,141. This represents 50.49%. And he achieved the minimum number of 39 counties at 25%. Waihika David Maure, number of valid votes in figures 31,987. That represents 0.23%. Number of counties with a minimum of 25%, 0. Washakoya George Luchiri, 61,969. Those are valid votes. Percentage of votes cast 0.44%. And number of counties with a minimum of 25% attained 0. So, in accordance with the law, the Constitution and the law, I, Wafula Chebukati, Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of day of August 2022. And I'll proceed to sign the certificate. I invite the President-elect to come forward and receive his certificate.
Habari njema kwa Wakenya wote, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka isiyoegemea upande wowote inayodumisha demokrasi Kenya. Kura yako ni siku zako za usoni, chagua uongozi utajivunia.
Well, there you have it. Wafula Chebukati officially declaring William Ruto as the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution. Well, that was followed right after with the first statements from the President-elect of the Republic of Kenya, Deputy President William Ruto, who went to the stage and, of course, in a message of, thanking Kenyans who turned out and voted for him in large numbers, equally gave an assurance that his government will actually, uphold the constitutional requirements and will not be vague or opaque, work closely with members of the Fourth Estate and whatnot. But let's listen from the man himself, the President-elect.
And members of the clergy in the Republic of Kenya, my good deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, distinguished members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, led by Chairman Wafula Chebukati, fellow countrymen and women, good evening. It is a wonderful evening, and I want to thank God that we are here this evening to witness this momentous occasion as the people of Kenya restate what is in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, that all sovereign power belong to the people of Kenya. I want to thank God for getting us to this point. I want to thank God that today we have concluded this election. I know that there were predictions that I won't get to the ballot. There were predictions that we won't get here. But because there is a God in heaven, we are here. And I want to, in a very special way, say and confess that without God, we wouldn't have been here. My gratitude also goes to the people of Kenya, the millions who listened to us, the millions who participated in our campaigns peacefully, the millions who turned up to vote for us on 9th of August, and the millions who have waited patiently until this announcement has been made. Specifically, I want to thank my fellow countrymen and women because we have raised the bar in this election. Jointly, we have raised the bar. This election was much about the issues than the ethnic configurations that have always informed our elections. Gratitude goes to the millions of Kenyans who refused to be boxed into tribal cocoons. I am a very proud Kenyan this evening that the people of Kenya have raised the bar on us who are seeking leadership in our country. Not to sell our ethnicities, but to sell our programs, our manifestos, our agenda, and our plan. Let me also say right at the start that in here and in this election, there are no losers. The people of Kenya have won because we have raised the political bar. I want to say that the people of Kenya, led by the 14 million who turned up to vote, are the biggest winners. The hero of this election is the IEBC, led by Wafula Chebukati. I say this with conviction that the IEBC amazed all of us. With the results in the public portal, all the servers were open. And everybody, all you needed is a simple calculator, and you would have the results. I want to congratulate the IEBC for raising the bar. And I want to say, without fear of any contradiction, that one Wafula Chebukati is our hero. Soft-spoken, but firm. And I want to tell you, Mr. Chairman, we are very proud that without informing any one of us, you put all the results from all the polling stations on a public portal where any Kenyan could access. That became the game changer in this election. Let me also, at this point in time, thank our partners, the religious leaders who were part of this process right from the beginning. For the first time, we saw religious leaders spend time at this Tallying Center and prayed for this process. I am sure their prayers will not be in vain. I also want to thank our development partners, our diplomatic community,